Hello guys, and welcome to the course on Adobe Illustrator. I'm very excited to welcome you to this first video of the course. Now in this first lecture, we're going to be learning about navigating the interface of Adobe Illustrator and getting our interface set up so as to start creating interesting designs in subsequent videos. And we're also going to learn how to create new documents, how to import documents and work with other files. All right, so when you open Adobe Illustrator for the first time, this is the interface you see. Okay, see this interface, and from here you can create a new document. From here you can open an existing document, and from here you can select recent files you've worked on. Okay, you can select recent files you've worked on, and for here you can start the project with an existing template. Now this is a letter template, this is a postcard template with those dimensions under, as you can see. Now these dimensions are in points, right? And then we have other templates here. We can even click here to see more templates. Okay, so now what we're going to do is create a new document. Now click on create new, and as you can see, we now have templates to select from. But what we are going to do is go on print. Okay, go on print and select letter. Okay, now mind you, if you want to select other templates, we have many more templates here you can choose from. Okay, depending on what you want to create, but for me, I'm just going to select the print and select letter. Now we have the preset details here. Okay, now the file name can be maybe new. Okay, and then now we have the width here and the height here, and the units of measurement here is points. And there are also many other units of measurements like the pixels, we have the picas, we have the inches, and we have the feet and inches, and many other the unit types here. I'm just going to choose the inches. Okay, and we have what they call artboards. Now I'm just going to choose one, and an artboard is more like a workspace where your work will appear. Okay, and we have the orientation, we have the portrait orientation, and we have the landscape orientation depending on what you want. Okay, and then we have advanced settings, and we're not going to look at advanced settings for now. And after you have everything the way you want it, you just click create. Now this is our new document which Adobe Illustrator has created for us. And as you can see, this is now what we call the artboard. Okay, this is now the artboard, and as you can see, we have only one artboard because we've selected only one artboard. Okay, coming to our right hand side, we have the properties panel. Okay, but if yours is not like this, just come on Windows, come on Workspace, and come on Essentials Classic. When you choose Essentials Classic, your workspace should look like this. If it still doesn't look like this after you choose Essential Classic, just come again to Windows and then Workspace and then reset Essentials Classic. When you click reset Essentials Classic, all you're going to have is something like this. Okay, now on our right hand side, we have what we call the properties panel, and we have the library. Okay, so selecting the properties panel, we're just going to go through the things we can see. Now this properties panel show us the properties of the selected items. Now the selected item in this case is the artboard. Okay, because we don't have any other thing selected, so the artboard is a selected item. And as you can see, we have the unit of measurements as inches. We can also select other units of measurements. Okay, and we have artboard, number of artboard as 1. Okay, and then we can also edit the artboard. Now when we click on edit the artboard, you can see that we now have this look, and then this tool here, which is called the artboard tool, has been selected. Now with this tool, we can increase the size of our artboard, we can reduce it, we can also move our artboard. Okay, depending on what we want. And as you move, or as you rather increase or decrease the size, you observe a change in the dimensions, right? So you can just do this and have the change in the dimensions. Yeah, so with this tool selected, we can also create new artboards. Okay, we can also create new artboards. We can just come to an empty space like this and draw out the size of our artboard. Okay, now you can see we have what we now call artboard 2, and you can keep creating as much artboards as you want depending on the project you're working on. Okay, remember, each of the artboards will contain a design. Okay, a design, so you have to create the number of artboards depending on the number of designs you intend to create. Now, selecting our select tool here, which is identified by this black arrow. It is a selection tool. Just select it and then come and click on the artboard. Okay, now clicking on this artboard, you see artboard 1, and click on this one, you see artboard 2, click on this artboard 3, artboard 4. So now we can basically see the properties of each of the artboards that we've created, right? And when we come here, we can see that we have 4 artboards. Okay, now we have rulers, which we can enable here. When we click enable, you can see the rulers have been enabled, and they work based on the units of measurements which we've selected. We have grids, and we have transparency. Okay, we have other options here. We have document setup, where you can actually set up the document again, and we have presets where you can actually just mix settings to the project, based on the project or based on Adobe Illustrator as a whole. Okay, now that's it for this properties panel for now. What I want us to do is look at some other panels and kind of edit the panel we have here to fit our project, okay, to fit our purpose of the course. Okay, so we have here, which is called the color and the color guides. Okay, we're going to leave them just the way they are. And then we have here, which we call the swatches. Okay, we have brushes here, we have symbols here, then we have the stroke here, we have gradient, we have transparency. Okay, and then we have appearance. Okay, then we have graphic styles, we have layers, we have many other panels here. We're just going to leave them the way they are, but we're going to come on our layers and just click here and drag it here. Okay, so we are just pulling out our layers panel. Again, we're just going to click here to get the remaining back. Now what I want you to do is to come and click on libraries here and drag this out like this, and then just click on this X button or this X icon to eliminate the libraries. Okay, and then just bring your mouse here and drag your layers panel to this point, and then just leave it like this, just tag it like this. Now you can see we've transferred our layers panel from here to here. So this is one thing you can do with your panels in Adobe Illustrator. You can actually shift them based on what you want to achieve. Okay, for me, I would like my layers to be here so I can see all the layers I have as I work. So this is also something you should do. Okay, yeah. So we are of course going to look at all of these other panels in the in subsequent videos. Okay, but for now we are looking at our tools. Yeah, our tools. These are our tools. These are our toolbox, and these are our tools. If you're conversant with other Adobe products like the InDesign or Photoshop, you'll be able to identify some tools here and their similarities, right? So all those other products also have their toolbar or their toolbox at the left hand side like this. Now there are two very important tools I want us to look at right now. This is the quick selection tool and the direct selection tool. So if you click on the quick selection tool, you just come on this rectangle tool and click and drag. I just drag 3 copies, right? Then click back the selection tool. Now this tool allows us to select whole objects, then just move them around and resize them, rotate them. Now when we bring our mouse to the edge like this, sorry, I'm zooming in using the mouse wheel or button and the control or command and the alt rather. the Alt key and the mouse wheel key. I'm just ruling the mouse wheel while pressing down Alt to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, and to pan left to right, or to move left to right, I just hold down the Control key and the mouse wheel. And that's on the PC. If you're on the Mac, you'll be holding down the Command key, right? Yeah. So the selection tool enables us to select whole objects and move them. We select whole objects and move them, while the direct selection tool enables us to select what we call anchor points. Now when we click on our object here, you can see 4 points here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are the points that are necessary to make up a rectangle, right, or a square shape. Now when we click on the whole object, as you can see, these points are all blue, right? But when you click on the direct selection tool and come and click on one of the points here, you see that this point which you've clicked turns blue while the others kind of remain white, right? So it means this point is now active and it's now selected. It means you can now move it up and down. You can now move it up and down. Okay, yeah, I'll move it up and down. Now as you can see, selecting this anchor point gives us also properties by your right hand side, or on the properties panel. Now while selecting this, you can see that it's an anchor point that has been selected, and you can see the transform properties, which is the location on the x-axis and the value on the y-axis. Okay, value on the x-axis and the value on the y-axis, and you can see the appearance of the whole shape. This is the whole shape, and this is the fill color. Now the fill color is the color inside the shape, while the stroke color is the color outside the shape. Now as you can see, the stroke color is black and the fill color is white. Okay, yeah, stroke color is black, fill color is white, and the stroke has a value. Okay, that's the thickness of the stroke, and as you can see, for this object the value is 1. So when you increase it to, let's say, 8, you see that the stroke keeps increasing in size. Okay, and we have what we call the opacity. Opacity is basically how transparent the object is, and we can see that opacity is at 100 right now. And when we click and drag it down, you can see the opacity of the entire shape reduces, and it means the object becomes transparent. Okay, here are effects, but we are going to look at these in further lessons. And we have other options here. We have the align options, which enable us align our object. Let's just select on the object and just align it like this. Now our object is aligned based on our artboard, our selected artboard. Okay, in relation to our selected artboard. Okay, so this aligns it to the middle of our selected artboard in the y-axis, while this aligns it to the middle of our selected artboard along the x-axis, and this aligns it to the edge here, this to the edge on top, this to the edge below, and this to the right edge. So that's what the align tool does. Okay, now you know what our quick selection tool and our direct selection tools do. We have many other tools here which we're going to look at very much in further lessons. Okay, but just come here and select our object again once more and then drag it out. Now when after dragging it out, you can see that here we also have the fill color and the stroke color. Okay, we have the fill color and the stroke color, and you can select here, double click here and choose a color instead of the one you will have here. When you click OK, you can see that the color has been replaced. And also for the stroke color, you just double click and come, and let's see, we want to make this blue. Click OK. Now you can see the stroke color has been replaced. Okay, and with this little icon here, we can swap between the fill color and stroke color. Okay, so let's just click here, and as you can see, the fill color becomes the stroke color, and vice versa as we click the button here. And this button here makes us have no fill or no stroke. Okay, so when we have the stroke selected here and click this button, it turns it to an empty stroke. So also with the fill, when we have the fill here and we click the button, it turns it to an empty fill. Okay, I'm just undoing with Ctrl Z. Okay, and this other tool here shows us the color of the object. Okay, it gives us the color of the object. And this one talks about gradients, which we are also going to look at in further lessons. So we've just had a quick introduction to the tools and the panels and the workspace and setting up our projects, right? Now the next thing to look at is our menu here. We have our menu here. This is the menu bar, and we have the file here where we can create a new document. We can select where we can create a new document from a template. We can open files. Okay, we can open recent files. We can close. We can save as. We can save a copy. We can export. We can use scripts. We can set up our document. We can set up color modes. We can exit. We can print and do a whole lot of things. We are going to look at these and we're going to work with these options very well in further lessons. Now we have the edit, which we have the simple undo and redo. Okay, Ctrl Z for undo. Okay, and then Shift Ctrl Z for redo, or Shift Command Z on the Mac for redo. We have cut, we have copy, we have paste, we have paste in front, we have paste in back, we have paste in place. Okay, all of these are just kind of self-explanatory. Okay, now of course we are also going to look at these. We're also going to use these options over and over again in subsequent videos. I just want you to look or to get familiar with them just a bit. Okay, we have options here. We are not going to look at this for now. We are going to look at them more in-depthly in further lessons. In fact, we have a whole module just to look at options in this objects menu. And we have type. Okay, now type takes care of our typing and our fonting, right? We're also going to look at this in further lessons. We have the selection, which enables us to select stuff. Okay, now when I select this and come on selection and come on select object or same based on fill color, you can see it's going to select this other one because I've selected. I've asked Adobe Illustrator to select same objects based on the color. So every object that has a similar color with this will be selected. So that's some of the thing. That's one of the things you can do with the select menu, and you can use this to select all objects, and you can deselect, you can reselect, you can inverse select. We are of course going to use these options also in further lessons. We have the effects, which we are going to look at also in further lessons. We have the view, and options on the view menu are options guiding what we look at on our viewport. Right now this is our viewport, and options on our view menu enable us kind of edit what appears on our viewport. Okay, things like rulers, things like zooming in and zooming out, fitting to screen. Okay, things like perspective grids or grids, guides, and so on and so forth. Okay, we are of course going to use these options or some of these options in further lessons. And then we have this other one, which is called the windows, because and which of course we used the other time to set up our interface. Right now these options here help activate other panels that are not presently on our viewport. Okay, so things like let's see the magic wand, for example. Now this is the magic wand panel, which is not important for now. And we have, let's see align panel. Now as you can see, this is the align panel. You can do all sorts of aligning with this panel. And you can see brushes, and of course we have brushes here. It just pops out. And we have there's a gradient. You see gradient is out here, and many other panels which our viewports cannot handle for now. Okay, we can also set up our viewport. Okay, for now it's the Essentials Classic. We can reset the panel or the workspace. We can also create new workspace based on the panels we have on our workspace presently. We can manage workspaces. We can choose different presets of workspaces based on what we want to achieve. And finally, I want us to just look at some other concepts, some other simple concepts here in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, now we've looked at zoom, how to zoom in using the mouse wheel. We also have a zoom tool here which you can use to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, use to zoom in and zoom out of our objects. And then we have the pan tool here which you can use to pan like this. Okay, so that's pan around our interface. And well, the pan tool, we also have a shortcut for the pan tool that's using the spacebar key. So when you hold the spacebar key, you then see that the pan hand just appears, and when you click, you can drag while using the spacebar key. So you don't always have to come and select the pan tool here. Okay, and let's select the two of this and right click and click group. Now this is a way of grouping our objects so that we then work with them as a group. So with this, we can just select our selection tool, and you can see we are moving the two of them as one because they are in a group. And when we use our quick selection tool, or direct selection tool rather, we can also select individual points that without having to select other parts of the group. Okay, so we can group, and we can also right click and ungroup. And there is one other thing which you have to know about, which is the isolation mode. Okay, now we have a group, and when we double click on our group, we then see that all of the parts of the design gets grayed out. Okay, now this get grayed out, and we cannot select it. We can select any other parts but just these objects which are in the group. Okay, now this is a way to kind of isolate certain groups so that you work on them individually without having to affect the other parts of the design. Now to get back to, or to get out of this isolate mode, you can just double click on your workspace, or let's say you can just click here on this back one level to get out, and click again to get out. That's it for the isolation mode. And you can also enter isolation mode with one object. Okay, it doesn't have to be a group, it can be one object. So just to note. So for now, this is all you need to know to get started with Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so in our next lesson, we should start working with some of the tools here to create something amazing. Okay, to create amazing designs and to get familiar with the whole Adobe Illustrator even better. So see you in the next video. Bye. So we're going to start creating some very cool designs in Adobe Illustrator. So the first one we're going to start with is this design. Okay, so as you can see, this design is quite simple with just simple shapes, okay, and colors. So this is what we're going to create in this lecture. Okay, so what you have to do is start a new project file. Okay, when you start a new project file, then you'll be in the same page as I am. Okay, you have to use the letter preset, or what you then do is come to file and then come to place. Okay, now place enables us to place a reference or an image in our project. It's just like import. Okay, we're trying to import a reference image. Just click place, then it's going to open the file, and then you just come to project files, right? This folder, project files, that's in your project folder. Okay, in the course folder rather. So when you come to this project files, this is the one you're going to choose, this one that says your first drawings in Illustrator. Okay, so when you select it and you click place, it's going to enable you to place your drawing. So you're just going to click and drag. Okay, so when you click and drag and release, you see that your drawing is now placed in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so but this is not the kind of place we want to use, okay, in this case, because what we are trying to do is we're trying to make this kind of a reference image. So there is a very easier way to do this. Okay, so just delete and then come here, file, and place again. When you come to the project folder, just click the file you want to import, and then you see where it says template, just click template. Okay, so when you click template and you click place, it's going to import it. Okay, but what does it do? It just puts it in a new layer and then turns down the opacity. Okay, so we can now draw over it. Okay, and then it locks the layer so we can select it, and now we have layer 1 on which we can do our designs. Okay, but one other thing you can do is you can unlock the layer. So when you unlock the layer, you see that you now be able to select your file. Okay, and then the next thing to do is just kind of fit it on the artboard, then lock back your layer. So as you can see, we can't select it right now. So the next thing to do is to start drawing. Okay, but we are not drawing on this layer, so we are going to select layer 1 on which we want to draw. Okay, so what can we see here? We can just see different shapes, and I'm just going to take you through the process of achieving this. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is come here where it says rectangle tool, okay, and hold your left mouse button to open the options so you can see other options. Okay, not just rectangle. We have the rounded rectangle tool, we have the ellipse tool, we have the polygon tool, we have the star tool, and we have the flare tool. So for now, let's use the ellipse tool. Okay, so when you click the ellipse tool and you drag out, you see we are now able to draw an ellipse. Okay, we are now able to draw an ellipse, but the way we're dragging it out, we are not going to get a perfect shaped ellipse. Okay, a perfect circle rather. So what I want you to do is, while holding it, just hold down shift. Okay, when you hold down shift, you then see that it scales up and down evenly. Okay, it scales up and down evenly. So holding down shift helps you create even sizing for your shapes. Okay, so just hold down shift and then release. Now come to your selection tool and then kind of try to fit it in like this. Again, just while holding down shift, drag it down to reduce the size. Okay, but if you want to reduce the size from the middle, instead of holding down shift, hold down shift and then hold down alt also. So you see that you can now reduce it from the middle, so the reduction is kind of even from both sides, from all sides. Just try to fit it in like this and just try to adjust it, make it bigger like this. So I think I have it perfectly lined out right now. So as you can observe, my shape has a fill color and a stroke color, a fill color of white and a stroke color of black. Okay, but my reference image doesn't have a fill color of white. It's kind of purple, right? It's kind of purple. So what I would do is I'm just going to come here, okay, or come to my properties panel and then just give it no stroke. Just give it no stroke, and then for the fill color, you just have to come here to this point and just select purple. Okay, and let's just drag it out to see if it's going to fit better. Yeah, I think this will do. So just Ctrl Z to bring it back, and I'm just going to adjust this to align better. Okay, so as you can see, we've been able to place our first shape, which is this ellipse. Okay, now we have many other shapes. We have a triangle here, we have a rectangle here. For this rectangle, I'm just going to come, hold down this tool and select the rectangle tool and come and click here, and holding down shift, I'm just going to drag like this. Okay, now in this rectangle tool, what I've done here is I have given it a stroke color and no fill color. Okay, so just come here, come to stroke color and select this color. Okay, and come to fill color and click here to make an empty field. Okay, so the next thing you would like to do is increase the stroke size. So you can see I'm increasing the stroke size and it's getting filled up. I'm just going to reduce the size a bit, move it down with my arrow keys, and it mustn't fit perfectly. Actually, it mustn't fit perfectly. It must just be similar. Okay, and I think this will do it. And then what next do we have? We have the line tool. If you hold down here, you then see the line tool, the arc tool, the spiral tool, the rectangular grid tool, the polar grid tool. Okay, but what we are going to use is the line segment tool. Okay, so just click on the line tool and just click here, and holding down shift, just drag to this point. Okay, so it's then perfectly feel to this point. So I'm just going to select the direct selection tool to select this anchor point and kind of drag it out while holding down shift. Okay, so everything happens in a straight way. And as you can see, the stroke is too large. So what do we do? Let's just adjust this one too. So the stroke is too large, guys. What do? We just reduce the stroke here, reduce it to this point, maybe a little bit bigger. Something like this is perfect. And also the stroke color. So click on the color and then just choose a black color. Now the next thing we like to do is we like to duplicate this line and create this kind of pattern here, right? So what do? Come to your selection tool, and then all you then need to do is then copy and paste in place. So it pastes it at the exact place where you've copied it. Okay, so it means it places it on top of the existing one. So just come here, bring your mouse to this edge, and then just click and drag this way. Okay, so when dragging, just hold down shift to make it align to specific angles. Okay, like 180, 90, and 45, and so on and so forth. But this is 180 that we need, that we're going to use. So just make it align to 180 degrees. Okay, and then select your both files, your both lines, and come to copy and then paste in place. There is a shortcut for this, which is Shift Control V. Okay, Shift Control V or Control F. Okay, Shift Control V or Control F. So Control F and Shift Control V. Control F is paste in front. It's going to place it in front and in the same place, while Shift Control V is going to do the same job and also paste it at the same location in a different project file. Okay, so let's assume we have a different project file and want to place it in the same location as this one. So we can use Shift Control V. Okay, just select and then just come to this edge here and drag out. Okay, while holding down shift so as to align perfectly. Then for the third one, just select all of them and copy and paste in front. Okay, and then drag out to kind of align with the drawing. Okay, so this will do it. And when we go, sorry, what did I do? Let me just reset my workspace. Made a mistake here. Reset Essentials Classic. Yeah, and I don't need libraries, right? You include libraries and bring my layers. Yeah. Good. So what next do? We have another ellipse here. Okay, now just come select your ellipse tool, or you know what, we can just duplicate this one. So to duplicate this one, you select it and then you can copy and paste in front or paste. Okay, let's just paste. Okay, so it has duplicated it. Okay, and a shortcut of doing this is just select your shape and hold down Alt and then drag out. So you see, this is another shortcut for duplicating your file or your object. Just resize it to be bigger and to fit the drawing perfectly. And then come and select your color. Let's just make this colorless for now. See what's happening better. And we can now choose a blue color. Let's choose this blue. Good. So let me just show you one thing. First of all, let's just kind of group this these shapes so they are one, so they appear as one. So let's assume we want this shape to come in behind this shape, right? We want these shapes to come behind this shape. Okay, even though that's not the ideal situation in this case, I'm just trying to show you something. So let's assume we want these shapes to come behind this shape. What we then do is just right click on them and then arrange, then send backwards, which will send it one step backward. Okay, if we keep doing send backward, to keep sending it behind till when we are satisfied. Okay, till when it appears, it finally sends it behind this shape. Okay, because as you can see, we have plenty of other shapes here, so it's actually sending it behind all the other shapes we have. So if we just keep doing send backwards, and okay, and as you can see, it has now sent it behind this particular shape. But if we want to, let's assume we want to undo, and let's assume we want to just send it back to the last position. All we need to do is to send to back. So it's going to send it behind all of the layers. Okay, but that's not the ideal situation for now. So we just arrange, bring front. Okay, now the next thing to create is this shape, and the way I created this is I just made I just made a rectangle. I made this rectangle like this. Okay, and then I made my color. I gave it no stroke and then made my color blue. Okay, so what I then did is I came and selected my quick selection, my direct selection tool, and then selected this anchor point and this anchor point. So when I select this anchor point, you'll see this little circle here. Okay, when you just click on this circle and drag it out, you see what happens. It then makes our edges rounded. Okay, it makes our edges rounded in relative to how much we drag it in. Okay, so as you can see, this is how I was able to achieve that rounded effect. So what I want to do right now is I want to see through this. So I want to make the stroke this color right now, so I can just replace it later on. So what I do is come while selecting the file and then come and just swap. Okay, so when you swap, it makes the fill color transparent and then makes the stroke color the fill color. It just exchanges everything. So just move this one, third. Okay, and the next thing is select your ellipse tool and drag out like this. Then let's just give it a white stroke color so we can swap it later on, and then come and duplicate our shape. Control C and paste in front, then resize it downwards like this, and come and give it an orange color. Okay, maybe this color, this shade of orange. So what then do I need to do? All I need to do is to just select and swap back the colors. Okay, make the fill color the stroke color, and then the stroke color the fill color. Okay, so I'm just going to click this button, and there's a shortcut to do this, which is Shift X. Okay, Shift X. So if you Shift X, it's going to swap the colors. So this is what we've achieved so far. Okay, so I just disabled the reference layer so you can see what we are having so far. Okay, we're pretty much doing a good job. Now the next one is this spiral. Okay, this spiral. So just come here and hold down the left mouse button and click on the spiral tool. Okay, so when you click on the spiral tool and just click on your artboard, you then see the options for your spiral. Okay, your spiral design. Now we have the radius as 50 points, we have the decay as 86, and segment 77, and style. Okay, I'm just going to leave these settings and just click OK, but you can also check them for yourself to see what effects you get. And this is now the spiral I've created. Might not be very similar or perfectly similar, but it's going to suffice. Just reduce the size to fit in more perfectly, and then just reduce the stroke size. Okay, let's reduce the stroke size, and I feel this is okay. Yeah, I'll work with this. And then now we are coming to these shapes. Okay, I consider them the most complex to create for this tutorial. Why is that? Because we're going to use a tool called the Pathfinder. Now the Pathfinder can be found under Windows and then Pathfinder. Now when you click on Pathfinder, the tool then opens. Now this is the Pathfinder panel or the Pathfinder tool, and what the Pathfinder does is it creates paths kind of. So let's just make an example by creating this shape right now, and let's just hold down Alt to duplicate the shape. Now we have two shapes here. Okay, what the Pathfinder does is the Pathfinder has many modes. Okay, it has the add mode, the subtract mode, the intersect mode, the exclude mode, the divide mode, the trim mode, the merge mode, the crop mode, the outline mode, the minus black mode, and so on and so forth. Now these modes will give different effects when used. Now if I have an arrangement like this and then use the add mode, what happens is it just adds the two shapes together. Okay, let me just Ctrl Z, and if I have them like this and then use this mode, which is the minus front mode, it then minus the one in front from the one at the back. Okay, so this is now what we have. Okay, and then when we select them and intersect, we see that it cuts an intersection. Okay, and it now deletes the other parts which do not intersect, and then makes the part which intersects a whole. And then for this one, this is kind of the opposite of the intersection mode. And then we have this one, which is the divide mode. Now this divide, when you click, you see that nothing happens, but what happens is Adobe Illustrator kind of divides the edges, or kind of divides the shapes and creates intersections based on the edges. Okay, so you can just come here and drag it out. Down, this is a hole because it cuts the shapes at the point where they both intersect. Okay, so that's how this divide effect works. I'm just going to undo, and then let's see this one. This trim, when you trim, you see what then happens. We have this. Okay, now you can explore all the other options, but for this case, what we're going to use mostly is the divide. Okay, we're going to use the divide. So what I did here was I came and created a rectangular tool, drag it out like this, and then what I did was I selected the direct selection tool. The shortcut is A, so you can just hit A to select the direct selection tool. Okay, and this one, the shortcut is V, so you can just hit V to select it. Okay, A and V. So this is A, and then I just came on this anchor point and kind of dragged it out like this. Okay, and then choose a blue color, selected this color and made this blue, right? Good. And for this other part, or for this other shape here, what I did was I selected the ellipse tool and kind of created this shape. Okay, a perfect circle like this, and let me just make this the stroke so as to see what I'm doing here. Just drag it out and kind of duplicated the ellipse again, and what I did was Control C and Control V or Control F, right, and just made this one a little bit smaller. So we have two of them. For this one, I'm going to make this kind of pink for now, and make the colors back, bring the colors back. So what do we then do to make an intersection in the middle, or a cut in the middle? Because that's what we have. Okay, so I selected the first one, selected the second one, and kind of minus. So it minused the second one from the first one, and then we can see that when we take our shapes away like this, we can see that this part has a different color, right? So Control Z, Control Z. So all you need to do is to select them and then hit divide. So when you hit divide, we then have a division like this. Okay, we then have them as separate points. Okay, so with this now, we can just make this the stroke colors so you can see what's happening. So as you can see, this part, Control V to bring the selection to this part now. Sorry, you have to double click to go in because they are more of a group right now. So this part now has a purple color. Okay, has a purple color. Okay, while the others have blue. So I'm just going to ungroup them so as to have more control. So I just ungrouped them. Okay, now this one is a triangle. So how do we create a triangle? We just come to our shape and come to polygon. So polygon tool, and you click polygon tool and click here. It then gives you the options. Okay, we have the radius and we have the sides. Now the sides will tell us how many sides the polygon has. In this case, we want just 3 sides. So when you click 3, we have the polygon created. Just drag it in place and increase the size like this. Okay, yeah, so it fits perfectly now. And just bring the color back, and this one bring it back too. Now what we want to do is we want to create a divide. We want to use the Pathfinder tool, the divide option, to select this one and select this guy and divide. So now we have them as separate parts, right? Good. So Control Z, and I'm just going to swap the colors so as to see what's happening beneath. Okay, good. So select your selection tool and kind of ungroup them because they are now in the group. Okay, yeah. So the next thing to do is to add our colors, right? For this one we have for this one we have an orange color. Okay, for this one we have a yellow color. For this one we also have we also have a yellow color. And for this one we have a black color, and for this one we have a kind of a lighter blue, and for this one we have this dark blue, and for this one we have this purple. Okay, so all you need to do is to just select your shapes and swap the colors back. Swap back and swap back. Select this guy, swap back, swap back, swap it back and swap back. Yeah, so this is what we have so far. As you can see, we have been able to create our shape. And for this last one, select your rectangle tool. For this last one, drag it out, make the stroke color gray, make this colorless, and just select both anchor points and drag them out like this, while increasing the size of our stroke. And finally, we have our design, our first design completed. Okay, yeah, we have our first design completed. And with this, we've come to the end of our video and our first design in Adobe Illustrator. Hope to see you in the next. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be learning how to create this design in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and we're going to learn one new tool, which is the shape builder tool, which will aid us in creating this design. So just come on Adobe Illustrator, create your new file and import your reference file, which we did the last time. All you need to do is come to file and then place, and come to project files and select this one which says your first drawings in Illustrator reference image tool. So select it and click on template and then place. So it's going to place it just like we have it here. Okay, now the first thing to do is, of course, to come to the rectangle tool and create your rectangle like this, or your square. Okay, so now how does the shape builder tool work? Okay, so let me just demonstrate how the shape builder tool works. So let's assume we have two shapes, or let's say three shapes like this, and we have them with different colors. Let's give this guy no stroke, and make this one green. Then let's see, no stroke, and make it orange. This guy no stroke. Let's see, we want it to be black. Okay, great. Now this is the shape builder tool. This is the shape builder tool, the one you see here. Okay, now this is the shape builder tool, and when you select the tool, first of all you have to select the shapes you want to use the tool on, and then select the tool. Now what the tool does is it creates shapes based on the arrangements of shapes we have on our workspace. Okay, so when we select the shapes and select the tool, we can just click on one shape and add it to another shape. Now you see both shapes are the same. So I'm just going to undo, and so also like this. You see, now the shapes are now the same. You can just drag it around all of them. Now you see all of them are now the same shapes. Okay, so what you can also do with the shape builder tool is you can minus shapes from each other. Okay, so when you hold down Alt and then click here, you see that it has minused this intersection. Okay, I'm just going to undo and then just hold down Alt. Okay, when I hold down Alt, instead of this plus icon, it's going to show the minus icon, which signifies subtraction. Okay, the plus signifies addition, which means it's going to add shapes together, while the minus shows subtraction, which means it's going to subtract shapes from each other. So when I hold Alt and drag the shapes like this, we can see that it has subtracted this whole shape from the one we have here. And one other thing we can do with the shape builder tool is to add colors. Okay, so let's assume we have this color. Let's assume we choose the color here. We can use the shape builder tool to add the color. Okay, give display the color, and just based on the colors we want, we can choose a color. And okay, yeah, so basically this is one of the uses of the shape builder tool, apart from creating shapes based on intersections and based on the arrangement of the shapes, of different shapes which we have. It can also be used to kind of add colors to specific points. Okay, so just delete this demonstration we have here and come on your ellipse tool and kind of create your ellipse. Let's make it this big. Okay, and then I think we have to make it bigger, a bit bigger. Yeah, now let's give it a stroke color. Let's swap the color and make it a stroke color, and just Ctrl C and Ctrl F and reduce the size like this while holding down Alt and Shift. Reduce the size like this. Okay, and then let's just Ctrl C and Ctrl F again, and let's just make this one smaller. Okay, we're going to increase the size later on, but let's work with this first. So the first thing you want to do is select this and swap back the color and give it, let's see, a blue color, and select this guy and swap back the colors too. Okay, so the first thing you can do is just select both of them. Okay, select both of them and select your shape builder tool, and holding down Alt, click here. Now we have a cut in the middle here. Now, and the same thing you can do here. So select this one, give it the fill color back, and select the other shape and select your shape builder tool, holding down Alt, can minus this shape from the entire shape. Now as you can see, we now have two different shapes. Okay, and of course we want more cuts at this point, right? So just select the both of them, come to file, come to Windows and Pathfinder, and let's just divide. Okay, so when we divide, we then have our separate shapes like this. Okay, now just kind of swap the colors so as to see what's going on under. And for this other one, all we then need to do right now is just make it bigger, as big as this, and then just send it to the back. Right click and arrange send to back. Okay, so it appears beneath all these other shapes. Now this one, we need to give it a purple. Okay, let's just undo them for now. Sorry, ungroup them for now, and then give this guy an orange color. Okay, give it an orange color, give this guy a purple color, and then give this guy a yellow color. Let's choose this shade of yellow. So all you then need to do is to select all of them. I'm sorry, just select each of them and swap back the colors. Good. And now when we disable our template layer, we then see our awesomeness. Enable it back, and we can just do the same thing for this other part. Okay, so you can actually create them from scratch. I recommend we do so, and we can also actually just kind of group them together and then just duplicate them like this, and then just rotate them like this and fit them together like this. Just fit them perfectly, and that instead of redoing everything. And I feel we should just make do with this. So once more, you can just swap the colors. Let's ungroup you. Just swap all the colors so as to see what colors we have to use for these ones. Okay, for this guy we use let's see, a brighter shade of orange. Okay, and for this guy we use yellow. For this guy we use a brighter blue, and for this guy we use a purple, and swap back our colors. And finally we have this shape here, and of course you know how to achieve this, right? We did it in our last video. just drag it out like this, give it a black stroke, and then Ctrl C, Ctrl F, which is copy and paste in front, and then make it rotated like this while holding down Shift, of course. Then select the both of them, Ctrl C, Ctrl F, hold down Shift and rotate like this. Then select all of them again, Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and just adjust them like this. And yeah, we're done with our second design, and it looks very perfect. Yeah, so in this video we were able to work with the Pathfinder tool again, and also we were able to learn about the shape builder tool. So that will be it for this video, and see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be creating this amazing dog illustration. Okay, so we're going a step further. We're going to learn how to create this illustration while learning the pen tool. Okay, so in order to start, just come here and place, place, and then come to project files and your first design in Illustrator. Okay, reference image tree, select it while clicking on template and then import. So this is now what we have, and all we need to do is come to the artboard tool and kind of resize our artboard to fit into what we already have. Okay, then our selection tool, and then while on the first layer, layer 1, just come to your shape tools and then rectangle tool, and what I want you to do is just come to this edge and start to just drag out to create the body. Okay, drag out to this point to create the body, and then let's just give this 0 stroke, or let's just instead give it a white stroke. Give it a white stroke while selecting our anchor points. Selecting this one, just drag it down like this, and this other one, select it and drag it down like this. Okay, so the tool I want you to learn about today is the pen tool. Okay, now this pen tool is used to create shapes. Okay, it's used to create parts with precision using anchor points and handles. So when you just select the pen tool and start to draw, just click and drag, or just click and click and click. What you then see is when you click and drag, it kind of creates a curve while giving you these handles. Now these are handles that can be used to kind of adjust the look of this curve. Okay, of this curve. So this is what you can do, this is what you can do, this is what you can do. Okay, but when you just click and click and click, what it does is it creates anchor points. Okay, and these anchor points are just precise, are just direct. They don't have handles like these ones. Okay, so these are for sharp angles, while to click and drag will give you curves. Okay, so click and drag gives you curves, while just click gives you sharp angles. Okay, so that's how the pen tool works. And then let's say just delete this, and let's say we select the pen tool and we click and click and click and click and click and click. When we come to this point to close the shape, we will then see this circular icon appear. This tells us that if we click, we will be completing the shape. So when we click, it's going to join the shape as one. Okay, so it's going to join all the parts as one shape. Okay, and if we just select this and swap back, we then see that we have our shape complete. So just delete this, and where we want to use this shape tool or this pen tool for the first time is this tail here. So just click here and come here and just drag it out like this. Okay, come here, let's just click here and come to the end like this. It all depends on how well or how comfortable the situation is. Okay, so I think this will suffice. So let's just drag our anchor point a bit, or our handles a bit, to make the shape even look better. So select your pen tool back and come to where you stopped. Now when you come, you then see that a line appears under the tool icon, right? Now this line, this diagonal line that appears, tells you that if you click, you'll be continuing drawing from where you stopped. Okay, so you just click and you can see that it has joined with the existing path to finish up the drawing. Now for this again, we're just going to swap the colors so as to see what's happening below. And then for this other shape here, all I would do is also select the pen tool and then just come on, click here, click here, click here, click here, and just complete the shape. And while selecting the shape, come on come on stroke and give it a 0 stroke, and come on color and give it a fill color. And after you do this, just select the both shapes and then select your shape builder tool. Now click on your shape builder tool. While holding down Alt, you can delete these extra parts you don't want. Okay, then the next thing to do is to create the leg. Now click your rectangle tool and just drag the leg like this. Okay, after which we select the white color and just swap the colors like this, and then select our anchor point, come to this anchor point, select it and drag our curve like this. And for this part, I'm going to create a rectangle and drag it out like this. Okay, and just give it a purple color, and kind of stretch it out a bit, and then make the anchor points rounded, or make the edges rounded. And while holding down Alt and Shift, just drag the shape to create these extra ones. And yeah, this will suffice. Now what else is left? We have to create this other leg here, this other leg. So what I will do is I'm just going to select this one, hold down Alt and Shift and drag it out like this. Okay, or you know what, I'm just going to select with these other ones and drag it out like this. And for this part, all I would then do is come and kind of select my anchor point tool, that's my direct selection tool, select these anchor points and drag them out like this to reduce the size, and then select your rectangle tool, create a shape like this while giving it an orange color. Okay, and then you swap the shapes like this. So the next thing to do is select this guy, select the shape builder tool, hold down Alt and delete this extra part we don't need. Okay, and yeah, we're making progress. And now we would like to create the head. And for the head, I want us to just use the pen tool to click here, hold down Shift, click here, then come here and click and drag. Okay, click and drag. And then what you should then do is, after you click and drag, you see that you still have kind of a curved continuation. So if you want it to turn back to straight, all you need to do is to click your last anchor point. Okay, so when you click this, you see that it's now angled, it's not rounded any longer. So just click and drag here, and drag to this point and click, then come here and drag and complete our circle or our shape like this. Okay, even though the shape is not completed, we need to still click our last anchor point and then just come here so as to create this head shape like this. So for this one, we can just click here and drag to complete the shape. Okay, now as you can see, we have our shape. Okay, when we finally come to add all our colors, we'll see how everything comes alive. Now the next thing to create for me is this ear. So for this ear, I'm just going to select the pen tool, hold down shift, click here, so just click here and then finally complete the shape, and select our shape, come and give it an orange color. Okay, and for this other ear, we just have to click here, hold down shift, click here, and then come to this point, click here, and come and drag this final point like this. Perfect. And of course this shape has to be below the head, right? So let's just select the head and select this guy, okay, and right click and bring them to front because we want them in the front. Now we have this eye. All you need to do is to select your ellipse tool and just drag out the eye like this. Then finally select your color. And for this nose, select your ellipse tool, click here, and drag it out like this. It mustn't be perfect. Just drag it out like this. Click back here, click here, and complete your shape. Okay. Now I'm using V, of course, to go back to our select tool, and A to go back to our direct selection tool. Okay, so select this one, select the existing shape, and then come to the shape builder tool and holding down Alt, just delete this one like this. Good. What else is left? I think we haven't created these shapes, right? Now come to your ellipse tool, and for this one, just drag it out like this. Okay, just drag it out like this. Come to your selection tool and just drag it out manually to fill the shape, right? Good. And for these other ones, all you need to do is hold on Alt and duplicate your shape like this and increase the size to make it appear perfect. Hold down Alt and also duplicate this guy, increase the size to make it perfect, and finally hold down Alt to bring this guy and reduce the size. Okay, and what else do we do? Select all of them, all these ones, and select the main shape here, and then select the shape builder tool and hold down Alt to kind of minus these shapes. And yeah, we have our design complete now. So all we then need to do is to swap back our colors. I'm just going to disable our shape here. Let me just enable it so as to see what's going on. So come here, swap our colors back. Come here, swap you back. Okay, come here, swap you back. Okay, and come here, swap you back. Come here, swap back, swap back, Remember, you can use the shortcut which is Shift X. Okay, Shift X, Shift X, Shift X, and Shift X. And for this one, finally we do Shift X. Okay, and here we have our design. So let's just select the whole design and bring it out, holding down Shift, of course, and drag it out so as to see what's happening more clearly. So for this guy, just select these ones and kind of right click and bring them to front so they appear on top of this guy. So for the colors, I think I'll just make them become more similar to these ones. Yeah, so that's what we have so far, and now we can enable our layer and just drag it out to fit in more perfectly. And what's left then? Our background is left. Our background is the last thing to do. So you just select your rectangle tool and drag out like this. Select your selection tool, come to colors and choose this purple color. Right click, arrange, send to back. Good. Now we have our design complete. Yeah, that's it for this design, and that's it for the pen tool. In our subsequent lessons, we'll learn even newer tools and techniques in Adobe Illustrator. See you in the next video. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be creating this bear design or this bear illustration in Adobe Illustrator, and we're also going to learn one new drawing tool, which is the curvature tool in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, just open Adobe Illustrator and then come to File, come to Place, and choose this design, this one, which is your first drawing in Illustrator, reference image 4. Okay, and make it a template and place. Okay, so now this is it. I'm just going to use my artboard tool to kind of fit it in more perfectly. Perfect. Okay, now the curvature tool can be located here. This is the curvature tool, and it's very similar to the pen tool. Okay, just that it works with curves. Okay, so when I hover around the curvature tool, we see that the curvature tool creates and edits curved and straight lines easily. Okay, so let me just demonstrate. When you select the curvature tool and just click on an empty space, you have this point. Okay, you can move this point to wherever place you want it to be. Okay, so this is where the first anchor point will be, and the next thing you have to do is to then click and drag. So you see a curve is now being formed. Click and drag, click and drag. If you do not want curves to be formed, you can double click. Okay, double click, double click, double click, and then instead of curves, angles will be formed. Double click, but if you click and drag once, it's going to form curves instead of angles. So double click for angles, click for curves. So basically this is how the curvature tool works. Okay, and it's very similar to the pen tool. So to create our design, now we're just going to start drawing out our points, right? So for this first point, I'm just going to double click and come here and click to create this curve like this. Come here and click. Okay, come here and let's just click here and then kind of double click here and then click here, click here, click here, click here, and click. So our first shape has been drawn, and we can use our direct selection tool to kind of edit our anchor points. Okay, just kind of fit them in more perfectly if we want to. Okay, drag this guy and drag this guy, okay, just to make the drawing fit more perfectly. And then now we have our first one. Just select a gray color and then swap the colors. Okay, the next one we will handle is this one. So come here, double click here, and then come to this point and drag, come to this point and drag, also come to this point, double click, come here and drag, click and drag, come here, click and drag, and come here and click. And very simple, we have our second shape. And we can use our anchor point here to just kind of make this angle softer. Okay, and select back our curvature tool, and then now we'll work on this other guy here. Now this one is just a circle, just an ellipse, a complete ellipse. So just click here and click here, and then click here and click here and complete the circle. Okay, and for this other part here, just click here and click here, bring it this way. Okay, click here, oh sorry, double click and click, 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 and complete. Oh sorry, just double click it to complete. Now I want us to make few adjustments to the points like this. Now we have two shapes and we would like to delete these extra shapes, right? So like we did before, select the two shapes and select our shape builder tool, and then hold down Alt and delete the extra useless space so that we have just this shape. Okay, good. Now the next one would be the head. So the head is also like a complete circle. So just click here, click here, let's click here and click here. Okay, and finally click here. So perfect. Select our anchor point tool, just kind of drag it out like this. Okay, the next thing to create is this middle shape, this white middle shape. Now select our curvature tool, click, double click here because it's kind of angular, right? And then come to a point like this, click and drag, double click, click and drag, and click. Perfect. Select white. Okay, and for this other points, or for this other shape, we just double click, then click and drag. Okay, so I'm just going to undo and then double click rather, and come here and double click. Let's just make it like this. Okay, we'll come back and edit this anchor point here. What's next? We just click and drag and click. Perfect. Now we can come and make some adjustments to our anchor points like this. Okay, perfect. And for this one, we can just adjust it like this. Okay, perfect. For the last part, which is this, we just click here and drag, click here, double click here rather, and click here and drag it to this point, double click here, and just complete the design like this. Perfect. Now let's color our shapes. Okay, so for this one I will choose this this shade of brown. Now these colors might not be available on your Adobe Illustrator because they are custom colors. Okay, and we're going to go into seeing how to create custom swatches, custom colors in our swatches in later videos. But for now, if you really want to create something like this, you can just come to this tool, that double click here to open the color picker tool, and just manually adjust your colors, your color picker. As you can see, I'm dragging it down, right, so as to change the color. So when you have the brown like this, you can then use this icon or your mouse to kind of choose the exact color you want. Okay, but any color will suffice for this project. Just use any color of your choice, and just because we have one specific color and then all the others are shades of that color, right? So this is what we have now. Now for this guy, we'll just swap the colors. Okay, this guy also will swap the color, but this guy has to be at the back, so send to back. This guy, we will choose a brown color, a brighter brown, then swap it, or then swap, then swap it. And this guy should be at the front like this. Okay, now for this one, we will choose a brighter color and swap it, and then probably select all of them including this guy and send everything to the back so as to enable us see this one. For this guy, I'm just going to swap him and bring him to the front. For this guy, I'm going to choose a white color or brighter gray and reveal. White should work better. And for this guy, I'm going to choose a darker brown. And for this one, finally, I'm going to choose a white and swap the colors. Good. Now for this ear, we want it to appear at the back. Okay, and when we disable our reference layer, you can see what we have. So I want to create a background, so just select your rectangle tool, select, let's say, a brown color like this, the shade of brown, and just drag it out like this and arrange, send to back. Just going to choose another color. So when we see arrange and send to back, it should go to the back of everything, but we need it on a separate layer because we don't want to be selecting it because it's a background. So come to your shape panel here and create new layer. Okay, and then drag the new layer below like this. Then click on this guy and edit, cut, and then select the layer and edit, paste in front. Okay, good. So let's just maybe change the color of this guy. Yeah, let's use this one, and then we can now click here, this empty space, to lock the layer so we can't select it any longer. Okay, good. So what then do we do? What we then need to do is reflect this shape here, flip a copy of it to the other side of the ear, transform and reflect. And the reflect options are here. For axis, it tells you whether to reflect it along the horizontal axis or the vertical axis. For this case, we want the vertical axis, and then we want a perfect reflection, so we're going to choose 90 degrees. Okay, and instead of OK, we will choose copy, because when we click copy, it's going to keep the original version while creating a copy with these reflected attributes. So copy and then drag it while holding down shift. Okay, drag it out like this. Yeah, perfect. Same thing we'll do for this guy. So select, transform and reflect, and then copy. Just drag it out like this. Okay, drag it out like this, like this. Just checking to see if everything aligns perfectly. Let's work with this, right? Yeah, this will work. So as you can see, we now have our design, our beer design, and I want to add highlights and shadows to our design so as to give it more depth. Okay, from our reference image here, if you look closely, you'll be able to see some shadows and highlights. Okay, so that's what I just want to add. So for this purpose, I'm just going to come here. We can add them with either our pen tool or our curvature tool. Okay, I'm going to use the pen tool, and I'm just going to come here, draw out draw out the shape like this, then have something like this. Okay, then while selecting it, we select the main shape and then use our shape builder tool, and while holding down Alt, we can delete the extra unneeded shape, and boom, we have this one here. We can use the the direct selection tool to kind of adjust our points even better. Okay, let's choose a brown color for now, or brighter brown, or let's just choose the same brown color, and then just adjust the color to make it look like a highlight, right? Good. So the next thing we need to do is to bring these layers on top of the layer, so we now have it looking like a highlight. Okay, so I just want you to go about and add the remaining. Okay, just using the pen or curvature tool and the shape builder tool. Okay, so you can add as many highlights and shadows as you can, so as to give the drawing more depth. Okay, and that will be it for this lecture. In the next one, we are going to create one last drawing using the tools we've learned about. See you in the next. Bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we are going to be creating this bird illustration together using the tools which we've learned in previous videos. Okay, we're going to together create this amazing bird illustration. So go into Adobe Illustrator and then come to File and Place, and then select our reference image here, and then template, click template and place. Now the next thing to do, like always, is to use our artboard tool to kind of adjust our artboard to fit into our reference image. Yeah, so in order to begin, while selecting our layer 1, we have to use our curvature tool, right? To select the curvature tool, come zoom in using the Alt and mouse wheel, and then click here and come to a point like this and click here, and come to this point, click here and click here, and I'm just going to use the direct selection tool to just work a bit on our anchor points like this. Okay, good. Work a bit on our anchor points to make them look even better. Perfect. So select our tool and continue. Select our tool. Okay, and I'm just going to click here to see if it works well. yeah, no, undo, and just come here and come here, come here, come here, and double click here, then double click, double click. I'm going to remove the fill color. I'm going to remove the fill color like this, okay, and then double click here and kind of click here to create this curved shape like this, and then click here, okay, and click here and click here, and finally click here to complete the shape. Okay, then for this shape we're just going to choose let's choose this shade of blue, and then kind of edit it to make it look very pale. Okay, good. And I'm just going to select the direct selection tool and try to make it make our shape look even better. Okay, just drag out like this to make it look even better. Okay, move it out like this. It mustn't be this perfect, it mustn't follow the template very perfectly. Okay, we just want to have the best shape we can. Good, I think we can work with this. Now for this other line, we select our shape tool, or that's for the wings, right? Or curvature tool rather, and then come here, double click here, then double click here, and then click and drag. Okay, click and drag. Sorry, let's click and drag, click and drag, and then click. And for this we are going to make the blue darker. Perfect. And then for this other part, we will take our curvature tool, click here, click here, click here, then just double click, double click, double click, and close. And close. And we can just adjust our points to make them look better. To make our drawing look better. Okay. Yeah, this will work. And then we just have to select this guy and select this guy, come to our shape builder tool, and holding down Alt, delete this guy. Good. So this is now what we have. And then the next thing to create is our kind of tail feather here. Just come here, select the pen tool, click here, drag, click here, click here, click here, and click here. Okay, selecting it, we can choose our red color. Okay, and for the beak, we can click here, click here, click here, and click here while dragging. Okay, perfect. And then okay, let's do the eyes first. So for this, we can just use this tool. That's the curvature tool, or the curvature tool. Again, click here, click here, click here, click here, and click here. Perfect. And make this white. Okay, and copy and then paste in front while reducing the size to something like this, then making this color purple, purple, Yeah. Then for these other ones, all we need to do is use a rectangle tool, drag like this, and then drag like this, and select the both of them, come and use a gray color, okay, and then for this fit, just use the curvature tool, double click here, click and drag, click and drag, and click. Perfect. And then we will just use a red color, and we can hold down Alt and duplicate it like this. Perfect. Now all we then need to do is just swap our colors back, swap our color back, okay, swap this guy, then move it to the back, swap this guy, swap this guy, swap this guy, swap this guy, and swap this guy. Good. And just check our reference image to see. Yeah, we've done a good job, even though we can work more on this color and the colors of the legs. Maybe let's make this darker while sending them to the back. And for this guy, we can make the color way brighter. Yeah, and then for these reds, you could make them a little bit pale, okay, like this. Yeah, so this is it, and as you can see, it's nothing too complex, okay, nothing too complicated. And if we want to go an extra step further, we could add highlights like we did before. Okay, I'm just going to add highlights for this guy. I'm going to make it look like this. Okay, just make the color way brighter, and then select both and use our shape builder tool, holding down Alt and deleting the extra space. Okay, so we've created this highlight here. And for this other guy, I'm just going to use the curvature tool, then double click here, or double click here, and then just double click here. Okay, so select the new shape and the old shape, and then use the shape builder tool, holding down Alt, delete the excess. And for this new shape, just make it brighter. Okay, make it brighter. Now you can just come and try to make this one look better like this. Okay, and if you would like to turn an anchor point like this into a curved or smooth point, all you need to do is to click this convert selected anchor point to smooth icon. Okay, so when you click it, it's going to turn it to a smooth point with handles. And if you want to turn a smooth point to an anchor point, you have to click like this. Okay, a smooth point to a point with sharp angles, right? You have to just click this and it's going to convert. So I think we need to create a point here. Okay, just to help us kind of edit our shape better. Yeah, that's our highlight. Okay, so select this tool, come to shape builder, and just okay, we can't actually delete it because it's it's part of our background image. So if we just remove our background image, we see that everything looks perfect right now. So after you're done with the drawing, I would like you to just go in and try to create more shadows and highlights to give our drawing more depth. Okay, I've done this first and second one for you, so just do the remaining and see you in the next video. Bye. Hello guys and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning about the pencil tool. Okay, so the pencil tool can be found here. So just hold down your left mouse button, and where you see the shaper tool, just hold it down, and then the pencil tool will be the second one. So just click on the pencil tool, and this is the pencil tool, right? This is the interface of the pencil tool. This is how it looks. Okay, and I have gone in and created this cool illustration. Okay, this dog themed illustration, or this pet themed illustration, okay, where we have this dog thinking of a bone, we have this crown on its head, this one thinking of a bone, this one thinking of money with crown, we have a pulse, we have I love pets, and so on and so forth. Just very cool illustrations, just with the pencil tool. Okay, so how does the pencil tool work? The pencil tool enables us to draw out stuff. Okay, so when you select it, you just draw out stuff, and you see, when I zoom in, we then see what we now have with our pencil tool. Okay, so with this, we can now go to our properties. We can increase the stroke size of our pencil tool. Okay, and we can choose brush presets. Okay, we can choose brush presets, which we are of course going to look at later on in more details. Okay, but for now, just know that these are the few things we can do with our pencil tool. Okay, so just delete this and select our pencil tool again. Now when you select our pencil tool and double click on it, we see pencil tool options. Okay, so these options will help define how our pencil tool will act. Okay, now we have this slider here, which is titled Fidelity. Okay, so this will help us to smoothen out our drawings if we drag it to the extreme end. Okay, so when we drag this to the extreme end, it helps us smoothen out our drawings. So when I click OK and I draw this and I select my drawing tool, we can see that because I increased the fidelity to the maximum, it has made my drawing very smooth, very organic. Okay, so that's just how it works. Okay, that's just how it works. So I'm just going to take my time to import this image without the illustrations. So I'm just going to place. Okay, now when I place, as you know, I can now drag it. So I'm just going to drag it and come to my layers and create a new layer, and this other layer I'm just going to lock it. Okay, so I don't select it. So we are just going to go through how to use our pencil tool to create amazing illustrations like this. So I'm just going to increase the stroke to 2, then select our pencil tool, then increase the change the stroke color to white. Okay, and then just try to draw out and see what we have. So as you can see, this is now our drawing. So let me just make the stroke a little bit bigger. Yeah, so our drawing is now more visible, right? So I can even make the stroke even bigger than this. Let's make it 6. Okay, 6, and yeah. So for this one, for the crown, you could just draw a crown like this. Okay, and you see we now have a crown. If you want to draw a straight line, just hold down shift and then draw and have a straight line. So but for this, I'm just going to leave it like this. So my drawing might be rough in some places, okay, but this is just to illustrate to you how to use the drawing tool, okay, or the pencil tool. So just kind of create my circles here for my crown. Okay, then we have an illustration like this, we have one like this. Okay, that comes like this. Yeah, and we can just have nice scribble effects, and we even have this one which is more like an arrow. Okay, we are going to come to this later on, but we get the point. Now for this one, we have our bone like this. Okay, if your drawing doesn't come out well, you can undo it and just try to create a new one. Okay, then we have something like this. Okay, and we have this like this, right? Yeah, we're making progress, and after doing our drawings, we can still select our drawings and kind of adjust their sizes. Maybe make this smaller. Okay, perfect. And we also have a bone illustration here. So just a bone. Sorry, my drawing is bad. Just a bone. This. Okay. Yeah. Let me just undo it and create another drawing. Perfect. Still not good. I'm still not satisfied with it. Okay, let me try it once more. This bone is quite big though. You know what? I'm just going to delete this guy, select this guy, and drag him here. Okay. Then while selecting our anchor point tool, I can actually select the anchor points here and edit them. I can make the bone longer. Okay, make it longer. Even select this anchor point and just adjust the edge curve like this. Even do same here. Okay, so all these are what we can do to our drawings after using the pencil tool. Now go back to our pencil tool and then just create this cloud of thoughts. Okay, mustn't be perfect, just this. Good. And we just have some circles like this pointing to our very lovely looking dog. So I'm not satisfied with this guy. I'm just going to delete him. I'm going to bring this one here, make him bigger. Okay, yeah. How are we doing? We're having some progress. And for this other guy, he's thinking about some moolah, he's thinking about some cash. So just drag it like this. Perfect. And then have some clouds. Okay, perfect. Then we have thoughts coming. Okay, you get the point. Then we have an outline like this. Okay, we have another one like this. And just be creative. It mustn't look as exact as this. Just be creative with it. You could have other things added. Okay, so I'm just going to pause for now and then just try to show you one more option which you can use with the pen tool. Now this option is called the stroke. Okay, now this is the stroke. Okay, this is the stroke panel. Now when you when you come here and click on show options, it's going to show you the stroke options. Okay, so with these stroke options, you can actually modify the strokes of our drawings. Remember, these are just shapes with strokes. Okay, we have a stroke color and we have a stroke thickness. Now with these options here, we can actually edit our stroke. So we have the weight, okay, which is 6, 7, 8. You can adjust the weight here. We have the cap. Now it is set to butt cap. We have the rounded cap. We have the projecting cap. Let me just create one line here for you to see how the whole thing works, right? So for this, we have the butt cap. If we choose the rounded cap, you can see the changing happening here, right? So butt cap, rounded cap, projecting cap. Okay, projecting cap, rounded cap, butt cap. And then for the corners, we have this one, which is called the minter corner. I'm just going to create a corner here so you see how it works. We have this one, which is the default, called the meter joint. Then we have this one, which is called the rounded joint, so you see how it's changing, right? And then we have this one, which is called the bevel joints. This is how it works: bevel joints, or rounded joints, and minter joints, right? And then we have these other ones, not too important. And we have what we call dash lines. Okay, so when you enable this, it just creates dashes, and you can edit the dashes by changing the value here. Let's make it 16. Okay, you can even change the value of the gaps, so it means the dashes are 16 points long and the gaps are 10 points long. Okay, let's make this 20. So as you can see, the dashes are 2 times the gaps. Okay, so that's the whole thing behind here. Now you can also create more variations. Okay, so it creates dashes within dashes. Okay, just undo. Okay, just undo to bring it back to the normal, and just go through these options on your own. And we have here, which is called the arrowheads. Now these arrowheads are just what the name implies, arrowheads. Okay, so when you come here, you can choose a head for your line, and you can choose a tail for your line. Okay, depending on where you want it to be, you can choose a head and a head, or a tail and a tail, or a head and a tail, just depending on what you want. Okay, yeah, so these are the arrowheads. And then finally we have what we call profiles. So these profiles, let me just create a line like this. So these profiles are kind of the way our lines will appear. Okay, the profiling of our line. So let me just choose this one so you see what's happening, and let's just uncheck the dash line. Okay, you can see that the profile created here is very similar to the one here. So it has tapering edges, and we have many other profiles. We have this one. Let's just make the stroke bigger so as to see what's happening even better. Okay, we have these ones, we have this one, we have this one, we have this one. Okay, so these are the profiles we have. For this guy, I'm actually going to give it a arrowhead. Okay, just like how we have here, right? Arrowhead and a tail. Okay, arrowhead and a tail. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I think the tail we had here is this one. Yeah, so the arrowhead and the tail. Okay, perfect. So basically these are what you can achieve with the pen tool. So just go in and just try to add more things, make yours as interesting as possible, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about the brush tool. Okay, now as you can see, I have gone in and added some more effects to our initial illustration. Okay, I added some brush effects, added some more drawings, okay, some more doodle to make our illustration even better. Okay, so the first thing I need you to do is come and open this file. Come here, click open, just come to project, and then this file which says working with brushes. Okay, just open it and you have this drawing like this. Now the next thing I need you to do is come to our initial drawing, and then just free this layer, just unlock this layer and marquee select our entire drawing. That's the initial drawing, and hold it and drag like this, and now release. So you are dragging it to our new drawing, right? Our new drawing, so we can practice on it. Perfect. So I want to separate the background layer from the layer which we have our drawings on. As you can see, they are all on the same layer. All right, so just click here, come to edit and cut, and then just come and paste it in the layer beneath. Okay, paste in front, and everything looks perfect. So just lock the layer. And let's start. So how does the brush tool work, and where can we find the brush tool? Now this is the brush tool. You can see paint brush tool. This is the paint brush tool, and selecting our layer, we can just drag, and there you see it. It works just like the pencil tool which we just looked at, right? So let's just select them and delete, and select our tool once more. So it is used to draw outlines. Okay, used to draw outlines. Okay, just like the pencil tool, but we don't use it to fill our spaces. We don't use it to fill our spaces because it doesn't do a good job. Okay, it creates, if we try to use it to fill our spaces, we can see that all these spaces have, all these lines have anchor points, and it just makes our work very messy. So in order to fill spaces, we can use the blob brush tool. Okay, so it's a brush tool, but it does not create anchor points like the brush tool does. It only creates whole objects. Okay, so as you can see, this is it, unlike the brush tool. Okay, so this can now be seen as a whole object. Okay, unlike the brush tool. So that's by the way. And when on our brush tool, and when we double click the brush tool, we then see a similar option with what we had on our pencil tool. Okay, so they work just similarly. Now we have the fidelity once more, and when we drag it to smooth, it then kind of helps us smoothen out our drawings like this, as you can see. Okay, I actually find the brush tool easier to use than the pencil tool. Okay, so that's just the brush tool for you. Okay, let's select the brush tool. Let me just look at some other illustrations which I added. I came here, made this shape here. I made one other one at this point. All right. Okay, perfect. I made this other random shape like this one like this. I came here and made okay, made this guy look like this. Okay, perfect. Now what else did I add? Came and added stuff like this. Came and added some random drawings like this. Okay, just made the whole thing look busier. Came and just, okay, you get the point, right? It all depends on your creativity and your ideas. Okay, yeah. So how did I add the brush effect, these brush effects you're seeing. How did I add them? What I did was I came to Windows, came down. Now you see where it says brush libraries, right? Now these are the brushes. Now these are presets which you can use on your brushes. I added one of the ones I added is the vector pack. Okay, so when you click, you see that the panel appears with the brushes, okay, with the brush presets. So let's say I want to even activate more. I just come here, come to brush libraries, then let's say we want artistic paint brushes. Now we see that they have been added to the panel, right? So we can navigate through them. You can even drag this one to come before the other one. And what I wanted to show you the last time was the brush options, right? Now these brush options, when we double click here, we see that the art brush options are out now. The name of the brush preset, okay, which is the grunge brush vector pack 01, then the width, and we have many other options. And actually it all depends on the brush you pick, okay? So it all depends on the brush you pick. We even have directions, okay, directions, depending on what direction you want the brush to follow as you draw. We have the key color, you can change this. We have the flip, we have all other options. When we come on a brush like this, we have some options different from the ones we just saw. Now this one has what they call the angle, okay, so the angle at which the brush will draw the line. We have the roundness, we can make it kind of oval like this, okay, and we can make it round. We can increase the size and so on and so forth, just for you to know, okay? So let's just try to make our drawings more interesting using our brush preset. So select this guy and come on this and just select this one and see how it looks. So we can reduce the size of our stroke and test more presets. Okay, I think I'll just let me select this guy and reduce the stroke size. See, I think I'll just go with you guys. No, I don't like the way this part is empty. I'll just go with something. Yeah, I'll just go with this guy and maybe increase the size a bit, and then just use the anchor point tool, come here and make this softer. Same here, make it softer. Same here, make it softer. Same here, make it softer. Sorry, make it softer. Okay, yeah, perfect. What else do we have? We have these ones too. Okay, perfect for me. Okay, guys, we have a lot of brush presets. You should just go and check out for yourself. I can't cover all the brush presets we have in this video. Okay, okay, perfect. And we have these other brush presets. Let me just select this guy and give it this preset and see. Yeah, let's use this one for the pause. Select you, deselect you, and yeah, so it doesn't look too perfect. Okay, remember we're trying to make it look hand-drawn. Okay, and then we have some other presets like let me see, artistic, arrows, borders. We have the decorative, we have many others. To let me just choose. Okay, there's this one I'm looking for. Okay, let's choose artistic ink. and let's see how it looks here. I'm not feeling this one. I'm not feeling it. And one thing you also have to know about this brush presets is they can be used as single entities. Okay, what do I mean by single entities? They can be used as art assets instead of following a path like brushes. So how do we do that? We just come here and drag it out. Okay, so when you come and drag it out, you then have the effect. You don't have the effect instead of it following your brush. Okay, so we can use now these guys for our graphics. Drag the guy out. Some of them are very heavy, very heavy. Okay, not really heavy. It's this heavy because I was applying it to this existing brush stroke. So I'm just going to delete that and play more with okay, let me just select this guy to see which one we used. So this is the hand-drawn brush vector pack, right? So let me just look for it to see if I can get it. The hand-drawn. So go to brush presets and vector pack, hand-drawn brush vector pack. Yeah, so this is it. And this we can now just come here, add it like this, come here, add it like this. Just make our drawings more interesting. Okay, perfect. So the next thing to do is to have this effect, okay, this brush effect. So we will just select the drawings and then come on the grunge brushes and just select the ones we deem fit. Now this is cool for me. And like I told you before, we can use the blob brush tool to kind of fill in our brushes, right? To kind of fill in the empty spaces, right? Yeah, we can do that. And we're going to just try to do that here and use other methods also to fill these other places. So for that, we come to brush, then click it. And for this guy, we're going to use a purple color. So can we make this bigger? Undo. So just come instead and select a big brush. Not too satisfied, but I'm just going to use it like that. As you can see, we have filled in our drawing, and we can select it and just choose a color for it. Choose a color for it, and then kind of bring the drawing in front. Okay, and we can do same with all other elements in the design. Okay, and then bring this guy to front, and just feel free to do the rest. And then for these ones I'm going to select them. I'm going to choose the shape builder tool. Now, like I told you before, the shape builder tool can also be used to select colors, right? So if we select a color here, we can just fill it in with the shape builder tool, and then choose another color and then fill it in. Choose another color, fill that color in, and then just keep filling how we want it to be filled, right? Okay, fill. Perfect. And for this guy, just come use your direct selection tool, click this anchor point and just kind of edit it like this to make it even better. Okay. Yeah, for this crown, we're going to use my shape builder tool. Okay. I think it won't work for this one. I'm just going to use my blob tool instead, and then draw out the feel. Select you, choose a color for you, and then bring the main guy to the front. Okay, and we can just select this guy and duplicate it and reduce the size instead of redoing the drawings over and over again. Duplicate this guy, same thing. Change the color, and bring the main shapes to the front. Okay, just go on and try to complete the design. Just going to close the libraries here. Just complete the whole design in your way. Okay, places I've left out, just fill them in and try to add as much details as you can. Okay, I'm just going to delete all the other elements, redundant elements. And yeah, we have come to the end of this video. Okay, so I hope you've learned a lot concerning the brush tool and how to use the brush tool. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello designers, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning one new tool, very interesting tool, which is the width tool. Okay, now this is the width tool here. Okay, this is the width tool, and from here you can see what it does, right? Vary the thickness of strokes along their paths. Okay, so it varies the thickness of strokes along their path. That's just what it does. So I'm just going to demonstrate the width tool with a line here. Okay, so select the width tool and come and select the width tool. Select the width tool. Just come on your stroke and click and drag. Now can you see what's happening? When we leave it, we can see that we've illustrated something that looks like a leaf with our width tool, right? So it kind of tapers the both ends and varies their width, right? Okay, and this again, we can have something like this depending on what you want to create and depending on where you choose or where you choose to put it. The width tool will give you different designs. Okay, different designs. As you can see, we are having different designs depending on my location of effects. Okay, so as you can see, this is what the width tool does for you. Perfect. Very simple but interesting tool, right? Yeah. Perfect. This is the width tool for you. So I have come up with a few drawings here to use for demonstration purposes, so as to demonstrate to you the effects of the width tool. So I'm just going to select them. I'm going to make my stroke the least size, and I'm going to select my width tool. Okay, so when I come to the drawings and just drag like this, you can see that immediately the sizes increase, right? You can just undo and bring the sizes and make it happen here. Make this also happen like this. Okay, and I can just use my I'll just use my direct selection tool and try to make this come deeper so as to meet with this other one, right? And then the next thing to do is select our drawing here, use the width tool to kind of create this effect. So we're trying to illustrate a leaf, and the width tool will do just a perfect job. Okay, just perfect. Drag it out, drag it out, drag it out, drag it out, and drag it out a bit, drag it out. Perfect. For this one, so drag it. Okay. Perfect. As you can see, we now have our beautiful leaf design courtesy of the width tool. You can do same with this guy. Select our width tool, drag it out, drag it out, and drag it out. Perfect. Yeah, so this is what we've been able to come up with our width tool. So there's one more thing I want us to do. I want us to create a font, okay, to create a type with the width tool. So what I want you to do is just come here, hold and click the rectangular grid tool. So what does this tool do? This tool creates grids. Okay, so when you click, you see that the option come out, and then we now have the size, which is the width and the height. We all have them at 100 points. We have the horizontal dividers, we have the vertical dividers, we have the skew, but we're going to leave it at 0, but we don't want a skew effect. And then that's for the horizontal and also for the vertical, and that's okay. And immediately you see it creates this kind of grid for us. Okay, so that's of course with the settings, which are 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Perfect. So what we want to do is we don't want to use this these options. We just want to make this 0 and 0, okay, and then okay, so that it creates just one. Okay, so we want these grid lines to serve as our protection for our fonts, right? So all you need to do then is to select and then hold down Alt and drag out like this, so as to get a tiny space in between them. Come to edit, and then I'll come to object, and then transform, and then transform again. Now this will do the previous action, and the shortcut is Control D or Command D on your Mac, right? So Control D. So when we select it and Control D, we see that we have another box here with the same distance. Then Control D, Control D, Control D. Okay, so what I want us to write is floral. Okay, so you can use any tool you deem it fit to create this, but I would like to create kind of a cursive font. Okay, a cursive font. I'm going to use my pen tool so as to have quite a bit of control. Okay, so this the F, letter F. Need to select this, connect this guy, and just make our F more interesting. Select our anchor points and drag it out like this, and then use our pen tool back again. Just kind of create an F like this. Okay, perfect. And so create the other part of the letter F. Okay, so this will stand for F, and then we want the next one, which is L. Okay, so the L should start like this. Okay, and you can use any tool you are most familiar with. You can use the curve tool if you want, you can use the pen tool if you want, you can use whatever tool. I'm just going to use the pen tool. Drag this out like this, and the next letter to create is letter O. So for this, I'm going to use the curvature tool. Click here, click here, click here, click here. Sorry, click here, click here, and click. Yeah, let's just click here to complete it. Okay, perfect. Then the next one is the R. I'm just going to take this guy and bring him like this. Okay, I'm going to select this guy. Should I use this? Let me just select this guy and drag him like this too. And what I am then going to do is just select this anchor point and delete it. Select my pen tool, connect to the previous point, and drag it out like this. Drag it out like this and release. Okay, come on, do some little adjustments here. Okay, and finally create the leg for R. Perfect. Floral, and then we have the letter A to create. What can we copy from our existing shapes? Let me just copy this guy, drag him here, and kind of edit it like this. Then just have one other one looking like this. Does it look good? No, I don't feel it. Let's just create a new one. Okay, and then select our anchor point here. Just adjust it like this. It all depends on what you want to create. Okay, the type of cursive font or whatever type of font you want to create. Okay, and then we want this part. Okay, and finally we're going to floral. L is the last letter rather, and just select this L and drag it out like this. So we have our fonts, the floral written. So just delete the grid which we created. Just delete them and marvel at your work. So select this guy, make it big just to create some kind of design. Okay, make him big, something like this. Yeah, so the next thing to do is to use our width tool to achieve some nice effects, right? So let's start with F. Select this guy, come to width tool, and let's just come to the middle here and create this kind of effect. Perfect. Do same here. Perfect. Do same here. Like this. Fine. Then for this guy, do same here and do same here. This guy, drag it here. Okay, and of course you can create several points depending on what you want to create. It all depends on what you want to create. Okay, I could have the point like this. Okay, it all depends on what you want to create, really. Drag this guy, drag this other guy. We want to make this guy bigger. Okay, we want to make this guy smaller. Who knows? Make this guy bigger. Okay, and just drag drag this one like this, and this like this, and this like this, and this like this, and this like this, and finally this like this. Okay, so nothing too interesting, just for demonstration purposes. We definitely can come up with better fonts than this. Okay, the next thing I want you to do is come, please select this guy, this one that says Flora, and please now we can just drag out our design like that, like this, and then just kind of group this and group, or Ctrl G for group, and arrange, bring to front. This is what we then have, and we can reduce the sizes, and when we reduce the size, of course you see as we reduce the size it gets thicker, and we don't want this to happen. We just want the size to be this thick. So the thing you can do to avoid that is just come here to objects and expand appearance, and you can come again and just expand. Okay, so what it does is it breaks this point, it turns it from a stroke to an actual shape. It turns them from strokes to actual shapes. Okay, the problem with this is you can't go back to edit the strokes. The only thing you can edit is the anchor point now of the new shape it has created. Okay, so we don't want to do any more edits, so just that's why we expanded the whole thing. So for this you can now come and select your color or whatever thing you want to fill it with. Now one other thing we can do is just edit, copy, edit, paste in front. Okay, then just use your arrow keys to shift it backwards. Okay, and then just make this darker, and you know what I want to do? The next thing I want to do is just select, arrange, send backwards, so it kind of appears like a shadow effect. Okay, not too attractive for me, but you get the point, you get the lesson I'm trying to pass on to you here. Right? Yeah, so that's just what we've been able to create with just the width tool. Okay, with just the width tool. So the width tool is a very great tool, and you can just knock yourself out with the width tool, create as much things as you want. In the next video, it will be an assignment. Most probably you'll be required to use the width tool to create stuff. That should be the next upper video, though not the next video. The next video should be on the blend shape tool. Okay, yeah, the blend shape tool. And with this, we've come to the end of our lecture. See you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be learning about the blend shape tool. So this is the blend shape tool. Okay, what the blend shape tool does is it blends between shapes. Okay, it blends between shapes. It can blend between one shape and another and creates a line of shapes blending from one shape to another. Okay, let me just demonstrate it. So let's assume we have a rectangle here. Let's make this this color, and we have this shape here. Okay, let's make this blue color. Okay, and let's say we have another one here that looks like this. Let's say we have this as green color. So the blend shape, like you can see here, can enable us blend between this shape to this shape and this shape to this shape, or whatever arrangement we want. Okay, so this is an example of something of a blend between three shapes. So these are just three shapes. This is the first shape, this is the second shape, and this is the third shape. Okay, so it can blend the colors, it can also blend the shape of the shapes. Okay, the form of the shapes. Okay, so all you need to do is to come here and then just double click to open the blend options. Okay, so these are the blend options, and then now you can choose smooth color, you can choose specific steps, you can choose distance. I'm just going to choose specific steps, and then let's make this 10, then okay. Now when I choose my first shape, okay, and then I blend it with this second shape, you then immediately see that Adobe Illustrator has blended this shape to this shape. That's both the forms of the shapes and also the colors of the shapes. Okay, we can then do this guy to this guy, and as you can see, it creates a very perfect sweet blending between these shapes. Okay, so you can even play around with the shapes, try to edit them, and everything falls out just perfectly. Okay, so the more the steps, the more complex our drawing will be. So let's assume we have this guy, and then we have let's see a star. Okay, let's say a star. Okay, the star is this color. We have this guy to be this color, right? So when you double click on your blend shape tool or you have blend shape tool, you have the blend options like you know it. Now let's just make this 50. Okay, let's just make this 50 so you see what then happens. So select your tool, select the blend shape tool, click here and click here. Now what can you see? You can now see a perfect blend because the shapes are now much. They are not just the steps are now much, rather they are not just 10 steps like we have here. We have more steps, and therefore a more unique way of blending. Okay, a more unique blend. Okay, so that's the way this tool works. So we can use this to create very amazing design, very sweet designs. Okay, you can even edit the color. Okay, do the color, make different adjustments to our design so as to get the ideal stuff we want. Let's just get this out of the way and come here and just select your pen tool and try to create something like this, and then create something like this. Okay, you can hit escape to get out, and then come here and also create something like this, and then select this guy, give him stroke color of purple, select this guy, give him a stroke color of pink. This should be pink, right? Yeah, okay, this is magenta, not pink. Yeah, so this is what we have now. Let's make this blend, let's make it 30. Okay, let's make it 30, and then select this guy, select our blend shape tool, click here and click here. As you can see now, we have a blend between the both shapes. So let's just try to increase their stroke sizes so you see what's happening better. Okay, so we have this one, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on it, come to objects, come to blend, and then come to release. So when you release it, it then releases the blending you've done. Okay, I'm just going to make the stroke 2, and I'm going to go again to our tool, make this 100. Okay, 100. Okay, select the first one, click here and click here. And what do you see? This is a more interesting look, in my own opinion, more interesting look. And when I increase the stroke size, we can see a more sweet, intricate look. Okay, and imagine I just use a clipping mask or a mask. Don't worry about that, we're going to learn that in further lessons. And I just select them and Ctrl 7, select the boot and Ctrl 7, just to trim the design to the workspace. So you can see that we don't even know that there is another part here, and it kind of looks cool, right? So these are the things we can do with our blend shape tool. Okay, we can do this and even more, and in further lessons we are going to really use our blend shape tool to create very nice designs, most probably in our last lessons. Okay, we're going to use most of the things we've learned in this course to create very nice designs, and the blend shape tool will be one of the things we will work with. Okay, yeah, so that will be it for this video, and all of these files will be made available for you so as to see for yourself. Yeah, so hope to see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning how to export our designs from Adobe Illustrator for the purpose of printing. Okay, so just come to file and open this design, this file rather, this 13 export from Adobe Illustrator for print. Okay, just come on your export from Adobe Illustrator folder and select this one which says for print, right? And then just open it. So when you open it, you are going to have this on your screen. Now before you export for print, there are a few things you have to conclude on, and there are a few things you have to check. So the first thing is the format to which you would like to export, and generally there are two formats that most printing companies use. Most printing companies use the PDF format and also the JPEG format, and I'm going to show you how to export in both formats in this video. And the second thing you have to check is the color mode which you want to export in. For the color mode, I recommend you also confirm with your printer which color mode they will accept, because there are two color modes. We have the CMYK color mode and we have the RGB color mode. Don't worry if you do not understand much about the color modes. We have a separate module in this course where we take a dive into colors and look at even the CMYK and RGB colors. Okay, so generally for big printing presses, the CMYK color mode is usually used, but for smaller machines, the RGB color mode will work perfectly. So how do we change the color mode? Just come to File and Document Color Mode, and now you see it's currently at RGB, currently at CMYK, and as you can see it here, it's CMYK, right? Just come the document and change to RGB if you would like to use an RGB color mode. Okay, so this is just the simple thing you have to do in order to change the color modes. Okay, so these are the first two things you have to agree on: the color mode and the format to which you would like to export. And finally, you have to check the document size. Okay, so a higher document size could slow your system's performance if you're dealing with a very complicated design. Okay, so you could lower it during the work or during your design phase, and when you want to export, I recommend you use the high, which is 300 ppi. Okay, you can also choose custom resolutions where you can choose higher resolutions. Okay, so these resolution figures will guide how high resolution your design is. So higher ppi values will generally help you achieve higher resolution designs. Okay, so in order to export your design, let's assume we have everything set the way we want it. We have the color modes, we have our resolution, and we know the formats we want to export. So let's export in the JPEG format for now. So in order to do that, just come to File and go to Export and then Export As. Okay, now come to the folder and just choose the format here, and in this case we're choosing JPEG. So select JPEG and then click on Use Artboards so as to select the artboard we want to use. And as you can see, we only have one artboard here, so this is artboard 1. Okay, so artboard 1, and click Export. Now this option now comes up where you are asked to choose the color mode again, which is CMYK or RGB. If you choose grayscale, it's going to export a gray design. Okay, so it's not going to have colors, it's just going to be black and white. So I will choose CMYK, and then for the quality, this will determine the quality of your design. Okay, so just keep it at 10, let's keep it at maximum, it doesn't cost you anything. And then for here, just leave this as baseline. Okay, and then for resolution, just take it to 300. Okay, 300, or you can use others to take it even higher if you want, but 300 will do. And then just click OK, and Adobe Illustrator will create a document for you. And as you can see, this is our document ready for print. So this is the process you go through in order to export a JPEG format image. Now the next one is to export a PDF. So in order to export a PDF, just come to File and Save As. Okay, now you then choose Adobe PDF. Okay, and save, and then the PDF option will pop up. Now there are presets which you can choose from, so you just choose the high quality. Okay, now if you choose the high quality, we can just save as here, and it's going to create a PDF file. Okay, it's going to create a PDF file, but the PDF file is going to create, if we do this, is going to be very probably very high in size, or high in size, not too high probably. As you can see, it's 835 KB. This is okay, but you can also, if the size is too big, you can just come to Save As. Okay, PDF again, let's just make this 1 and Save As. And after choosing the high quality, you just uncheck this box. If you uncheck this box and click Save As, it's going to create a smaller but very usable version. So you can see this one is 835 and this one is 88.6 KB. Okay, the size, the quality has not reduced. It's just that this one it's created is more of an Adobe Illustrator file. Okay, while this one is more of a general PDF file. Okay, and we want a general PDF file, right? So this will work, this will suffice. So these are basically the 2 steps you take in order to export your designs out of Adobe Illustrator for the purpose of printing. Okay, and that will be it for this video. Okay, in the next video we're going to be learning how to export for web and screen purposes. We hope to see you in the next. Hello guys and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be learning how to export for screen and for web. Now there are diverse ways, there are several ways of exporting for screen and for web, and we're going to look at all of those ways in this video. Okay, so just come here and then open and select this other one here, this other one which says 14. Okay, open it and you're going to have this design opened. Now in order to export for screen or for web, we only use the RGB format. That's the recommended format. The RGB color mode, rather, that's the recommended color mode for exporting to for the sake of screens and the web. Okay, so the first method of exporting, which we will be looking at, is just come to File and Export as. Okay, so when you export as, you're going to choose the format, whether it's the JPEG or PNG. PNG will be if you have transparency, all right, if you don't have a background. And then there are way more formats. There are other formats here. We have the Photoshop format, we have the SVG, we have the TIFF, the TIFF format, we have the Targa, and we have other formats. Okay, I'm just going to choose the JPEG and export. Now this option, this dialog box now still pops off, and then for color mode you will just choose the RGB and the color like this, and and the quality like this. That's to the maximum, or we could just make it high, or we just make it 9 or 8. Okay, just know that with a higher quality comes a higher file size, right? So that's just what you need to know. And then now baseline, and for this resolution we could choose 150 or 300, anyone will do, and then export. Now right now there's something I forgot to do, and I'm just going to cancel and redo that. So export and export as, and we forgot to choose the artboards. Okay, we're going to use, if we choose all, it's going to export all our artboards. Okay, going to export all our artboards in a single design, okay, in a single JPEG image. But we don't want to export all our artboards. We just want to export one, or the first artboard, which is artboard 1, right? That's this one. Okay, so just choose one here and then export. And for quality we can make this 9, and for resolution we can just make this 150 or 300, and just OK. And then Adobe Illustrator will then do its magic and create our file. And as you can see, we now have our file created. Now we can send this to our mobile devices, we can use it on the web, and so on and so forth. We can even print it, okay, using machines that accept RGB color modes. And then the second way to export is come to File, Export, and then Export for screens. Okay, so when you export for screens and then come to artboard, it's going to show you all the artboards available, so you can export them, or you can select the one you want to export by simply checking this box. So if you check this box only, it's going to export artboard 1. If you check the both of them, it's going to export the 2 artboards. You can click here to change the name of the artboard. Okay, maybe we'll make this AI1. Okay, and then we have what we call the prefix. Now you can choose a prefix in order to differentiate your designs. And then what else? For here you can click here to go to the location where you would like to export your design. Okay, and then for the resolution we can come here where it says scale, and presently we have it as 1x, which is just the same size as this one. Okay, it's going to export the same size as what we have. We have 2x, which will do times 2 of the size. We have 3x times 3 of the size, and we can actually choose resolution here. Okay, so we can type in a custom resolution. Let's say 350. Okay, so 350 ppi. Okay, and then for suffix we can also put a suffix, maybe AI, to further differentiate our designs. That's in a case where we have multiple designs, okay, where we want to export multiple artboards or multiple assets. Okay, now we have where it says format, and we can choose PNG, where so it exports the whole artboard as a PNG. Okay, and we have JPEG, and we have PDF, okay, and we have SVG. So for this we can choose any of them depending on what we want. Okay, and then just click export artboard, and when you click export artboard, it's going to export the artboard to this location where we have chosen. And then the next way to export is export selection. Okay, so how does this one work? Let's assume we want to export this asset only. Okay, just this one, just this one. So when we select it, we can come on file and export selection. So it's going to only export the particular asset which we've selected. Okay, it's going to export just the particular asset or the particular item which we've selected. If we say cancel and then come and select the whole design here and come to file and select export asset, it's going to export the one we've selected, that's this one. Okay, and as you can see, the one we had selected before is still here, and we can just check this box here to export all of them together. Okay, and you can then choose the format, the location, the size, the prefix, the suffix, just like how we did before. Okay, so in this case, let's say we want to export a PNG image. Okay, so let's assume we want this to be a PNG image that's without a watermark, sorry, that's without a background. All you then do is select it, then let's say logo PNG. Okay, and just make this resolution, let's make this 250 ppi. Then we won't write anything for prefix and suffix, and just choose PNG here and export assets. Now Adobe Illustrator exports our assets, then creates a folder with the name 250 ppi. Okay, that and with our assets exported. Perfect. Now the last and final way to export is using a tool called the asset export tool. Okay, we can find this tool on the Windows, then asset exporter or asset export. Okay, so as you can see, it even saved our history of the previous exports we did. So in order to use this file, let me just select this guy and undo, sorry, and ungroup, so we have them as separate assets. So in order to export using this tool, all you need to do is select your file and drag it in. That's all. So just drag it in and select it from here and choose the resolution, choose the format and the prefix, and then export. So it's going to export your assets like this. Yeah, okay, when you click export, it's going to allow you choose location, right? So select this location, and now you see it has exported it in this folder. Perfect. And let's say we want to export this guy, and we select them like this and just drag them in. You can see that it's going to view each of these shapes as individual assets. Why does it do that? Because they are not grouped. Okay, they are not grouped. So if they were grouped or if they were joined using the Pathfinder tool, it's going to view them as a whole asset. Okay, so just select them and delete. So in order to export it, you have to select them all and just group and then drag it in, and everything will work out just perfect. Okay, so with this, we've come to the end of our video on exporting out of Adobe Illustrator for web and for screens. Hope to see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this module, we're going to be learning about colors in Adobe Illustrator. and colors as a general term. Okay, now in this video particularly, we're going to be learning about color modes. Okay, so there are two color modes available for us as designers to use, and these are RGB and CMYK. So these are the two color modes available for designers. And the RGB color mode stands for red, green and blue, which are the three primary colors, and all other colors can be derived from these three colors, right? And then the CMYK stands for cyan, magenta, yellow and key. Now this key is also black. So these are the two basic color modes. Now what are the difference between these color modes? The difference is RGB stands for red, green and blue, which are the three primary colors, like I said, and this color mode is used for screens. Okay, so whether it's your computer screen, your laptop screen, your tablet screen, or your phone screen, you have to understand that colors are displayed in RGB, or images are displayed in RGB. And then when it comes to prints, that's paper prints, print on paper, we use the CMYK color mode. Okay, because the printers only understand this color format. Okay, the printers only understand this color format in order to display our design in prints. Okay, even though there are very new generation printers that use the RGB, but if you're talking about large formats or big printing projects or big printing presses where they use the traditional concept of printing, they always use the CMYK color modes to generate their prints. Okay, so how does a computer generate images with the RGB color mode, right? That's a very valid question, and for that, let me just bring in an image to help explain this. Okay, so let's just bring in this let's see, this image. Any image will work actually. Okay, so you understand how the computer generates images with our color mode. Okay, now you have to understand that in each of these images, in an image, there is what we call pixels. Okay, so the pixels is kind of the smallest structure of color that kind of makes up the whole image. I don't know if you if you understand, but pixels are quite popular, and it's a quite popular word, and it's something you shouldn't have problem grasping, right? So now when I zoom into this image, depending on the resolution of the image, depending on how high res the image is, you will zoom into a point where you see pixels, right? Now these are pixels. Now you see this is a pixel, it's just a box, this is a pixel, just a box. Okay, so all these places are made up of pixels. All these places are made up of pixels. Okay, so depending on how high res the image is, like I said, you'll see pixels. Okay, now we can't see anything here because this whole place is just white. Okay, but at the edges where there is kind of a blending between the white and the blue, we'll definitely see pixels. Okay, so what happens is in each of these pixels we have the RGB colors embedded in them in different intensities. Okay, so we have a mix of the R, the G and the B, that's the red, the green and the blue, in diverse intensities to generate this particular color, and to generate this particular color, and this particular color, and this particular color. Okay, so all pixels have a percentage of these colors to be able to generate image. And then there's one thing that makes the RGB color stand out from the CMYK, and what's that? It's called light. Okay, it's called luminance. That's the secret ingredient that the RGB color mode has, and this light makes the RGB colors pop out. Okay, so they look more vibrant than the CMYK. As you can see, this project is an RGB project. How do I know? When you look at this place, you see RGB, so it means this is an RGB project. And as you can see, the colors are quite vibrant. If I turn into a CMYK project right now, you're going to see that the colors get washed out. Okay, and we're going to do that in a minute, but I just want to show you how Adobe Illustrator understands this concept and helps us, even in the presets it creates, when we want to start a new project. Okay, so when we create a new project, we see these presets, right? We see the print presets, we see the web presets, the mobile presets, the film, the animation and illustration, or the art and illustration rather, and whatever print presets, right? Now, when you come to the print presets and choose one, you then see that the CMYK color is selected, okay, on automatic, because Adobe Illustrator knows that because we're using this as a print project, it means we are going to print, we are selecting a print preset, it means we are going to print the project. Therefore, the CMYK is the most suitable for this. Okay, so that's how Adobe Illustrator understands the color mode. And then if you come to, let's say, web, you then see that it's RGB that has been selected. Mobile, it's also RGB. Film and video is also RGB. And why is that? That's because we are going to interact with these designs on mobile devices. Okay, so it means the RGB color will make more sense. That's why it's selected automatically here. But you don't have to select it here, because there's a way to change these colors. Okay, there's a way to change these colors, and let's say we want to change this color from an RGB to a CMYK color, right? So how do we do that? We just come to File and then come to Document Color Mode. You see now it's RGB. And if I turn it to CMYK right now, you're going to see that the colors just fade out. Okay, so you see that the colors fade out, right? Because this is how the CMYK works. This is how it handles colors. Okay, and I'm just going to undo that to take it back to RGB. Okay, and then finally you have to understand that the RGB color mode is kind of a more bigger color mode than the CMYK. Okay, because most nowadays printers, most new generation printers use RGB also. Okay, and then it's also used on screens, so it kind of serves a wider purpose. Okay, while the CMYK is not suitable for screens. Okay, so that's what makes the RGB stand out. So if you're not too sure of the whole thing, if you're not sure of which color mode to use, okay, just stick to RGB. Okay, and everything will just go fine. And at the end of everything, you can always convert your RGB to your CMYK and your CMYK to your RGB. So that's just all you need to know about RGB and CMYK for now. And in the next lecture, we'll be diving deeper and learning more about colors in Adobe Illustrator. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we're going to be talking about 4 really important color tools in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, we're going to be talking about the swatches, we're going to be talking about the color panel, we're going to be talking about the color picker, and finally we'll then round up with the color guide tool or the color guide panel. Okay, now we're going to start with swatches. So swatches, what are swatches, right? I'll just come here and see for yourself. Down, this is what we call the swatches, okay, or the swatches panel. Let me just drag it out like this from here. Okay, so this is what we call swatches. What do? They just hold presets of colors and patterns and gradients, which we can basically apply to our graphic. Okay, so that's just what they do. So we have different presets of colors. So when I just create a shape, for example, you just come and choose a swatch here. Okay, and immediately that color is then applied. Okay, as you can see, there are different colors under the swatches. We even have this one which says no colors, right? We have different ones. We even have patterns. Okay, we have patterns, we have gradients, I know we haven't spoken about gradients, but we're going to learn about gradients at the end of this module. Okay, we have different colors. We have the grays, we have different colors. Okay, and we have these ones which are called groups. Okay, anyone you see with this kind of folder icon here is a group. So these are groups, and that's just how swatches work. We can create our swatches, we can create our groups, and we can toggle between views. Okay, so this is a more condensed view with the color values. Okay, while this is a more graphic view, will I say, because we then see the colors more clearly, right? Okay, and now there are a few icons here. This one is for delete. Okay, so you can delete a swatch. And then we have this one which enables you create a new swatch. We have this one which enables you create a new group. We have show swatch kinds menu. Okay, so it can show all the swatches here, and then it can show color swatches alone. Okay, remember I said the swatches enable us save colors, save gradients, save patterns, right? So we can enable just colors, we can enable just gradients, we can enable just patterns, we can enable color groups. Okay, and let me just put this as all. And for here you can see different presets of swatches. Okay, now let's come here, and in this place you can actually come here also and then see the different presets, right? That's the library of swatches. Now let's just come here and choose this ancient. Now immediately this library panel opens up, and you can see the colors under this ancient library, right? Let me just close these guys here because we are going to look at them. Okay, and when I come here again and see, let's see celebrations, now you can see that we have these color groups, right? These color groups under celebrations, and as we click them, they just get added to our swatches here. Okay, remember we can select them, just delete. Okay, delete the swatches if we don't want. Okay, good. And then we have many other ones. We have patterns, for example. Let's see nature. Okay, then let's say nature animal skin. Okay, and then you see them here. We just add them to our shape here. Now you see that this one is called the alligator, right? Yeah, this is called the alligator, so it's more of an alligator skin pattern. We have this one which is more of a cheetah, right? Yeah, and then this one elephant skin. We have this one which looks like a giraffe, then this one which looks like a leopard or a jaguar rather, then the peacock, and so many other patterns, right? This one looks like the zebra pattern. And then let's come here again and see if we can get other ones. Let's see. Okay, let's say patterns. Yeah, let's see patterns. Okay, nature and foliage. Yeah, and this is what we get for foliage. Okay, so very nice patterns already made for you. And then if we were to access it from here, okay, it's basically the same thing, right? Just that we can actually move from one preset to another, or from one library to another with just this these buttons here. Okay, you can see them, hundreds and hundreds of swatches. I haven't even scratched the surface with these. We have a lot of them. We have this one which says web, okay, textile, and so on and so forth. Okay, now how do I create a custom swatch, right? How do I add a custom color? Let's say I I click here, which is the color picker tool, okay, and then just kind of select a nice color. Let's say I like this color and it's not here in the swatch and I want to add it to the swatch, right? How do I do that? Just come and click OK, and just come here and basically new swatch. If you click on new swatch, you then see that you're then asked to type in the name of the swatch. Presently we have just the color values, okay. We have the RGB color values. R is 86 and G is 209 and blue is 226, right? Yeah, and then if you want to leave it as this, you click OK. But if you do not want, you can just type the name, okay, and then we can basically further edit the color. And as you can see, as we increase or decrease the color channels, they appear here, okay. So the RGB color is just being edited and it's updated, and the values are updated here before your eyes, right? And we can choose other color modes, okay. We have the grayscale, we have the HSB, we have the CMYK, we have this one, we have this one, okay. You can do your experiments with them. I'm just going to leave this as RGB, right? Then I'm going to give the name new swatch and OK, and immediately you see that it's now added here. It's now added here. So basically this is what we can do with our swatch, okay, and we can just keep saving our colors so that we can use them later on. There are many of these swatches which we can use, okay, which we can use, and as you can see, as we just click, they are then added to our swatch, okay. Now I spoke about the color picker panel, and we've actually been using this panel without knowing it. Okay, now this is how you get into the color picker. Just double click here and now you're in. How does it work? You just have a slider here where you can select the color you want, okay, and then you have this one so you can edit it and just use whatever shade of that color you want. And we have the live preview here, and this one is the present color of the selected shape, right? So if you want to just let's say you just want to go back to the selected color, you can just click here and it goes back, and maybe you want to edit it, okay. So that's how it works. And then we have these codes here. These are what we call the color code. So whatever color you create has a code, so these codes can be copied and used somewhere else, right? And then when it's used somewhere else, let's say on the website, you're going to get exactly this color, okay. You're going to get exactly this color. And one other thing you can do here is you can actually change it from this view to just swatches, okay. So you see them as swatches, and you can basically select whatever swatch you want, okay. As you select it, you see the values, right? The values, and when you select, you can just go back to color mode and do your adjustments, okay. If you are okay with it, you can now create a swatch with it and have it stored, and this is it, okay. So that's just it for your color picker tool and your color swatches or your swatches. Now the next thing we have to look at is the color panel, okay. Now this is the color panel. Just select this guy, and yeah, this is the color panel. This is how you should see your color panel, right? Now we also have options here. We can create a swatch from a color panel, from the color which we've chosen or which we've sampled from our color panel. Come here and create new swatch, and okay, and as you can see, it's now added to our color panel, okay. Come here, create new swatch, okay, and it's now added to our color panel, okay. Now there are different modes here. We have the grayscale mode, which just shows you gray, that's black and white. Then we have the RGB, which shows you RGB, HSB, CMYK, which works with CMYK, and then save web colors, okay, save web RGB, okay. This is just another color mode. Okay, then we have inverts. This inverts, I don't see every option here as useful. Might never use some of these options. We have invert, we have complement, and then let's just go to RGB and then show options. Now when we click show options, what do you see? You then see that you can edit the colors. Okay, with these sliders here, you can edit the values of the colors, you can edit them, and then probably create a new swatch with what you've come up with, or you can copy the color modes here, sorry, the color code here. Okay, so this is the color code. You can copy it just like how we copied the color code in this place. Okay, basically, and you can basically toggle between the stroke and the fill color like we did before. Okay, you can toggle between the stroke and the fill color. Okay, so you can toggle between the stroke color and the fill color like we did before. And basically that's it for the color panel. Let me just close these guys here, close these guys, close the color panel. And then the last tool we're going to be looking at is the color guide tool. Okay, the color guide, where are you? This is the color guides panel. And how does it work, right? How does this panel work? Now the color guide panel helps us to choose different other colors. Let's assume we make a selection of a color here. Let's just go with blue, right? This shade of blue. So what the color panel does is it helps us choose other colors that can blend well with our selected color. As you can see, as I just selected this blue, the colors here just changed, right? So it uses the principle of color theory, okay, to help us generate other colors, okay, based on concepts like tints, shades, how well they complement, okay, complementary colors, and so on and so forth. So that is what this tool uses to help us generate colors that will blend better with our selected color. Okay, so if we select, let's say, this color here, okay, we then see that the color guide tool immediately generates colors for us. Okay, and there are of course options for the color panel, and we have here where we can actually choose whether it should show us tints or shades. Okay, so we click tints or shades, this is what we get. And here we can actually choose whether it should show us the warm and cool complements of that color. Okay, and then here we can choose the vivid stroke muted complements of that color. Okay, so all these are concepts of color theory. So that's how this tool works. Let's just select tints and shades right now, and then we can actually edit our colors with this tool right here, right? We can edit our colors with this tool right here. We can choose different other presets. Okay, different other presets. You're going to see different other presets which the color guide tool uses to generate these colors for us. Okay, so we can have complementary, we can have complementary 2, we can have analogous colors, and then we can have triad, we can have contrast, and so on and so forth. So all these colors will actually blend well with our selected color. Okay, and we are going to use this simple design here to just help us illustrate how these colors will kind of blend well. Okay, so let me just start by selecting a color I would like. Let me go with this guy. Okay, so good. Now we can just come here, select select this guy and just give it this color, right? Okay, which is the main color, right? Now for this one I want something a little bit darker, so you can see I can now choose this shade of the color. And for this guy I might want something brighter, I can now choose this shade. For this guy I might want something very dark, choose this shade. And finally for this guy I might want something brighter. As you can see, with the aid of the color guide tool, we've been able to select colors that fit perfectly, okay, with this design. This guy, let's choose something maybe darker. Yeah, this will work, and that's perfect. Now for these guys, let me just make a use of these ones. Okay, let's see what we can come up with. And for the background, let's make the background let's just use this as the background. And then for these guys, you can have something like this, and this guy can look like this, right? So guys, take a look at this. This is all by the aid of the color guide tool. Okay, we've come up with this design, and we could also have different variations, right? Just drag it down. We'll have different variations. For example, we could say we want to use let's see, we want to use this preset. Right now we have other colors we can choose from. Now let's see, we can turn this guy. In fact, we can completely change the look of this design. We can make these guys like this, kind of like this. Okay, we can make these guys darker, make this guy way darker. Okay guys, now for this one we could just leave the background as this, and for this guy maybe take this shade of blue, and yeah, and maybe you can just make this a little bit darker. Yeah, this also works. And as you can see, just by using the color guide tool, we've been able to create color selections. Okay, 2 different color selections with just the colors the color guide tool has helped generate. Okay, so you can see for yourself how the color guide tool makes work very easy for us in Adobe Illustrator. And with this, we've come to the end of this video. Now in the next lecture, we will be learning about other color tools. See you there. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be learning 2 really interesting tools in Adobe Illustrator. Now these are paint tools, and they enable us achieve good painting of our artwork, okay, in Adobe Illustrator. Now the first tool is the eyedropper tool, and the second one is the live paint bucket tool. Okay, so where can we find these tools? We have the eyedropper tool as this tool. Okay, so just click this tool, and you can see this is the eyedropper tool. And what does it help us do? It helps us sample colors. Okay, and just create these shapes, and so we can see what the eyedropper tool helps us do. So when we select our shape and select the eyedropper tool, we are then able to select colors in our viewport, right? So we can select this guy, and the eyedropper tool automatically selects our color. Okay, and now we can see that with this, now we can create a new swatch with this color. We can just create a new swatch. Okay, and when we come to the color guide tool, we can see that the color guide automatically creates colors that will rhyme very well with our selected color. Okay, so that's just what the eyedropper tool does. The shortcut for this color is I. So instead of coming here always to click it, you can just hit I to activate the tool. Okay, so select your shape, hit I to activate the tool, and then sample your color. And that's just how this tool works. Okay, and we have the other tool, which is the live paint bucket tool. And how do we access this tool? Just come here and hold your left mouse button to see this tool. Now this is the live paint bucket tool, and before I show you what the live paint bucket tool does, I'm just going to color this graphic with our eyedropper tool. Okay, so this is a simple graphic I've created, credit cards and with some type here, right? I'm going to use this to basically generate the colors which we will then color our graphic here. Now what do? We select our graphic, then select the eyedropper tool and just come and sample the color. Now you can see that's we're making progress, right? Immediately we've sampled this color, and this is kind of one of the most basic workflows most designers follow in coloring their artworks, okay, and works that are similar to this, okay, where you have an image and of course there are colors in the image which you can sample and use for your graphics, right? So I'm just sampling, I'm just going to use that workflow to color my graphic here. So select this background and we want something bright, okay, so we can sample this color, okay, or this one, maybe this guy. Just keep sampling till you get what works best for you, right? I'm just going to work with this guy here, okay. And for this one we want something dark, right? Something dark, so this guy should do a good job. This color should do a good job, okay. And as you can see, we are having our whole design come alive. Now for this guy we can use this color, okay, this yellow, this one that looks like yellow. And then maybe for this guy we can use this color, okay, or maybe this color. Then choose something similar to this, okay. Oh yeah, we can just use this guy here, maybe. So as you can see, there is no single way of doing this, okay. Just keep sampling till you get what works best. Yeah, so I think I'm okay with this. And as you can see how we've been able to use our eyedropper tool to generate colors for our or to sample colors for our work. And if we combine this tool with the color guide tool, we will then see that we are being provided with many other options which we can work with. And you select this guy, or let's see, when we sample this color, the color guide tool immediately generates colors for us which we can work with, right? So we could just maybe duplicate this guy here and kind of work with some of these colors, okay. It means we can select this guy and give it this one, maybe select this guy and maybe give it this one, and maybe this guy should be this color, okay. This guy could be this color, or this color, okay. This guy could be this color, this color, okay. So as you can see, all these colors have been generated by our color guide tool. So this is how to work in Adobe Illustrator, or this just how to work as a designer, right? You have to use all the tools available to you to to achieve the best results possible. You can come here, maybe tweak this color a bit, okay. Come here, maybe choose something brighter, okay. Maybe if you come here and just make this guy brighter, and yeah, what can't we do, right? We can do a whole lot of things with this. Yeah guys, with this we've come to the end of our illustrations on the eyedropper tool. Okay, we're done with the eyedropper tool. With this, we're going to come to the live paint bucket tool. So how does the live paint bucket tool work? Right, the live paint bucket tool works by helping us kind of color our scenes or color our work. So I'm just creating different shapes right here to illustrate to you how the live paint bucket tool work. Right, so let's say we want to use the live paint bucket tool on these shapes. When we select the shapes, we just come and select the live paint bucket tool and then come and click our artwork here to make it active. Okay, and then after we click our artwork to make it active, we then just come and select whatever color we want to use and click, and then get applied immediately. See, wherever we select the colors, whether it's from the color picker, okay, or from the color guide, or from the swatches, okay, wherever we just pick the colors, we can immediately add them to our work. Okay, and you see, that's it for the paint bucket tool. As simple as this may look, it can really be a game changer for you. Okay, it can really be a game changer for you. A lot of designers use this to really come up with outstanding work. We're going to delete this, and I have created this guy here, and we're going to use our live paint bucket tool to help color our character here. Okay, now how do we begin? Just select all and of course activate your live paint bucket tool and come and click here to get it activated. Okay, so what I will do is I'm going to paint the face. Okay, I'm going to paint the face, and I'm going to paint the skin, right? So this is the skin. When I'm done, you're going to see how everything comes alive, right? So once you just click, the whole shape gets filled with your desired color. Okay, then you want it to be the same here. Okay, no, you don't want it here. Ctrl Z. Okay, you know what, I'm just going to color everything that has to do with the face this color for now. Okay, here, and then maybe we choose a darker shade to color this guy. Okay, and then these are the guys. We can use brighter one. Okay, then we can then use black for this eyebrow. Okay, and also we can then color. You see, I'm dragging it. As I drag it, it just fills the whole space, right? Drag it, drag it, drag it, drag it, drag it. Good. Okay, now for this guy, or for the glasses, I want to give the glasses this color. Okay, and don't worry about the strokes, we are just having them on so we can have a guide. Okay, when we are done, we are just going to remove all the strokes and our drawing will come alive. Good. And we could choose a brighter shade of black to color these guys. Okay, maybe even darker shade actually. Okay, and maybe we could make you know, so I'll just go with the initial. Do same here. Okay. Maybe we could make our hair here a little bit brighter. Okay, and maybe not. Okay. Okay, and then we can just then select everything, come to gradient and just come to stroke and then disable stroke. And as you can see, we now have a very cool head, completely colored using the live paint bucket tool. Okay, and that's it for this video on the eyedropper tool and the live paint bucket tool. The next lecture will be rounding up with color gradients. Okay, you're going to learn how color gradients work, and you're just going to learn all about color gradients in Adobe Illustrator. So see you in the next one, and bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we will be learning about gradients. Okay, so what are gradients? Gradients are basically a combination of two or more colors. Simple, it's as simple as that. Okay, and in Adobe Illustrator we have three types of gradients. We have the linear gradient, we have the radial gradient, we have the free form gradient. Okay, and when you come here you see the gradient panel. Okay, I'm just going to close this. Okay, so we have the gradient panel here, and we have the three types of gradients. As you can see here, we have the linear gradient, we have the radial gradient, and freeform gradient. And all these gradients just take after their name. Okay, so for the linear gradient, we have it in a kind of linear way, so the blending between the two colors is kind of in a linear way. Okay, so like for example this one, we have this color, okay, and this color. Okay, so we can see that there is now a blend between the two colors in a linear way from here to here. Okay, from here to here. So that's what a linear gradient is. And then the radial gradient has the same blend, but it's in a radial way. Okay, then for the freeform gradient, it's a more complex type of gradient, and we are of course going to look at it last. Now we also have the gradient tool here, which helps us in editing our gradients. Okay, so when we select the gradient tool, we see these points. Now these points are what we can use to modify our gradients. Okay, to kind of modify our gradients as I am doing right now. And we can modify our gradients from here also. You can see the sliders here, and we can just kind of modify them. We can double click on the points and kind of change the color. So as you can see, we now have this blue color, and of course we have a lot of options here to choose from. We have swatches to select from. Okay, we have this eyedropper tool, which we can use to sample colors. Okay, so that's how it works. Just going to choose this guy here, or maybe this other one. Yeah, so, and we also have this, which enables us create a new swatch with the selected color, right? And we have this, which enables us delete the swatch or selected. Okay, some other things we can do here is we can delete points, right? Now, for example, when we click here, we then see that we deleted that point. When we click here, we've deleted that point. Now we are left with 3 points, okay? And these sliders here can be used to smoothen out our gradient. Now we have other things like the gradient angle, okay, and it's the angle of the gradient, right? Presently we have it at 0 degrees. We can have it at 120. You can see it's modifying here. We have it at 135 depending on what we want, okay? Depending on what we want. We can also just select one of the points and then edit the opacity, okay? We can edit the opacity so that it appears less, okay, on our image, so that color appears less on our image, so we can see it's kind of transparent, right? Kind of transparent. And even the location, let's change the location to see how it works. So we can see that it chooses a location along this path, okay? And basically that is what we get. These are the options we get to play with. And for this guy, we have the same options, only that this guy is a radial gradient, right? So we can maybe make this 0, and as you can see, this part is now transparent. Just take it back to 100, and this is just how the radial gradient works, okay? We can use the gradient tool to kind of edit our gradient. We can achieve very nice designs with these gradients, okay? Gradients, we can achieve nice designs, and we're going to use them in further lessons to achieve really cool designs, right? So as you can see, these are some of the things you can do with your gradient. Now we are coming to this guy who is the big boy here. He's called the freeform gradient, okay? And it's the most complex type of gradient here. So I'm just going to drag this shape like this. I'm just going to update our artboard. Good. Now when we select the freeform gradient, which is this guy, and then click edit gradients, we can now see that what it does is it doesn't work like the radial or the linear, but it gives us the ability to drop points on our shape, okay? So we can drop points. We can just add a point here, and we can see that we'll double click on this point, we can edit the color, okay? Edit the color, and then when we double click here, we can use the color picker tool, okay? And yeah, we can just keep adding points. Choose the color picker tool, make this probably brighter, okay? Yeah, so these are just what we can do with our freeform gradient. Right? And then apart from points, we can also add lines, okay? We can add lines. So with these lines, let me just create a new one here. Let me just give it a red color for now, and then come and select this guy, okay? So how do the lines work? Right now, when I select the lines, let me just you know what, let me just make our artboard this big, and the shortcut for your artboard is Shift O, okay? Shift O give you your artboard, will help you select your artboard, and this should do, okay? Now when we select the freeform and then edit the gradients, then choose lines instead of points, we can now come and then just keep going and creating points along a line, okay, along a path. And now we can now select each of these lines, or each of these points rather. Select each of these points and assign a color to it, okay? Select the points and assign a color to it. Okay, and we can have the lines and also the points on the same shape, right? We can have, as you can see, these points, this one and this one and this one are for the points, and these ones which come across, which come along the line, are for the line option, right? And we all have them on the same shape. So you can just come add your color, change the color, okay, then just keep doing that till you get what you want. Okay, so there is a lot we can achieve with these tools. In fact, this is one of my best features or one of my most favorite features in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, I like gradients a lot. Yeah, so you can see we have come up with something very cool here, very interesting, using the line type of freeform gradient. Okay, yeah, so you get the point. You now understand how all these gradients work. So that has brought us to the end of our module on colors and color tools. In the next module, we'll be learning about fonting and typing in Adobe Illustrator. So see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture and in subsequent ones to come, we're going to be learning about type and fonting in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, now what we will be learning is how to use the type tool, how to create amazing type effects, how to modify our types, okay, and do a whole lot of things in Adobe Illustrator. Now, to create types in Adobe Illustrator, we have to use the type tool, and this is the type tool here. So as you can see, after I hover around it, you can see the name type tool, enter text at a point or in a container. Now when I select the type tool, we see it like this. Now I just click on my artboard, and then I have a sample text. Let me just scale this up by holding down shift. Okay, now this is a sample text, right? Okay, I'm just going to double click on it and type let's say Illustrator. Good. Okay, now there are two types of types in Adobe Illustrator. We have the point type, or we have the point text, and we have the area type. Okay, now this type is an example of what the point type is. Okay, because this is just how it is. When you click, it allows you to just keep writing until when it falls off your artboard, right? And then for the other type, I'll just undo this to take us back to what we had. Then for the other type, which is the area type, it's kind of gives us a container with the type in it. Okay, so you just click the type tool, and in order to create this type of type, all you need to do is to just click, hold, and drag. Okay, so you have to drag to the size of the container and then release. Now we can see that Adobe Illustrator automatically fills in our container with a sample text. Okay, so this is just a placeholder for your text. Okay, so these are the two basic types of types in Adobe Illustrator. Now, what's the difference? The first difference between them is, for this guy, you can just keep typing, okay, and it's suitable for logos and headings, while this other one is more suitable for body texts. Okay, so body texts, let's assume you are writing or you're creating a magazine or a newspaper, okay, or even just a postcard with some texts in it. Okay, you might want to use this type of text or this type of type. Okay, so let's start talking about some of the modifications we can make to our area type. Okay, so let's assume we have this other one. So I just duplicated this by holding down Alt and Shift and dragging it to the left hand side, and let's assume I just delete everything here so I don't have any right up here. So you can see that this guy stops here, but when I drag it down, you can see that we still have enough sample text at the bottom. So let's assume I want it to end here and continue here, right? All I need to do is to come here, and where we see this red box, okay, this red box, all I need to do is to click it and then come to the next place and just click. Okay, so we can see that when it ends here, it then continues with our right up here, and as I adjust the box here, for example, it then continues to go down in this other box. Okay, so it means they are working together. So that's how to do this. We when you're designing stuff like magazines or newspapers, okay, you like to use this feature a lot. Okay, so there is another way. There is a way to convert. Let me just delete this. So there is a way to convert your point text to your area text, and your area text to your point text. And then one thing you have to note about them, for example, is for your point text, when you try to scale it, you see that the whole text scales up, right? When you try to scale using the frame, right, you see that the whole text scales up and down like this, and then the font size reduces. Okay, so that's one thing you have to note. Okay, and for this guy, when you try to scale down, the font size doesn't reduce, instead the container size reduces. Okay, so you see, as you can see, the container size reducing, but the font size is not reducing. If we want to reduce the font size, we have to select it, then come to our properties panel, and then just maybe reduce the font size like this. Okay, we're going to come to the properties panel in a bit. So like I was saying before, if you want to convert this guy to this guy, all you need to do is to select him, and then you see this button here, or sorry, this circular icon, right? All you then need to do is double click. So when you double click it, it then turns from white to blue. Now when it turns to blue, it simply tells you that this is now an area type. So when you scale it, when you scale the container, you see that the container is actually cropping out the name. Okay, it's not just reducing the font size like before. Okay, you see what we have now. So it's behaving basically like this guy here. So how do we convert this one to this one? The same thing we have to do. We just have to double click here, and it's now a point type. As you can see, it's now scaling up and down. Okay, let me just undo, right? Yeah, undo once more. Okay, so let's now come and see how we can just make changes to our type here, right? We make changes to our type on the properties panel, even though we have a separate panel for this also. Now this is the type panel. Just come to Windows and then come down to type, and you can see that we have the characters, and when you click the character panel, you see that our type panel just appears. So you see what we have here is basically almost the same thing as what we have here, right? Now we have the character, we have the type, the paragraph, which is similar to this, we have the open type, and so on and so forth. And when you come on the Windows and check, you will also see other tabs, okay, that we can use to edit our fonts and our types. So for now, we're just focusing on this guy. Okay, so we'll be using this and this concurrently. Now when I select my text, I then see that here we have the fonts. Okay, so with this we can change the font. So if you just click here, you see a list of fonts. I just like working with, let me just work with this guy here so as to give enough room for the fonts. Okay, so you can see now we have the fonts installed on my computer, so I can just keep scrolling and keep testing out all the fonts we have, okay, to see which one is more suitable for me. So when I see a font that I like, I just select it, okay? Or if I have one already in my mind, I can just come here and then type the name. Okay, let me just select let me see false. Okay, so I've selected false. this is the name of the font, false. Okay, so I just typed the name and it appeared, right? Because I know the font and I've used it, and I personally installed it on my computer. So it's a custom font. It doesn't come with Adobe Illustrator, but of course you can install fonts. You can download fonts from the internet and install on your computer, and then be able to use them here. Now when you click here, also you're going to see that we can apply filters. Okay, so when we click on filters, we can see that we can classify our fonts. We can filter our fonts based on classifications. Okay, we have the sans serif classification. So if we click this, it's only going to show us fonts that are under this classification. We have the serif. Okay, if you click this guy, it's going to show us fonts that are under this classification, and this other one is the slab serif, and then this one is kind of the script. Okay, kind of calligraphic. So when we select this guy, we see all the calligraphic fonts here, and this guy is the kind of black letter Gothic script, and this one is handwritten, and so on and so forth. Depending on the types of fonts you have, you're going to have classifications of those fonts, right? So you can just select the classifications you have, and then Illustrator will filter the fonts based on your selected classifications. And then when you're done, you just clear all, and everything should come back to normal. You can even create favorites. Okay, as you can see, I have some favorites here, so you can create favorites by just hovering on the font and then clicking on this star icon. So you're just going to add it to the favorites. Okay, so this is how to select fonts. Here we also have the style of the font. So let's assume I choose something like Clash Display, which has a lot of styles. So when I choose something like Clash Display and I come here, you see that we have bold, you see that we have the extra light, you see that we have the light, you see that we have the regular, we have the medium, and we have the semi-medium. Okay, we have the bold, of course. So here you can see the type of the types of the font you're selecting, right? And then here is the font size. So you can increase the font size or reduce the font size. Here you can kind of control the distance between each space. So as you can see, as I increase the value here, the line size between, or the space size between each line is then increased. Okay, for this guy here, you can increase the space between the characters. Okay, so here it's at 200. You can make it 100. You can make it minus 100, depending on what you want to achieve. Okay, then we have here where you can align to the middle, to the side of the artboard, to the bottom, to the top, and so on and so forth, depending on your design, of course. And for this guy, this is a paragraph. It's work best on a scenario like this. So let me just reduce this. Okay, and then when I come to paragraph, we can see that we have this guy here, so it's aligned to the left. You can see that this guy allows it to get centralized, so centralized here. This guy aligns it to the right, and then this one kind of tries to achieve a box look. Okay, kind of tries to fill the space up properly. And so also this one, but while centralized, right? And then this other one, same thing, but while aligned to the left, or to the right rather. And this guy, you get the point. So one other thing we have to understand about the types and fonting in Adobe Illustrator is we have the type menu here. Okay, we have the type menu here. So when we click on the type menu, we have other options that enable us modify our types. Okay, so when we click here, we have more fonts from Adobe. So you can click here to go online and get fonts from your Creative Cloud account, okay, and from your Adobe subscription. And then we have the font option here, where you can actually see all the fonts and with the ones you used recently and all the others that are loaded on your computer, and you can actually select them, okay, like just like you can do here. And we now have where all the recent fonts you used are loaded. We have the font size, we have a lot of other options, convert to point type, and so on and so forth. Some of these options we'll be looking at them in our next video, okay. And we can actually find and replace fonts. We can actually change the casing of our fonts, okay, of our type. So let's assume we want this guy to be lowercase. We want to be lowercase. When you select lowercase, we can see that it's now lowercase, right? We want it to be title case. You see that the first letter is then capitalized. And then when we want it, if we want it to be sentence case, we'll then see that it's treated like a sentence, okay. So let's assume we have Illustrator Adobe, right? Adobe, right? And then we want it to be a sentence case. So we have it like this as a sentence case, because when in a sentence after Illustrator, the next word will start with a small letter, right? So, but if we choose the title case, it's going to capitalize the first letter of every word, okay, the first letter of every word. So that's the difference between the title and the sentence case, okay. So for now, let's just make this capital letter. Okay, so basically we've covered all that we need to know for now. The next lecture, we're going to dive even deeper and learn more advanced stuff we can do with the text tool and the text feature in Adobe Illustrator. See you in the next video. In this lecture, we'll be learning more advanced type and fonting in Adobe Illustrator. So come to your type tool, and instead of just clicking on it, just hold it, okay, just left click and hold, and you can now see different types of type tools, right? We have this guy, 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 and we are going to look at all of them. So now just come to your shape tool and select your ellipse, okay, then come and give this or just come on, yeah, just give it the color. And what I need you to do right now, just come here and instead of clicking on it, just hold it like before, okay, and come and select this guy, area type tool. Now when you select this guy, just come here and click, okay, and just the size is too big, just select 10, okay, for example, and instead of leaving it like that, just delete it and just try to come and create another shape. Okay, let's redo it. Just come here and click good. So as you can see, we now have our text following our shape. Okay, we now have our text following our shape. Let's make this light, or probably let's change the font size or the font type. Just select a random font here. Now we can see what we have now clearly. Okay, so this is our font following, or this is our type following a set shape, right? Now this tool, the second tool, is the tool that makes this possible. If you want to have your font or your type follow a set shape, you have to use that font right there. So it's more of an area type. Okay, it's more of an area type instead of a point type. Okay, like I told you before, area types give us an area. Okay, so you're basically telling your type to follow this area, this spherical area. Okay, So this is the tool you use for that. So let's assume we want to have even a more interesting shape, right? Let's assume we want to have a shape like this. Okay, shape like this. Good. Even if we had a shape like this and still want our type following our shape, we can make that possible with this tool. Okay, with this tool. So let's just adjust our shape to make it look more cool, and come and select our tool and just click on the shape. Now, as you can see, our type has followed the shape of our object, right? Yeah, so this is one of the cool things we can achieve with the type tool. We have many other options. We have this guy, which enables our type follow a set path. Okay, so let's assume we have a path like this. We want our type to follow this path. All we need to do is to click, and yeah, we have our type following the path now. Now, in a case like this, let's assume we want to move it to the left hand side or the right hand side. We just come and click on this this line in the middle. Just click on it and drag. Okay, just click on it. I'm not getting it. I think we just need to maybe reduce our type. So let me just write something shorter. Straight up. Okay, and then increase the size. Okay, yeah, so assuming we want to move our type, okay, all we need to do is come here and then move it like this. Okay, so this, we just need to select it, and then now you see this line here, not the white box, but this line. So this is the line you just use to move your text. And we also have the seam line here in the middle. Okay, the seam line in the middle. And then when we drag it to the bottom, drag it down, you can see that the orientation now changes, right? Okay, you can see that the orientation now changes just by dragging it. So we drag it up back, drag it back up. We can see that we now have what we had before. And the next tool we have is this guy here, okay, which enables us create vertical texts. So when you just click on it, you see that when you click on your workspace or work area, you see that it automatically creates a vertical type for you. Now you can increase the size, increase or reduce. Okay, you can increase or reduce the space between them with this guy here. Okay, and then you can even come to your type menu here and type orientation and change it back to horizontal. Okay, so you can create horizontal to vertical and vertical to horizontal. Just make this 0, then come here, make this horizontal. Okay, so that's the vertical type tool. We also have the vertical area type tool, which is similar to this guy here. Okay, the tool we use to create this guy. Okay, only that instead of creating it in a horizontal manner, it's going to create it in a vertical manner. Okay, in a vertical orientation. So let's try it and see how it goes. Right, so create your shape and come here, select it and click on the path. Now my computer is dragging a bit. I'm just going to give it some time, and we can see that it now created the tool. And if we type, even though the computer is dragging, but if we keep creating our type, we can see that it's filling in the shape in a horizontal manner, right? in a horizontal manner. So we can of course keep using our options here to further edit our write-up. Okay, just like how you can see that changes are being made as we edit using the options here. So that's just how this one works. I'm going to delete you, I don't need you. And we have this other guy, vertical type on a path tool. So it's going to type it on the path just like this guy, but in a vertical orientation. Okay, and then finally there is one other one I want us to look at. I'm just going to select this guy, bring him here, and come to type, then make this uppercase. Okay, then just make it uppercase, and then come here, click here, and come to this touch type tool. Now how does this one work? It works by modifying the character we've chosen. Okay, so when we select it and kind of click on the character, then it enables us modify the character. So we can reduce the size of that character. You can even rotate the character like this, or undo. You can, let's say we want to select E, so we select E. You can rotate E like this. You can even reduce the size. Okay, then select M, bring it here, rotate M. Okay, we'll move it, select this guy, move him. Okay, so select you, kind of make it bigger, and rotate the guy, and kind of, okay, just move these ones closer. So these are some of the things you can do with this tool. Okay, select him, reduce the size, rotate, kind of bring them closer, rotate. Okay, just have your fun with this, but basically this is what you use this last tool for. Okay, this is what you use this last tool for. And I wanted to just select our path type here, and then just come here, and so we can look at one option. Okay, so there is this option called type on the path. Okay, and you can see presently set to rainbow. Let's just click here and then enable preview, so we can see how the changes are being made, right? So rainbow, this is Q. Okay, I think the best way to see the effects of this guy is to just make something like this. Okay, let's just create our type along a circular path. Okay, so let's get you let's see, designer for life. Okay, and then let's move the guy like this, then just let's make it centralized. Okay, move the guy like this. Okay, now one more thing, let's just make this bold, and come to your type and type on the path, and choose this tool and choose type on the path, then so we can see the changes that will be made, right? So let's preview and skew. We see kind of what happens, right? And we can choose the path to align to. Should be the baseline, which is kind of what we have here. Should it be the center, which is kind of what we have here? That's the center of the path. Should be aligned to one step up. That's called the descender, and then the ascender one step downwards, depending on how our type is set up, right? So we can make this baseline. Okay, and for skew, you see what happens. For rainbow is the normal guy. For skew, for 3D ribbon, you see what happens. You see the changes that happen. And then for stair step, okay, you can even mess with the spacing. Okay, we can mess with the spacing. let's make this 30 and see what we have. Let's make this type minus 36. Okay, so you get the point, right? Yeah, and then we have this other guy which says gravity, right? Good. So these are some of the things we can do. Some of the more advanced stuff we can do with our type tool. Okay, so I have created this stuff here and we're just going to recreate it. Okay, we're going to recreate this logo. It is basically using all what we've learned here. So I started with this guy with a path, right? Looking like this. Okay, then just came to let's just come to our stroke, and let's give it a stroke. Let's give it a stroke, a black stroke. Then come to stroke, and give it a profile. Okay, and just boost up the stroke size a bit. Okay, and I think we should kind of modify our shape a bit. Okay, this will do. Okay, so the next thing we'll want to do is just Ctrl C, Ctrl F. That's duplicate the current shape and have it reduced like this, and kind of boost up the stroke. Okay, and kind of move it down a bit. Okay, and for this other guy we still have to duplicate it. Ctrl C, Ctrl F, because we will be using it to create our fonts, okay, our type. And if we use it to create our type, we're going to then see the complete line disappear. Okay, so we have to duplicate it. So just click, and then what I typed is splendiferous. Sorry. Yup, and of course I kind of moved our stuff like this. Okay, so what font did I use? I used this font, Abuse. Okay, Abuse. Just copied it, come here, paste. Okay, and we now have our font. We can increase this value, kind of increase this guy, correct. We can just make it bigger, a little bigger. Yeah, so what next is left? We just have to create this guy, right? This guy. So what did I do? Came here, created our path, give it a stroke. Okay, with a stroke. Then just duplicated it, because it's the same thing for up and down. Okay, only that we need to create them separately. And for this guy, all I did was I typed this traditional brewing and just copy it instead. Then come here, paste it, then just kind of move your guy to the front like this, to the top like this. And for this other one, just copy everything. I'm using Ctrl A to copy, then come here and just paste. Okay, only that for this guy you need to drag him down. Sorry, come here, let it drag down like this. Good. Perfecto. And then probably just adjust it like this. And what do we have? We have it set up on the same point as the other one. And then what I then did was I just selected the both of them, just give them meet them kind of aligned to the baseline, right, to the center line. Okay, then yeah, just made them align to the center line, and then created this guy since 1990, and then finally this shape, right, just an S. This is the font. Okay, and it's quite simple if you know what you're doing. It's very simple if you know what you're doing. Yeah, so basically that's what I did, and now we can see that we created a very cool logo for a brewing company. Yeah, and that's it for this one. In the next video we should be taking an assignment. Okay, so see you in the next video. Bye bye. Guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning how to extra modify our type. Okay, so I'm duplicating this guy, bringing him downwards, and yeah, now this last extra step gives us the ability to extra modify our type. It gives us a great deal of flexibility, and it also has its downside. Now what's the downside? When we cross this line, when we do what we are about to do, we won't be able to kind of modify our text like this, kind of add new letters, or use the type panel to edit our fonts or change the font size or the font orientation or whatever. Okay, now that's the downside, but with it we'll be able to turn our type to shapes. Okay, and do every other modification we can do to shapes. Okay, so it means we can modify anchor points, we can add gradients, we can add a whole lot of things. Okay, after this is done, now what's the process? What do we do? Illustrator. The thing we have to do, just duplicate this guy here. The thing we have to do is come here and click on create outlines. So when we click on create outlines, what it does is it converts our text to shapes and then groups them. Okay, so we can now right click and ungroup. Okay, we now have another group here. We can go into our group by double clicking, and now we can see that we have individual shapes created from our text. Okay, now with this, when we hit A or come to the direct selection tool, you can see that we now have anchor points. If we can select anchor points, maybe do extra modifications, right? Okay, it gives us a great deal of flexibility, and we drag this and then make this like this, and yeah, as you can see, we are now having very cool font design here. You can even use this as a logo, right? You even use this as a logo. Just come on, maybe I'm going to create the new logo for Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so I'm just going to come here and duplicate you again, of course by holding down Alt, and create it and drag it or enlarge it, and then select this anchor point, and then maybe do something like this. Select this guy too and do something like this. Okay, so with this little stuff we've done, we have achieved something cool, right? Yeah, so as you can see, we've totally changed the look of our font. You can even come here, make this guy maybe something like this. Command select, use our shape builder tool, hold down alt and just delete this guy, and yeah, we are now modifying our font. Okay, we can do this with all our letters here, all our letters. We can just keep modifying them till we get what we want to get. Okay, yeah, perfect. Now that's the extra ability this option gives us. Okay, of course we can come and add colors. We can even use gradients. See, for example, this guy, and then you could use this guy. Okay, you can do a whole lot of things with this. Okay, perfect. Arrange center back. Maybe give this yeah, not bad, not bad. So as you can see, we started with a type and we extra modified it to even create this logo. Okay, so some of the things you can do, stuff like this. And with this, we've come to the end of our lecture. See you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this very brief module, we'll be learning about masks in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so what are masks? So masks are basically used to reveal certain parts of an image or an object while hiding others. Okay, so they're just used to reveal certain parts of an image. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. So I'm just going to come here to file, then place. Okay, let's just come to this folder, this mask and clipping mask folder, or this mask folder, and then select this girl image. Okay, so let's assume we are creating a poster, maybe a fashion poster or makeup poster. Okay, and let's assume we want to just make artboard like this. Okay, and we have this image. Okay, we have this image here, and we actually want it to just appear in a circle, right, while having probably a font or a type here. Let's see, maybe fashion week. Let's type fashion week. Okay, and then just make it big, kind of make this 0. Okay, so let's assume we want this image to just appear in a circle. How do we do that? We use marks to do that. So just create your circle. Okay, then make sure your circle is on the image. Okay, it's on the image, and just select both of them and right click and make clipping mask. That's all you need to do, and your image will appear in the circle, right? And basically that's how masks work. So for masks to work, the shape has to be a vector shape. Okay, the shape has to be a vector. It can be a font, okay, but it cannot be an image. It cannot be an image. It has to be actually a shape that has parts, right? So it can also be a font, like I said, but it can't be an image. Okay, and for the part that will be masked, it can be an image, it can be a vector, it can be whatever you want it to be. Okay, so let's assume we want to mask this word fashion week maybe into a circle or something like that, you can just select the both of them like this, right click, make clipping mask, and as you can see it's now inside. And what if we want to adjust our image? Okay, what if we want to adjust our image? All you need to do is to double click on it, and as you can see now we can adjust our image. And with this transformation guides, we can resize our image, we can rotate our image, okay, depending on just what we want to do. And then if we want to release our masks, we can actually release it to kind of enable us see our image in full again. We can just right click and then release clipping mask, okay, undo. That's just it, very simple. And that's how masks work, right? Just as simple as that. So just come here and import the other image. Okay, let's import this image and create a mask with 8, right? Then just come, let's release this guy because I don't like the way it looks. Just release it and delete. Then just copy this font and maybe send this to the back, okay, and kind of come to your artboard tool and create a new artboard by clicking on this image. Just click on the image to create a new artboard, and let's type nature, right? Nature. So we'll create a clipping mask with this image, right? And with the word nature. So let's just adjust our fonts. Let's kind of adjust the spacing and also the size. Just make the size bigger. Now we have a shortcut for clipping masking, so we don't always have to select and right click. Okay, we can just select them and Control 7. Okay, Control 7, and everything will go perfectly. And yeah, now this is what we have. Perfect. Nature. Yeah. And then I would like us to work on something else. Let's assume we have another artboard, right? Just delete this guy, and let's say we want the word nature, but we have the characters as separate entities, okay, on their own. So let's create outline to separate them, and then on group to have them as separate entities, okay. And then why do we want to do like this? Maybe probably because we want to just create a very nice design, right? Okay, we increase this guy and reduce this guy and just play around with the entire design, right? So maybe this is what we want to achieve. This is what we want to achieve. Fine, we're going to achieve it, and then we're going to create our clipping mask. Okay, perfect. So let's come here and place our image once more, and then arrange send to the back, and let's select everything and Control 7, right? Wow, what do we have? You can see that it doesn't work. Okay, Control 7 doesn't work because undo, because we have them as different entities. Okay, they are not one. Okay, they are not one, so it won't work in this case. Now what's the solution to this? The only way we can solve this problem is to combine these paths, okay, combine these shapes, and we can do that by making them a compound path. Okay, we can do that by making them a compound path. Now let's just kind of further adjust our design. Okay, further adjust our design, make this bigger. Okay, now how do we turn our shapes to how do we turn them to compound masks? Just select all your shapes. Okay, select all your shapes and come to object, and then come to compound path, then make. So as you can see, we now have them as a compound path, so they are now the same, they are now one. Okay, when you select this guy and select this guy and Ctrl 7, we then see that our clipping mask now works perfectly, and we have what we wanted to achieve, nature. Okay, so we can do clipping masks for whatever type of shape we want. The shape doesn't matter. All that matters is that we follow the rules. Okay, all that matters is that we follow the rules. You should make sure we have a setting like this. Okay, we should make sure we have a setting like this. What do I mean? We should make sure we have the image behind, okay, and then the shape above, right? Then select all and Ctrl 7. Now we see that no matter the shape, we can create clipping masks. No matter the shape, we can create our clipping masks. Okay, so this is just all you need to know about clipping masks. We are definitely going to use clipping masks to create designs in the future. And with this, we've come to the end of our video, and of course our module on masks in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, see you in the next one. Hey guys, and welcome to this module on 3D and materials. Okay, so we'll be learning how to use the 3D effects and materials in Adobe Illustrator. So in order to apply the 3D effect, you just need to select your shape, okay, and come to effects, and then go to 3D and materials, and then choose one of these. Okay, so maybe you could choose extrude and bevel, and then immediately this 3D panel comes up. Okay, let me just cancel this and delete. Okay, and draw another shape. Now, apart from coming here, we can immediately come to the Windows panel, to the Windows menu, and then come to the 3D and materials panel here and just activate it. Okay, and then it's going to pop up. Okay, so you don't have to always come here. You can just come to Windows and activate the panel, and then when you select your object, you then click on the one you want. Okay, now this is the extrude, which was the one we used the other time. Okay, if we undo, we also have this guy, which is called the plane. Okay, and we are going to look at all of this in details. Okay, let me just choose this guy and show you one other thing. Now when I select it, or when I apply the 3D extrude effect, and I come to this panel here, which is the appearance panel, come to the appearance panel, you then see that your effect is now visible here. Okay, so from here you can disable your effect, you can enable your effect, you can delete your effect, you can duplicate it, you can do a whole lot of things. Okay, so the effect you apply to your shapes, effects that affect the appearance of your shape, will all be here. Okay, so you can see stroke, you can see fill color, and so on and so forth. Okay, so in order to edit it, you can just double click again, you can just click once, and the panel will now open. Okay, so these are the types of 3D effects we have. Okay, we have the plane effect, which basically turns your selected object into a 3D plane. Okay, And then we have the extrude panel, which extrudes your 3D shape, or rather your selected shape, or for your selected shape. Okay, so that's what this guy does. And then this other one, revolve, it kind of revolves the shape, and we are going to look at examples. And this other one called the inflate, it just inflates it like a balloon, as you can see here. So let me select this guy now and add the plane and add the plane 3D effect. Now we can see that it has no thickness, it's just a plane. Okay, just a 3D plane, and this is suitable when we want to add images or symbols on our 3D object. And we are going to look at examples very soon, just for you to know. So this just acts like a plane, it doesn't have any thickness. Okay, you can only rotate it, so you can rotate it here. Okay, and then it has other options which we are definitely going to look at. Now for this guy, when I extrude, we can see that immediately an extrusion is created, and then we can of course do our edits. Okay, then for this guy, let me just increase the size of my artboard. Okay, so I can space them out properly. Now for this shape, when I revolve, we can see what happens. Okay, it then turns it to what one could say looks like a donut, right? Yeah, so it revolves it. Okay, and you might not fully understand how this guy works, but when I create an example with something like this, okay, I'm just drawing out a shape now. Okay, I just want to explain the revolve effect properly for you. Okay, so let's see, we want to add the revolve effect on this guy. Okay, so that we understand how this effect works very much. So select the shape and then click on revolve. Okay, now we see what happens. It revolves it around the path. Okay, so this one serves as a path. So if you come here to offset direction from, okay, just the drop down menu and then select right edge. So what do you now see? It now turns it into what looks like a container, right? So now you can see the similarity between the shape here as it's highlighted. Okay, that's the profile of the shape, and then this guy. So it basically uses this our symbol here, or our shape here, as a profile for the revolving effect. Okay, so that's how this revolve effect works. And then for the inflate, it just inflates it like a balloon, like I said before. So when I click on inflate, it takes some time, and then we can see that it has inflated our shape to look like a balloon. Okay, perfect. Now let's go through each and every option. Now for this guy, now we have the 3D plane, right? The options we have here are the rotation options. When you come here, we can see that we can rotate it to face the front. Okay, so we can see it's facing the front. It can face the back. Okay, it can face the left. Okay, we won't see this one now since it's a plane, right? But it's facing the left. It can face the right. It can face the top. And of course we won't see this one too because it's a plane, it doesn't have a thickness. Okay, and then now we have these other ones which will give us looks like this. Okay, looks like this. Okay, and we can actually rotate them using these sliders here. And apart from this, we can use these gizmos here to kind of rotate, to kind of create custom rotations based on what we want. Okay, as you can see, this is using these gizmos to create rotations custom rotations. So when you highlight the gizmos, you will then be able to select and then rotate. Okay, so for this other guy, we have more options. Okay, we have the rotation options, which are completely the same as the ones here, and we have even more. So if we just close this rotation option here, we can see that first of all we have depth. Okay, so depth controls the depth of our extrusion. As you can see, as I adjust the depth slider, the depth of our extrusion is being adjusted. Okay, then we have this guy, which is called the cap. Right now it enables us to open the cap or just leave it closed. So currently it's closed, and then if we click here, we will then be able to see that it's now open. Now we can see through our shape. Okay, but we want it closed. And then for this other option, it's called the bevel effect. So when we click on bevel, we then see what happens, right? It puts a profile on our shape. Okay, now we have different types of bevel effects. We have the classic, we have the round, and then we have the convex. Okay, convex, and then we have the step also, depending on what you want, like I said. Okay, so it's basically what you want to design that will drive you to using one of these. Okay, and then we have the classic outline, we have the round outline, then we have the square outline. Okay, and let me just choose let me choose the convex. Let me start with the convex, and when you choose any of the profiles here, you see that we now have what we call the width. Okay, and this will edit how sharp or how wide the profile here is. Okay, as you can see, as I'm taking it towards 100, it's becoming thinner. Then as I drag it towards 0, it's becoming wider, right? And then we have the height, which does what it does. As you can see, it edits the height, it adjusts the height to be longer, okay, or shorter when I reduce it. Perfect. And then we have what we call the copies. So we have what we call, I think I duplicated this, just delete this one. Then we have what we call the copies, which duplicates the profile, the bevel profile, right? So we can now have 2 of them. Okay, and then we have this other slider, which controls the spacing between them. Okay, perfect. You can create complex designs with this. You can even have 3, you can have 4, you can have as much as you want. Just type in the amount you want, and then you're going to have them. Okay, perfect. Then of course we have the spacing, like I said before. Good. Then we have this option, bevel inside. Okay, so it bevels it inside. And then we have reset, which will bring everything back to the original. Okay, so that's it for bevel. You can use this button here to kind of remove the bevel or activate it, okay, depending on what you want. And now let's talk about the revolve options, right? Revolve options. Now the options we have here are the rotation, which are similar to the ones we looked at here and here. Okay, then we have this guy also that says cap, so we can see through it, but since the rotation does not allow us to see through it, you won't see what's happening. So we have this guy, okay, which is the direction of the offset. Okay, now we have it at right, that's why we have this design. When we have it at left, we'll have something different. We'll have the direct opposite of the profile. Okay, perfect. So let's just keep it at right, and then come to offset, and you can see that offset controls the offset right? Yeah. Then we have the revolve angle, so we can see that with this we can cut our shape and we can complete our shape. Okay, the revolve angle, so you just leave it at 360 for a complete revolving. And for the last one, which is the inflate, we have just the depth and the volume, then the cap, and finally the rotation. Okay, so the depth, the volume, the cap, then the rotation. So just go around and see what you can come up with. That of course after we are done, because we're not done yet. Okay, so you can come up with a whole lot of beautiful designs with just tweaking just the object options. Okay, now the next thing we'll then be looking at is the materials options here. As you can see, we are presently on objects, right? We have the materials here, and we have the lighting. Okay, so we can edit the materials, we can edit lighting, and we can even render. Okay, so these are the render settings. We can activate render settings here. We can activate retrace or ray tracing rather, and then we can render. We can choose the quality of the rendering. We can even edit our raster settings. All right, remember we spoke about raster settings the other time. Okay, so we can change this to a higher resolution for a better rendering. Now for the materials, we can see that we have materials here. We have all materials, right? We have different materials. We have the base material, which is the default one, which is the one presently activated on the ship, right? And this is the default material, and you can apply colors to these materials, right? To this material, to the default one. So we have other materials. Okay, now these are Adobe materials. They are Adobe materials derived from Adobe's Substance library. Okay, those who are conversant with Substance Painter will be conversant with these materials. Okay, so these are just Substance materials. So you can actually add custom materials. Okay, so you can see the file format accepted is SBSAR. Okay, so this is the native file format for Substance materials. Okay, there are a whole lot of materials. You just go through this on your own. Okay, we're not going to go through each and every one of them. You can just go through them on your own, but just for a few, let me just apply this guy, okay, which looks like a brick wall, right? So applying the materials can require a bit of system performance. Okay, so you have to have a good system to be able to run this. Now you can see how it looks here. It doesn't look good for me. You can use this guy. Okay, so this is what we have with this material. So like I said, it all depends on what you want to achieve, right? It all depends on what you want to achieve. So we're not going to dive into these materials for now. Okay, now we have other options here, other material options here, okay, which enable us edit our materials. So we have materials properties, we have roughness, we have the metallic. So the roughness kind of affects the way light interacts with our object. Okay, so it could either be shiny. We could make it shiny by kind of taking it down, or make it more dull, or kind of more normal. Okay, if that makes sense, by dragging it towards one. And then we have the metallic, which is very self-explanatory. This will make it look more metallic, as you can see. This is even before I render. Okay, even before I render. Okay, so that's what they do. Okay, and then let me select a wood to see if, okay, a custom material, to see if we are going to get extra options, right? We are definitely going to get extra options with custom materials. Good. So as you can see, we now have a custom material applied, and we now have extra options. We have custom textures applied, and we have extra options. Like this one now is the resolution, so we can change it from 1K to 2K. And of course, the higher the resolution, the more taxing the work will be on your computer, right? And we have the brick color. Sorry, my system has been working for a very long time, so it's kind of responding not too well to load. Okay, so for this guy, we change the resolution. Okay, we have 1K, we have 2K, we have these other ones. So we can change the color of the brick here. Click here and then change the color of the brick, and it might take some time to load. Okay, and let me just change this guy to 1K so it's less tasking on my computer. And we have other options depending on what materials you choose. Okay, now remember this guy is a brick material, that's why we have these options related to brick, right? We have all these other material, all these other options to just help us edit our material properly. Now we have these other ones here which will help us with the scaling, with the rotation, with the density. Okay, so when I increase the density, you can see that it's editing the UV mapping, the kind of UV mapping, okay, or how the material appears on our object. Okay, the scale of the material on our object. And then we have many other options here which I want you to just go and check out on your own. I'm not going to go through all these options, so we should just choose our default material and continue other things. Now coming to lighting, we have different presets for lighting. We have the standard lighting, we have the diffuse lighting, we have the top left lighting, okay, we have the top right lighting, and all these are all self-explanatory. Plus you can see how they affect our shape here. Then we have the color of the light. You want a white light, you want kind of red lights, okay, you want, and then the intensity of the light, and then the rotation of the light. You see what we get as we adjust this stuff. And then we have the height of the light, from our object, right? Then we have the softness, then we have the ambient intensity. Now the ambient intensity, good. Then we can activate shadows. Okay, you can deactivate shadows. I'm not going to activate shadows for this one. And then finally we have the render settings, right? Now it's the render settings. We can just come here and then activate ray tracing, and then come and choose the render quality. We can make it low, medium, or high. Then activate reduce noise. Let's try medium, and then just click render. And it's going to take some time to render. And as you can see, we now have our rendered image. Okay, we now have our rendered image. Now we can use this in our graphics. Okay, we can use this in our graphic design and other works in Adobe Illustrator. Let's try to render this one also. And when you just come here and click here, it's going to render it with the lowest settings. Okay, it's going to render it with the lowest settings automatically. So if you want to render with the high settings, you have to come here and then select the high settings. Okay, activate ray tracing, select the high settings, and then render. But of course you have to also know that selecting higher settings will also require higher system performance. And now we have a better and even cleaner render, right? As you can see, we don't have much noise on our render. We don't have any noise on our render, unlike this one which we have a lot of noise, right? So that's it about it. With this, we've come to the end of our video on the 3D in materials panel, and in the next lecture we'll start creating really cool stuff. Okay, we'll start turning our 2D shapes, our 2D objects into 3Ds, okay, and creating nice designs with them. So see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be turning our designs here, our illustrations here, into 3D. Okay, we're turning our illustrations here into 3D, and we're just going to create nice designs from them. Maybe at the end of our designs we might create a poster, we might create this and that, just playing around with the whole stuff. Okay, now for this I'm going to maybe adjust my color. Do I like this color? Maybe choose a purple, close to purple. Okay, something close to purple, or purple. Yeah, maybe something darker. Okay, so let me just work with this one. Okay, so now we're going to create we're going to turn our shapes into 3D. As you can see, all these shapes are 2D shapes, right? So we're going to turn our shapes into 3D to see what we can come up with. Now we have this guy here, and you can see this is the shape, and this is just a compound shape. Okay, so all these guys are joined together as one. Okay, so all of them are joined together as one. So I'm just going to apply the effect now. That's the 3D effect. So I'm going to use the extrude effect. I'm going to use the extrude effect, and immediately you see that our extrusion has been created, right? So first thing to do, activate the bevel. Then yeah, we're going to work with the classic bevel. Then just reduce the width like this. Okay, and come down to rotation. Then let's just play around to see which one fits best. Okay, so select this guy here, isometric top. Okay, perfect. Now select these other ones, these other shapes here. Okay, they are also compound shapes, right? They're also compound shapes. And come and apply the plane effect. So click on plane, then come and choose the same rotation we chose for the first one, which is the top, isometric top. Okay, now as you can see, we now have our 3D effect applied on both shapes. Now just adjust it to fit properly. Just adjust it to fit properly, and yeah, as you can see, we're making progress. Just increase the width a bit, and then the height like this, and for the depth we can, I think the previous depth was okay. Now what I want you to do is just select the symbols, select the symbols, then come to light. We want light to really have much effect on them because they are going to be white and they are just meant to reflect light, right? So just increase the intensity of the light for these guys like this. And then for this one, I think we are pretty much done. Next thing to do is just come here, activate your ray tracing, make this high. I want to render at high, so just click render. It's going to take some time. Yeah, and as you can see, we now have our 3D keyboard. Okay, we now have our 3D keyboard. So let me just check how much roughness we have. Okay, I think I am okay with the roughness. I thought I had some metallic effect on it, but I think everything is cool. Now for this other guy, we just select him, that's the letters, okay, and the symbols. Just come and render. We've not rendered them, so just select them and then come here, activate your ray tracing high, and then render. Boom. And after rendering, you can now see that they pop out well. Okay, now we are done with this guy. Go to these other ones. Now for this guy, I want to apply an inflate effect. Okay, so click inflate and just bring it here and play around with the depth. Just play around with the depth to what you want. There is basically no rules with this, just what you want. Okay, just do what you want. And I'm kind of okay with the rotation. So what do I do next? Just come and activate my ray tracing and click on render. It's going to take some time to render, and we're done. Okay, now we see the effect, very sweet looking, right? Perfect. Now we're going to work on these other ones. Maybe I should make my my art, or maybe I should create a new artboard. Okay, I should just create a new artboard here. Create a new artboard. Okay, so I can have these other ones here. So for this guy here, I'm just going to give it a background. Okay, then arrange send to back, and while selecting this color, the color, just come to your color guide tool to see what suggestions Adobe Illustrator has given us to blend well with what we have. And we have this guy background, we have this one. Okay, we have a couple of them, number of them, and I'm just going to go with this one. Okay, I'm going to go with this one and just adjust my artboard a bit to the side and move the background like this, and just come and create a type here. I love keys, but we are not going to write type love because we are going to use this guy here to represent love. Okay, so just come and make your font bigger, kind of centralize the whole thing, increase the space between the lines so it appears like this. Okay, and just for the type, just make this black. I'm using Montserrat font. Just select the black font if you have it, or you can choose any font that looks good. And I feel like kind of increasing the size of my artboard towards the left hand side. Perfect. We can just make our font bigger. Okay, and for this guy we will choose this color or this one, or whatever color that will look good, right? This color will do. Perfect. So this is our first design using the 3D effect. Okay, and we have all other shapes here, I'm just going to use I'm just going to create the 3D effect with this guy here, then I'm going to allow you to create the remaining. Okay, maybe with this other guy and this guy, maybe. Okay, maybe just this ones. I'm just going to do this once, and then you then handle the rest, and then we'll see in the next video. Now for this guy, I'm just going to apply the inflate effect on it quickly. Okay, of course you can maybe create a rotation like this. Okay, or adjust the rotations from these sliders here. Maybe make it look like this. Perfect. And for this one, you can see that there's a cut in the shape, right? So when we apply our inflates, you can see that we now have this kind of effect. So adjust your rotation to maybe something like this. Okay, perfect. And for these other points, we just give them an inflate effect also, and just arrange them like this. Just maybe make them bigger. No, I think we won't make them bigger. I'll just maintain the size and then just adjust a bit. Yeah, this will do. And for these other guys now, what I want to create is a face, right? I want to create a face. So for this one, we're not going to use the inflate effect. We are instead going to use the extrude effect. I'm just going to extrude my shapes like this, give them an extrusion of 76 pixels. I'm going to copy this, or 76 points rather, then create an extrusion again, then just paste the points 76, Okay, this guy also with an extrusion, maybe 76 will do. Okay, and for all these other ones, just create extrusions, but these extrusions should not be this this deep, right? Just make this one 20, for example. Let's make them 20. Okay, and for this guy, create an extrusion also. Then make the depth 20. Let's select this white shape here, and as you can see, this guy is also cut out. Okay, so select the white shape, and for this one, maybe I'm just going to give it a plane and just inflate it instead. Okay, and kind of rotate it like this. And for the main shape, that's the main mouth, I'm going to extrude. Okay, and then remove it like this. For depth, maybe we reduce the depth to 20. Let's try bringing this guy forward to see what we get here. Okay, so okay, let's leave it like this for now, and then for this other one, I'll just add an inflate effect. Perfect. Now we're going to just start adjusting our shapes here to make it look more like a face, right? So I'm going to drag this one to this point, and this guy, I'm going to just send him to the back so it can look like it's at the other side. Adjust it a bit, just this guy, and then just try to create an accurate perspective. Okay, and I think we can start to work with them arranged like this. Okay, so let's select this one, and then come on, give it a bevel. Come on, select the round, and just make it look like this. And same also with all of them, give all of them a bevel, and then select the round. Okay, perfect. Same with these guys, bevel, round. And we might not be seeing much happening here, but after we render it, we'll see what's happening better. And give this guy also a bevel, round. Same also with this guy, round. Yeah, and we're pretty much done with this, so we can now begin to render. All right, so select this guy, and I'm feeling that maybe I shouldn't use the highest quality of rendering because it takes time to render. Okay, so I'm gonna just maybe I'm just go with the low quality for now. And yeah, let's just use the low quality. I think this is good, manageable. Perfect. So select your shape and click render. Okay, select your shape and click render. Select your shape, click render, and wait. Select your shape, click render, and wait, like we've always done. Perfect. Select your shape and click render. Perfect. And then okay, we have these guys to do. Select, click render, select, click render, and as you can see, we are now having a better visual on the effect here. Same with this guy. Click render, click render. Yep, and perfect. We now have all our shapes in 3D. Okay, and I feel like doing one more thing here. I'm just going to create an ellipse, give it a brown color. Okay, then just come and give it an inflate effect. Come to materials, and then give it a wooden finish. So which one will we select? Let's select this guy. So give it a wooden finish, this large wood. Okay, perfect. Okay, for density, under materials properties, just increase it a bit. Yeah, and we want to leave all of the settings as they are, but of course you can adjust them for yourselves to see if you can get something better. Okay, but I'm just going to leave mine like this. So come and render. Perfect. So with this, we have been able to achieve our 3D effects. Yeah, our 3D effects. Now we can just select this guy, drag it here to create a background. Okay, and then maybe select these ones, bring them up a bit, and for this guy just send it to the back. Okay, and one final thing to do, just select this color so I can see what Adobe Illustrator will suggest for me. So because I moved it upwards, it's just trying to update the effects. Okay, now it's done, and when I now come to my color guides too, I am now given different options to choose from. Okay, so okay, I think I'll go with this one. And finally, what I want to do is come to your ellipse tool, then create an ellipse, bring it to the front. Of course, it's at the front, and then come to your gradient tool and give it a radial gradient like this, just a black and white gradient, and then come here to reverse the gradient, and then come to the white channel, select it, come to opacity, then give it 0. What do we want to make? We want to create a shadow effect, okay, on the ground. So just kind of reduce, holding down Alt, just reduce, drag and reduce your shadow or your shape like this. Okay, just reduce it like this, then select, while selecting it, select also the background layer and arrange send to the back, so they are both sent to the back. Okay, and this is what we have. You can come on opacity, okay, or come here, either of the places. So when you click, you see this now opens up, and you can now just choose multiply. Okay, come and just adjust the slider for the gradient here. Sorry, that's too much. Okay, or rather just select this guy here and give it a 70% opacity. And yeah, this is what we now have. We can also duplicate it for this other shape here, right? Yeah, so with this, we've come to the end of this lecture. So just go about and create the 3D effect for these shapes. And in the next lecture, we're going to go about and create some cool designs with what we've created so far and even more. Okay, so see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome to this third video on the module on 3D and materials in Adobe Illustrator. So in the last lecture, we were learning how to create 3D objects from 2D shapes, right? And as you can see, I've gone on and imported some of the ones we've created from the last video, and also I've worked on this AI logo, Adobe Illustrator logo, and I've imported it here also, and I have gone ahead to duplicate this artboard so you can have these guys to work on. Okay, so I'm going to use these ones in this video and you can access this file. Just go to your projects folder and then select this one, which is the 3D poster design and character with character. Okay, just select it and open it. So it's the one we are going to be using. Okay, now we're going to create a poster design here with this character, and then we're going to basically turn this guy into 3D. Okay, this design here, we're going to turn it into 3D. So these are the things we're going to do in this lecture. So in order to start, we're going to turn this character into 3D. Okay, so it's going to be quite simple. All you need to do is to select your shape and then choose either the extrude or the inflate, depending on what you want. Okay, so I'm just going to choose the inflate and see if I get what I want. All right, yeah, so I think I like this. Select each and every part of this design and just add the 3D effect. Either the inflate or the extrude will do a good job here. So select this guy, inflate. Okay, I like the inflate better for this. Okay, adjust the volume a bit and then select this one also, inflate. Right, select this guy, inflate, and maybe adjust the volume a bit. Select this guy also, inflate, and then adjust the volume also, maybe the depth a bit, the volume. Just play around with the settings to see what works best. We're not doing any custom rotations for this. We're just going to use the front view. Okay, select and inflate, select and inflate. The nose also should be inflated, and basically that's okay. The eyebrows also, maybe we'll do, yeah, inflate. The inflate effect also will work. I was thinking of the extrude, but let's just work with the inflate. And you know what, we can just do this for the eyes also. Perfect. And for the mouth, maybe you do it also, yeah, so that we have the effect applied to almost every part of the design except for the glasses. Okay, I don't want the inflate effect on the glasses. I just want the glasses to be 2D. Okay, now I feel I should make this, I should adjust the volume here. Perfect. So as you can see, the process is quite simple and we now have our 3D character, right? The next thing we need to do is to just render. Okay, so select, come here, retrace and select medium. Okay, I just want to use the medium preset for this one, and it's done. And you can see some noise here, but I'm not going to do anything about it. You can do something about it. Maybe you could use the high if you want. I'm just going to use the medium for time's sake. Okay, so select and retracing and medium. And also you observe that the bigger the object, okay, the bigger the object we're applying the 3D effect on, the longer it takes to render. Good. Now select this one, retracing and render, and then select the face, retracing and render. Good. Select the ear, retracing and render. Select this other ear, retracing and render. Select this guy, ray tracing and render. Okay, and then select the eyebrow and render. Select the other eyebrow and render. So we can see that we're having an error here on this eyebrow, so I'm just going to delete this guy. I'm just going to delete this eyebrow, and maybe I'll just duplicate this one and bring it to the side here. And then for our eyes, we have to render our eyes. Shouldn't take too long. And the second eye, ray tracing and render. And then for the nose, ray tracing and render. And then finally for the mouth, ray tracing and render. Good. So okay, I think I'm having an error here also. I don't know why it's behaving like this, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select this guy, duplicate, and then rotate. Okay, let's rotate, and hopefully the problem should be gone. Okay, I think the problem will not go away, so we might just be forced to use something else. Let's try using the extrude effect. Okay, let's try using the extrude, and then just give it a bevel, and then round, and just depths. Just play around with the settings basically, and then come and give it a render. Let's see. And we're still having the same issue here. Still having the same issue. I really don't know why it's behaving like this. So let's just ignore. Let's assume we do not have this issue, right? Let's assume we do not have this issue, so we can just finish this video. So the next thing you have to do is to come and kind of create a mask like this. Okay, over your ship, create a drawing over your ship just like this. Okay, select everything and Control 7. Okay, Command 7 to clip mask, right? For clipping mask, like we saw in the clipping masks tutorial. So we clip mask so as to cut this other down part that looks ugly. So when we just come and maybe add something like this, maybe give this white color, and then duplicate. Okay, and then just make this bigger and send this to the back, and then maybe I'm just going to come and select a color here so that Illustrator should suggest some colors for me, the color guide tool, right? So I'm just going to come here and try to see if I can get more colors or better colors. We're going to try out some of these. So let's work with this one for now. Then what we want to type is Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and then Come here, reduce the size of our type, make Adobe bigger. Okay, increase the size of Adobe, and then kind of centralize the whole thing and align it. Come here, or come here, and align it to the middle, and then we can use the thick version of this font, okay, the very thick one, maybe the extra bold, or maybe the black should work. So we can use the black and then come and choose some colors here, and then basically choose different colors for this guy, maybe something like this. Okay, just try it out and see. Manageable. So what I want to do is I want to use this one here. I want to use it and just it's going to update, maybe cannot, so just arrange and bring it to the front. Just reduce the size to cover the O, the letter O in Adobe. Okay, perfect. So it's Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and we're going to then bring this guy here and just place it here. Same with this one, and then also this one. Okay, perfect. Now for these guys, we'll give them an extrude. Just come, select the rounded preset, and then just come and use front here under rotation. Okay, and then just kind of adjust the height like this. Okay, and do same for the next two shapes. Okay, front, and then bevel, rounded. Here, and then for this one, which is white, I would like to increase the reflection of light, okay, or the interaction of light with it. So just increase the intensity of the light. And then this guy, maybe we give you an inflate, either inflate or extrude, either of them should work. And what of the volume? Let's just reduce the volume a bit. Okay, yeah, perfect. Then we need to turn this guy into a shape. Okay, so let's just come to object and expand. Okay, so now we see that we've turned it into a shape, right? And same also with these guys here, these shapes here. So expand. Okay, and then let's inflate, and I'm just going to leave them as inflate. Yeah, I'm just going to leave them as the default rather. For this guy also, inflate and reduce the volume, inflate, reduce the volume, and we forgot this guy here. Maybe I should just delete this symbol. Okay, so for this other one, give it an inflate also. Okay, and this guy inflates, adjust the volume, inflate, and just adjust the volume. Okay, this guy, let's just ungroup them, ungroup, ungroup. Same also with same also with this ones. Good. So select all of this shapes, inflate, just reduce the volume. Okay, good. Select these other ones and inflate. Good. Reduce the volume. Let's select these ones and inflate. Just reduce the volume a bit. So we are basically done with all of them. What do we do next? We just need to render them, and that will be all. Okay, so I just want to increase or edit the color of this one. Let's make it closer to white. Okay, let's make it closer to white. And for this one, I'm going to, okay, it already has a color. It's almost white. It's in between white and blue. Okay. Okay, I actually forgot to add the effects on this and this. Color like this, and I actually forgot to add the effect. So just select and inflate. Okay. Reduce the volume. Okay, reduce the volume again. And for this guy, I will give it another inflate effect, and the volume should of course be reduced too. Yeah, so I'm satisfied with everything I have now, guys. All I need to do is to render. So select, I'm just going to use the default render, so it doesn't take too much time. Okay, so I'm just going to select and hit render. Going to take a short while to render, and it's done. Select, hit render, and I'm just going to fast forward the video while I render every shape here, and we'll be back when I'm done rendering everything. Okay. As you can see, we're done with our rendering, and we now have our cool designs completely ready. So for a final touch, maybe I'll just take this guy and bring it here. Maybe reduce the size, okay, and wait for it to load. Perfect. And maybe for this one, just going to bring it here and maybe reduce the size also. Perfect. And then for a final touch, I will just want to add another shadow effect, right? So instead of creating a new one, I'm just going to select this guy, hold down Alt and duplicate it and bring it here and just drag it out like this. Okay, drag it beneath our, select it and select our shape, our background, and send the both of them to the back, okay, so that it appears below every other thing here. Yeah, and this is it. This is what we've come up with. Perfect. So guys, that will be it for this video. See you in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. In this module, we'll be learning about effects in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so there are two categories of effect in Illustrator. Just come to effect and click, and then you see the effects here. Okay, so we have the Illustrator effects here, and we have the Adobe Photoshop effects here. So these Illustrator effects are native to Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so these are the native effects of Adobe Illustrator, while the Photoshop effects have their origin from Photoshop. Okay, so if you are familiar with Photoshop effects, you definitely are familiar with these effects. They are under filters in Photoshop. Okay, so we are going to look at each and every one of them, or most of them, in this module. Okay, so in this video we'll start with the one we call the distort and transform. Okay, so when you come to effects, you see that we've covered 3D and materials in the previous module. So what we'll cover in this one is the distort and transform. Okay, so just select your shape tool and create a shape and we'll look at how they work. Okay, now come to effects, distort and transform, and then free distort. Now the way this effect works is it gives us a preview of what we currently have selected, which is a square shape in this case. Then it gives us the ability to kind of edit the anchor points. Okay, to just kind of edit the anchor points like this. So you just select the anchor point and edit, and just edit it the way you want. And we still have a preview of how the original one is. Okay, so this is the original one, this one with the dashed lines, and then this is how we are editing our anchor points to be. Okay, and then when we click OK, we see that it then turns our shape to look like how we've edited it, while our original shape handles, that these ones are still intact, just like how they were when the shape was a squared shape, right? So that's just the way this effect works, and you can edit the angles like this, or the edges like this, okay, and do a whole lot of things. But basically this is just a simple effect, and this is how it works. Nothing special, nothing much. I rarely use this effect, okay, but this is how it works. And when you come to the appearance panel, you see that all your effects are there. Now this is the new effect which we just added. If we click this I button here, we are going to toggle the visibility, so we are going to off it, and we see that we now have our original shape, and when we on it, we now have the effects applied. We can delete, we can duplicate it, and we see the effect of duplicating it here. Okay, and we can just click on it, and then it gives us the ability to re-edit the effect. Maybe we want to add more adjustments, or we want to do whatever. It just gives us the ability to do whatever we want to do. Okay, so just delete and create another one, and come to effects, transform, and plucker and blot. So plucker and blot turns our shape into what looks like this, okay, depending on the shape and depending on what you want to achieve. Okay, because this is a squared shape, and it has turned it to look like this star. Okay, we could have a star shape. Let's see what it does to our star shape. Effects, block and blot, and we can see what it does with our star shape. Okay, let's use an ellipse. Effects. Okay, you can create very nice shapes with this effect. Very interesting shapes. Okay, yeah, so basically this is what the shape does for us. And of course we can add multiple effects on a single shape. You can add multiple effects. Let's assume we want to add the free distort effect. You can see the preview here, and when we okay, you can see that we've been able to add another effect. and here are they. This is the distort, or rather the free distort tool, and this is the plucker and blot. Okay, and you can bring them above and below each other, and you can see how the effect is here in the live preview. Okay, we have the roughen. Okay, so the roughen kind of just roughens our edges like this, or roughens our shape like this. We have the relative mode, we have the absolute mode. Okay, let's just maybe you want to create a cartoonish tree or something. Okay, then okay, so we've used this to create a tree. Change the color, maybe even bring it to the front, maybe even duplicate, Ctrl C, Ctrl F. Okay, come to appearance, maybe increase the size, then send it to the back, arrange, send to back, and then probably do more adjustments like this, and then work more on the color, change the color to a darker one. And yeah, the sky is your limit, or your imagination is your limit. Okay, and we have the next one, which is transform effect. Now this transform effect basically is a transform effect right? The transform effect, it does transformations to our shape, as you can see. Okay, we can move our shape vertically and horizontally. We can scale our shape, we can rotate our shape. Okay, rotate our shape. We can even duplicate our shape by number of copies, right? So let's just try something out here. Let me just use this. Wow, why is it not moving? Why is my shape not moving? I don't know why it's not moving. Okay, I'm just going to delete you since you don't want to move. And oh, look at the tool I've selected. I'm supposed to be on my selection tool. I guess that's why it wasn't moving. So let me just come to my select tool and grab it, and you can see that it has moved now. Okay, let's see what we can do with the let's see what we can do with this tool, which is the which is the transform tool, right? The transform effect rather. So let's just give it a rotation of, let's see, 15 degrees, and let's have 20 copies. So okay, perfect. You can see what we now have by just adding the transform tool, the transform effect. Okay, We can have stuff like this. Let's take this guy and give it a transform effect, and when you come here you can actually apply the last effect here. Okay, so if I just hit transform, you can see that automatically it takes the last effect with the settings and just applies it to the new one. Okay, let's assume we want to add to this guy too effects. Yeah, looks ugly. Yeah, so that's what the transform effect does. It transforms our shape. Okay, where is it? Transforms our shape and gives us the ability to add different copies. Sorry, I added an effect by mistake. We didn't look at it, but this is the crop marks effect. It just creates a crop mark on the edges of our shape. Okay, but it's not a very important effect in my own opinion. It would be good for printers, people who would like to engage in printing, so that you know the boundary of your design. Okay, so you can just add it before printing to show the boundary of your design, so that when it's being cut, the cutting machine should follow the boundaries, right? So that's just the importance of this effect and nothing more. Come to effects and transform. And okay, let's try something out. Let's try moving our shape by 1, and that's horizontal, and vertical by 1. Okay, and let's create 50 copies. So okay, with this we can see that we've now created, okay, we can actually expand our shape so as to have, okay, let's try expanding our shape. Let's try expanding. Good. So let's try undoing, or rather ungrouping. So now after expanding our shape, we can now see that we now have each of these shapes as separate shapes. And we can select this guy and maybe change the color. Maybe change the color to black. Okay, or maybe select all of these guys and change the colors to gray. Okay, and then change the main one to blue. And after we change it to blue, we can see that this now looks like a shadow effect, like a long shadow effect. Okay, so using the transform effect, we've been able to create this kind of long shadow effect. Okay, select all and delete. Come and get another shape, effect, distort and transform. We have this guy whose name is a tweak. It enables us tweak our shape like this. Some of these guys just do crazy stuff, right? Yeah, you can see the options it gives us. I have never used this effect, but you might have a need for it. So okay, and we have this other one, the twist effect. So it gives us the ability to twist our shape like this. Okay, so we can see that we've twisted our shapes by an angle of 830, through an angle of 830 degrees, and this is what we've got. Perfect. We can have a star maybe, and then let's just delete this guy. It looks ugly. Let's have a star and come and add our twist effect, and let's see, we want this by 360. Perfect. Now we can see how these effects work. They just work by modifying or distorting our shape. Okay, so that's the distort and transform effect. Now we have the final one, which is the zigzag. And what does it do? It just gives us zigzags, okay, on our shape. It gives us zigzags, and yeah, that's basically what it does. We have the smooth shape, we have the smooth mode. Okay, it makes the points smooth, and we have the corner, which makes the points sharp. And then expand object, expand appearance. expand, and yeah, maybe we would like to add another effect. Okay, perfect. And then maybe another effect. Like I said, like I said, it's possible to have multiple effects. We want to add the roughen. Okay, perfect. So you can see how much crazy stuff we are creating here by just adding multiple effects. Okay, so we have the pluck and blute, we have the roughen, we have the pluck and blute and the roughen. Just 2 effects. Let's try adding another one. Let's say I want to add the twist effect. It makes sense. Let's make this 15%. Okay. Okay, 61%. And yeah, I think this is cool. So guys, your imagination is your limit. There's no limit to this. You can keep creating and keep creating and keep creating and keep creating. Okay, so yeah, and I think we've come to the end of our video on the distort effects. So this might come handy in your design. It might come handy in 1 or 2 things you're doing. So feel free to explore more, and as we go on, we're going to look at even more effects. Okay, so you will get to see the stylized effects. That's these ones here. We get to see wrap effects and so on and so forth, and how we apply them to our designs. Okay, and that will be it for this lecture on the distort and transform effects. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning about the stylized effects. Now create a new shape, a simple shape, and then come to effects and stylize. Now these are the effects on the stylize. There are 6 of them. We have the drop shadow, we have the feather, we have the inner glow, we have the outer glow, we have the rounded corners, and we have the scribble. Okay, let's start with the drop shadow. What it does is it adds a shadow to our selected shape. Okay, so we can edit the opacity here, and as we reduce the opacity, let's say to 10, you can see that our drop shadow reduces. Okay, depending on what we want to create. And then we have the offset. Now the offset X and Y, they kind of adjust where our shadows are located, the distance of our shadows from our main object in the X and Y axis. Okay, as you can see, I am adjusting the offset and our shadow is moving. Okay, so the farther it is from our object, or the higher the offset rather, and then the farther it is from our object. Okay, and then the closer it is, or the smaller the offset, the closer it is to our object. So this gives depth to our whole object. Okay, it shows depth. And then we have this one, which is the blur, just the amount of blurriness our shadow has. Okay, the smaller the shape, the more visible, the more thick our shadow is. And then of course this is not realistic, right? The shadows, real shadows, don't appear this sharp, so we have to add a little bit of blurriness to it to be realistic. And it all depends on what we want to achieve. Actually, there's no rule to this, and then we can just leave this as color, which is black, or maybe give it another color. Let's see if red works. Okay, I'll give it maybe blue. Okay, and then we have darkness. Darkness will just make it black. The percentage will determine how dark it will be. Just leave it at color. I know that color always works, and then we can choose the different colors you want. That's choosing color, while the darkness will only ensure that you have a dark shadow. maybe increase the opacity, and boom, this is what we have. We have other effects. We have the feather effect. Now this effect adds a feather to the edges of our shape, so it makes the edges of our shape less sharp. Okay, it makes them feathered. So you can see the preview here. We're having the edge more smooth or smoother as we increase the feather. So when I bring it to a background like this, you can see the effect. Okay, and of course, increasing the raster document resolution of your image will increase the quality of these effects, because they're actually raster effects, right? So this is how the feather effect works. Let me just create a black background here. Turn this to black, and come to my layers and just give this a separate layer. Just put it on a separate layer. So X and F, and drag this down and then lock this layer, so we can see how these effects are working on a black background. The yellow shadow is not working well on this background, so we'll just leave it here. And then let's come here and just create, let's say, AE, and give it a white color. Okay, let's choose bold font and just kind of create outlines. Okay, now when you come on effects and stylize, we have other effects. We have the inner glow. Now this gives our shape an inner glow. Okay, make this black and see, and you can see this is how it works, right? It creates an inner glow that's inside our shape, So as we increase the opacity, of course it increases the blurriness. You can see what we are achieving with this. And make it center, we see how it then works, right? Yeah, so that's how the inner glow effect works. Let me just delete it. So I deleted the whole shape. Let me just select this guy and delete. Okay, and we have other ones. We have this guy, the outer glow. We can make this green again, or maybe blue. Yeah, so make it green. We now have the inner glow, right? Or rather the outer glow. It's the direct opposite of the inner glow. The inner glow creates the glow inside the shape, while the outer glow creates the glow outside the shape. You can work on increase the blurriness, and you see what we are achieving, right? Okay, and then yeah, that's it. We of course can add multiple effects just like we did before. We have this one, which is the rounded edges, or rather rounded corners. So it increases the roundness of our corners. So as you can see, this is what we get to increase it. Yeah. Okay, and then we have this other one, which is the scribble effect. This is the last one, which is the scribble effect. And this is what the scribble effect does for us. It gives us a pop-up menu, which gives us presets to select from. So you can choose this one, which is called the childish. This is called the dense. This is the loose. This other one, I don't know how to pronounce this word. We have the sharp, we have the sketch, we have the snart, we have the whatever swash, we have the tight, we have the zigzag. Okay, and then we have been given settings here which we can manually create what we want, the look we want. Okay, maybe make this 2. Okay, then we have curviness, which increases how curvy our scribble is. Then we have the variation. We have the spacing, of our drawing, right? We have the variation of the spacing also. Yeah, that's it. We have 2 effects on this guy. We can kind of release, or instead of release, let's just come here and expand. Okay, then we see that it turns the scribbles into sketches, okay, into real lines, and we can just maybe ungroup, and now we have them as a group like this. So we can furthermore change the color of these guys, maybe make them darker green. Okay, yeah, we could have something like this, or instead of this we could even have the inner shadow instead. We have the inner shadow. Okay, since we expanded the shape, we don't have the effects any longer, so we will just create an AE. Okay, AE, or maybe AI in this case. AI is Adobe Illustrator, and instead of an outer glow, maybe we add an inner glow. Okay, just reduce the blurriness. Perfect. And maybe we just delete this one, bring this guy here, then maybe create the scribble effect on it. It turns out that the inner glue completely disappears. Why is that? I want it to remain, so let me just duplicate the shape. Good to see. Okay, what happened is I think why it happened like that is because I still have it as a type. I haven't expanded it, so let me just create outlines. Okay, I haven't expanded it. To select your shape, then come and give it a scribble. I think the same thing is happening. So what will happen is I'm just going to undo. So let me just delete this guy first, then come here, and instead of just giving it an effect like that, let's just create outlines first. Okay, let's further expand if necessary, and then okay, let's just give it an inner glue first, even though I'm very sure this inner glue will not be visible because of this color. So let's just turn it to black. Yeah, so this is the inner glue, and let's try adding the scribble effect and see. It still disappears. Okay, I don't know why it does like that. Okay, so because of that, I'll just Ctrl C, Ctrl F, that's duplicate the layer, and then add the scribble effect on the separate layer, on the new one. And I'm not even seeing the outline very much, but one thing I have observed here is so much is happening here. Okay, but you get the point. We mustn't add all the effects, but I don't need to create something. Let me try releasing this one. Then just instead of deleting it, just select this guy, and Pathfinder. Could we apply the Pathfinder effects? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and even the way it is, this is still cool. Without even adding the scribble effect, right? And what if we added the scribble effect? We could add the scribble effect and give it another color. Maybe, okay, the reason why it wasn't showing was because the scribble effect is taking the color of the inner glue. Okay, so what if I do it like this and then release? Or instead of release, just come to expand and expand appearance, and then bring it forward, maybe like this. Okay, then we could give it black color. Okay, so what I wanted to create is just something like this. Actually, nothing too special, just something like this. And yeah, that's it. So there are a lot of cool effects under the stylize. Of course, we've looked at them, and we probably should create a poster design with some of these effects that after we look at the other effects, okay, at the end of this module. Okay, yeah, that we'll definitely do that. Yeah, so with this, we've come to the end of this lecture on the stylize effects. Okay, as you can see, there are 6 of them, and we've learned what each and every one of them does. Okay, yeah, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. In this lecture, we'll be learning about the wrap effects. Deleting everything here. So select your shape tool, or sorry, your type tool, then come and create an area type like this. Okay, now let me just change this color to white. And maybe we should make our artboard even bigger, okay, so as to accommodate a lot of things. Now I'm going to increase the size of my shape here, of my background, okay, and then just select this guy. Now the wrap tools, or rather the wrap effects, are also a type of effect that creates distortion to our shape, okay, or to our selected object. Now come on the effects and then wrap, right, and then just click on arc. So immediately we see what it does. It creates a kind of arc formation or arc shape with our entire text. Okay, that's what the wrap effects do. Now we have a number of them. We have the arc, we have the arc lower, okay, which does this. You can see what the arc lower does. We have the preview here so you see what you are expecting. Yeah, and then we have the arc upper, okay, we have the arch, or arch, whatever, and then we have the bulge, okay, which makes it to just bulge out like this. Then we have the shell lower, okay, which creates this kind of distortion. Then we have the shell upper, which creates the opposite. Then we have the flag, which creates kind of a flag. Then we have the wave, which gives us a kind of wavy design. Then we have the fish, okay, which shapes our ship in what looks like a fish, in a pattern that looks like a fish. And then we have the rise, which does this. Then we have the fish eye, which does this. Then we have the inflate, which does this, okay. Then we have the squeeze, which does this, and finally we have the twist, which does this. So let's select the arc. Let me select the arc, and so we can see some of the options here. Now we have the bend, which determines the level at which our bending occurs. Okay, so it's either towards 100 or towards minus 100. Okay, so this is minus 100 and this is 100. They're the opposite of each other. Okay, when you have it at 0, we have no bend, and then we have the distortion. We have the distortion towards the horizontal or to the horizontal. We have it towards the vertical or to the vertical. Okay, so depending on what you want, you are given the opportunity to create whatever design you want. Okay, so I just prefer to leave this as 0 0 0 and just do a simple distort like this, simple bend like this, and okay. Okay, now I just want to duplicate this guy, holding down Alt and dragging it down. And for this one, I'm just come here and make it minus 39. Okay, no, not minus 39. What I want to do is just come under properties and then give it a paragraph like this towards the right, and this guy we're going to leave it at aligned to the left. Okay, and the wrap, I'm just come and make this guy minus 39. Okay, 39, then okay. Okay, now this is what we have, and then you can now have it arranged like this, so it looks like the type is coming and flowing like this, right? Yeah, we move it to the left a bit. Okay, to create a clear demarcation. Yeah, so this is just what I wanted creating. Okay, then maybe we could have the wave. Give it a white color, just have it aligned rather to the middle like this. Maybe we can even Control X. Okay, and have it separate here, have the word wave separate here, so that this one could be small in size, this guy big. Okay, and maybe we could even apply another wrap effect to the word wave, right? Maybe we could give it yeah, maybe we could just leave it like this, and then maybe come and expand. Okay, and then come to effects and then give it a stylized effect. Maybe give it an outer glow. Okay, let's make the color black first, then give it an outer glow. Stylize, yeah, an outer glow, or rather an inner glow. An inner glow should do. Inner glow, good. So we could have where we choose whether center or edge. So an inner glow will do. Okay, okay, the wave. And let me just try adding another effect. Let me add the scribble effect to see if it's going to work this time. Okay, it's totally destroying our glue effect. Okay, let's just Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and maybe give it the scribble, and give the scribble and expand. Okay, and give it a black color or a white color depending on what we want, or maybe a red color. Maybe just change the stroke to 1. Okay, yeah, this should work. Yeah, we could work with this. We could work with this. So the wave. Okay. And basically, we've looked at everything about the wave effects, right? Yeah, we've looked at everything about the wave effects. What these options here are just the same as the ones we looked at here. Okay, so they are just the same thing. It's just that we are able to select the one we want directly from here. Okay, yeah, so that's it for the wrap effect, and see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning about some very interesting tools in Adobe Illustrator. Now these tools are called the shape distort tools. They can be found beneath the width tool. So just come to the width tool and just click and hold, and you're going to find them here. Now these are the tools. We have the wrap tool, we have the twirl tool, we have the poker tool, we have the blot tool, we have this other one. Okay, and we're going to look at them individually, separately, during the course of this lecture. Now come and just create a square. Okay, we're going to start with a square. So come here and select your wrap tool. Now when you select this tool, you see what it does. It just enables you to distort your shape like this. Okay, drag it in, it goes in, drag it out, it comes out, drag it out, it comes out, drag it out, it comes out, drag it in, it comes in. Okay, you get the point, right? This is just what this tool does. And if you double click here, you're going to see options. Okay, these are the brush dimensions. You're going to be able to choose the width of the brush, the height of the brush, the angle of the brush. Okay, now we have it at 0. The intensity, we have this at -120, and then okay, we will definitely see a difference. Now we also have the detailing. We have the simplification, so simplify and detail. Okay, basically this is what this tool does. It just enables us to distort our shape like this. Okay, that's just what it does. I think it's quite similar to the smudge tool in Adobe Photoshop. To those who are familiar with Photoshop, it's quite similar to the smudge tool. Maybe we could make an argument for that. So this is just what it does. Okay, you can create all sorts of shapes. Just keep modifying to get what you want. Okay, perfect. Delete you, and that's it for that tool. And we're going to come to the next one, which is the most interesting in my own opinion. This is the twirl tool. Now what this tool does is very interesting. Okay, very interesting. So just look at what this tool is going to do here. So just select the tool, the twirl tool, and then just come here without selecting any shape. Just click and hold and release. Now this is what this tool does. It creates this kind of circular twirling effect. Okay, and you can actually modify the brush size by holding down Alt, the brush size and shape by holding down Alt. So if you hold down Alt or Option on the Mac and just drag your mouse like this in the shape you want, you're going to modify your mouse or your brush to that shape, and then when you release, it just stays at that. And when you click, you then get your twirl distort in the shape of your brush, in the new shape of your brush, right? So when you come and double click here, you then see that you also have the brush dimensions. Of course, we have the angle, we have the intensity and whatever. Take it to 0. We have the brush width, let's make it at 100, and brush height, make it at 100. So I have something square. Then we have the twirl rate and the detail. We have the simplify, and so on and so forth. Okay, so with this tool, Our imagination is our limit. There's no limit to this tool. Very nice tool. We can modify texts, we can create custom fonts, we can even create floral designs. Let's assume we are creating something like this, and we're now using our direct selection tool to get this edge like this and this one like this, and then maybe even making our shape bigger, then getting the tool to get this edge like this and this guy like this, and then let's see, we then use the transform effect to create a rotation. Let's see, a rotation of 15 degrees. Let's just give it 10 copies. Okay, or let's give it 11 copies. 11 copies do. 11 or 12 copies should do. 15 degrees and 12 copies. And maybe we just come and give it a stroke instead of a fill. Maybe increase the fill, the stroke size like this. Okay, select your tool, and maybe we want to reduce the size. We can't reduce the size, but no problem. We just want to select this guy and then just come here and give it a brush size of 300 by 300 and okay, then see that we're creating something cool, right? Maybe we come here, okay, you can see how dynamic our design is becoming. Very cool design. So like I said before, your imagination is your limit. This tool is very cool. There is no limit to what you can create. Even come and create letter A and B, maybe just expand them, and then on group, just come and select the guy here, the big boy here, and give it 100 by 100 or 200 by 200. Okay, then with this we can just start creating distortions to our shape. So you can use this tool to even design fonts, right? Yeah, to even design fonts, to modify your fonts, and so on and so forth. Just do crazy stuff. Very nice tool. Okay, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and we will even have maybe different colored shapes. Could have this maybe blue, or maybe purple, or maybe maroon, and then have another one, maybe yellow. Okay, then select this tool, just come and blend them like this. See, come and blend them like this. Blend them like this. You can even blend them and move. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so with this tool, our imagination is our limit, our creativity is our limit. Okay, and that's it for the twirl tool. Now we have other tools here. We have the plucker tool. I don't think they are as interesting as the twirl tool. They are not as interesting as this twirl tool, in my own opinion, but yeah, this is what they do, and all of them have the options you can tweak. Okay, so this is what the plucker does. If you drag it in, it creates an intrusion. If you drag it out, it creates an extrusion. Yeah, simple as that. And then we have this one, the blot tool, which kinds of, if you drag it out, it creates an extrusion. You drag it, if you drag it out, it creates an intrusion. If you drag it in, it creates an extrusion. Just play around with them to see what they do. Okay, and then we have this guy which does this. Okay, so you might find a need for this, but honestly I haven't worked with this tool, this particular one. I think I've used the 12 tool a couple of times, but some of these ones are just weird. Look at this other one, which is called the crystallize tool, and it just creates kind of crystalline edges. Just creates kind of crystalline edges like this. Okay, if you push it in, it creates them inside. If you push it out, okay, you get the point. And of course, if you double click on the tool, you're going to get options like this. You can play around with these options for yourself to see what they do. And finally, we have this one, which is called the wrinkle tool. It creates wrinkles. Let me create a new shape and try it out. It creates wrinkles like this. Okay, creates wrinkles. Okay, just, it all depends on what you want to create. Okay, I'm just holding down on my mouse and releasing. You can increase the detailing and other and other options. We have the complexity, maybe make it at 6. We have the horizontal 60, vertical 100, whatever. Okay, and see what it does. You can see it just turns just messes up our shape, creates a whole lot of points. Okay, yeah, and you might find a need for this tool depending on the project you're working on, of course. Yeah, so that will be it for these tools. As you can see, we've looked at the good, the bad, and the ugly. These tools, I think this is the best one, in my own opinion. That the 12 tool is the good and the best for me. Perfect, guys, and with this we've come to the end of this lecture. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning about the effect gallery in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so if you come under effects, you see under Photoshop effect, we see the effect gallery. So it's a Photoshop effect, but it has been borrowed into Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so let's just come and import some images. Just come to File, Place, and then go to your project folder. You'll see these images which I have uploaded. Okay, now just select this guy and place. You can click place and then just drag it out like this. Okay, and maybe we just delete this layer. Okay, delete this layer and just maybe adjust our image to fit to our artboard. Okay, and maybe just edit our artboard to fit perfectly like this. Okay, now while selecting our image, in order to use the effect gallery, just select the image, come to effects and click on gallery, effects gallery. Now it opens up, and then you can just drag it out like this to make it bigger, and add on the left hand side here you see your preview, the preview of your image, right, of your selected image. While on the left hand side you see the effects, and here you see the sliders where you can modify the effects. Okay, and so just come here and fit in view. So it's going to fit your image right in view. Now these are the effects. There are different folders of effects. There are all different categories of effects. We have the artistic, we have the art strokes, or sorry, brush strokes. We have the distort effect, we have the sketch effects, we have the stylize effect, we have the texture effect. So we might not go through each and every one of them, but we'll just do our best. So under artistic, come under pencil, or colored pencil rather, and you can immediately see that the effect has been applied to our image, and it gives it kind of a pencil effect, a colored pencil effect, just like the name implies. And with these sliders you can modify the intensity of the effect, the stroke pressure, and then the paper lightness, yeah, and so on and so forth. I don't like this effect, so I'm going to apply the cutout. Now this cutout gives it a kind of sketchy effect, like a kind of cartoony sketch effect, and you can modify the effect with these sliders. This one is the number of levels. Okay, that's the number of levels of the effect. As you can see, with a higher number of levels we have more details, right, in our sketch. And with the lower number we just have this whole place as one color. We just have a few colors. Okay, we just have a few details. Okay, and then we have what is known as edge simplicity. When we increase it, we have the edges become very simple, and it becomes more and more like a drawing, or a more and more like a rough drawing. Okay, like a rough sketch. When we decrease the edge simplicity, we get a lot more details. Okay, so that's it for the edge simplicity. And then edge fidelity, you can see that when you decrease it you get kind of sharp edges, kind of rough sharp edges, and when you increase it you get more details. Okay, so it all depends on what you want. And in Photoshop you can actually add effects here, but I just found out that in Illustrator you cannot add the effects. Okay, you can add multiple effects. That's multiple effects from the effects gallery. Okay, but in Photoshop you can actually do by just clicking on this plus icon. Unfortunately for Illustrator we can see that it's just blurred out, it's just grayed out. Okay, but nevertheless we can make do with what we can work with, right? And we have other effects. We have the dry brush. Okay, dry brush, and just come around and play with the sliders to see what you can achieve. Then we have the film grain. Yeah, I think I'm liking this. Okay, it just makes it look like a painting, like a sketch, like an artistic sketch. Okay, and then we have the film grain. Okay, film grain. We have the fresco. We have the fresco. We have the fresco. The brush size. We have the brush details. Okay, the more you drag it, the more the details. Okay, then we have the texture. Okay, the more you drag it to the right hand side, you're increasing the texture of your effects. And zoom in, you can see what we've been able to achieve with just this effect. And we have a whole lot of effects. We have the neon glue, we have the paint daubs, we have the palette knife, we have the plastic wrap. Okay, so it gives us kind of a plastic look. Okay, we have the poster edges, we have the rough pastels, and so on and so forth, depending on what you want. And we have the sliders, of course, which you can edit. So for this image, I'm just going to maybe go with one. and then we'll look at other images. All right. Okay, maybe I'll go with the cutout. I'll just go with the cutout and give it this level of detailing. And then for edge simplicity, just going to add like this. And yeah, I prefer these settings, and I'm just going to click OK, and immediately Adobe Illustrator applies our effect to our image. And let's place another image. Let's come and choose this one. Okay, and drag it out like this. Okay, now come to the effect gallery, and then let's see what we have here. Let's fit it to view, and immediately we can see that the cutout effect has been applied, and I kind of like the way it has applied this effect here. I'm just going to click OK and bring in the same image to apply another kind of effect. To file, place, then bring in the same image. Okay, and drag it out. And for this one, I'm not going to apply an artistic image effect. I'm going to be applying a texture effect. Now just fit it to view, and for this one let's try applying the stainless glass and see. Okay, so you can see what we get with the stainless glass. It gives us this kind of or a stained glass, this kind of stained glass effect, not stainless glass. So we have the cell size, we have the border thickness, okay, we have the light intensity. Okay, good. And we have this other one. I don't like this one. I think the one I like the most is the stained glass, and it's the one we're going to be working with. So stained glass, first of all, let's take a look at this one. Texturizer. So this one kind of gives our image some level of texturing. Okay, it makes it textured, look textured. Okay, but I still prefer the stained glass. Yeah, just going to make our cell size 12 and just click OK, and immediately Adobe Illustrator adds our effect. Now you can see our effect here. You can see our effect here, and we can even let's try bringing them over each other. So whenever I move the image, it just loads the effect over and over again. Okay, so select this guy, arrange, send to back, and then I'm just going to come to properties and click on opacity to give us our blending mode, so we can see if we can try blending the two layers together, the two images together. So we can see that it's taking a toll on my computer. These effects are graphic intensive, right? And immediately you can see that it now blends the two effects for us. Okay, it blends the two effects for us after just giving it a darken effect or a darken blending mode. Now let me change the blending mode to multiply, so we see what's happening. I'm going to load, and then now we see what's happening under multiply, right? Okay, so let's try other ones. Let's try lighten. Yeah, let's try screen. Yeah, So I think I prefer, okay, let's try this other one, overlay. Okay, I think I'll just go with the darken effect. Yeah, I think I will go with the darken effect. So I like this effect, and that's the one we're going to use. And we have the second one with the kind of sketchy effect, with the cutout effect. Okay, the cutout effect. Yeah, so we could even add a frame to our image or to our images. Maybe add a frame, remove the fill color and then give it a bigger stroke, and then maybe make our stroke gray color. Okay, we will reduce the size like this. Sorry, the size of the frame. Perfect. Okay, we could do same for this guy if we want, or we can just come and create maybe something like this, and then just give it a blending mode. Maybe change the color. Okay, maybe change the color like this. Then maybe come and give it a type. Just OVE. Okay, you can convert the orientation to vertical, and maybe what font should we use? Let's use Montserrat. Okay, yeah, something like this. Maybe even increase the size of the letter O, and then decrease the size like this. Okay, then we have love. Could make this bigger, we bring it to the front, and just have it above this like this. Okay, yeah, and then maybe just choose a different color, a different blending color for this other shape here. And yeah, we have a cool poster design here, just with the effects. That's with the effects gallery and some blended shapes and some text, right? Yeah, and for these other options here, these are actually effects from the effects gallery. Okay, these artistic, they are effects from the effects gallery. These are the ones, some of these distort, some of these other ones are all effects from the effects gallery. So you can just go to them directly. Okay, let's assume we want to apply the cutout. Okay, and we already have the effect edited, and we already have the effect, we already know the effect, right? So we can just select our image and then come to artistic and then cut out, okay, and immediately the effect will be applied directly to our image. We don't have to then go to effect gallery again. Okay, and we have one final effect we might want to learn about, which is the blur effect. The blur is a very popular effect. It's just a blur, right? We have the Gaussian blur, we have the radial blur, we have the smart blur. Okay, I'm not going to go through them. You can go through them on your own, but the blur effect kind of has a lot of importance in graphic design. It gives depth, it gives realism, it helps in a whole lot of scenarios. Okay, but we're not going to check them out in this course. And with this, we've come to the end of our video for our lecture on effects. And in the next one, we shall be looking at an assignment. Okay, yeah, and all the files will be made available to you so you can follow along. Okay, so see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be learning about the transform options under the objects menu. Okay, and this is quite similar to the transform effects which we just looked at in the last module. Okay, so let me just remind you of the transform effects. Now these are the transform effects. Okay, we have the horizontal scale, the vertical scale, the horizontal move, vertical move, the rotation, and then the copies, and so on and so forth. So this helps us to create a transform effect on our shape. Now the transform option is very similar to this. Okay, so we access this option by coming to object and then transform, and now we can see move. Now this move enables us to move our shape. Okay, now we can put the position, vertical position, let's say 50. Okay, and then let's say 50 horizontal. Okay, and then the distance is here between the vertical and the horizontal, right? And then we have the rotation. Okay, this is now the rotation, and we can now okay, and then the original shape will be copied, will be transformed. The move property will be modified to this, and we can also click copy so as to create a new object, a copy of the original object with the move property. Now we have other ones. We have the rotation, the reflect, the scale, and the share. Now we have this other place which is called the transform each. Now in this place we are now able to transform each of the properties, just like how we are able to transform each of them using the transform effect. Okay, so we can transform each and every one of them to come to transform, object, transform, and then transform each. And then we can see that we are now able to transform each and every one of them. We can transform the scale, the vertical and horizontal scale, the move, okay, vertical and horizontal, then the rotation, okay, then we can copy, we can modify the original, and we can change the point of rotation, right? That's the point of anchorage, okay, using this. But let's just leave it at the middle, and yeah, so that's it about the transform options. And let's just try to create something cool with this transform option. So come here and create an ellipse, and then just duplicate this ellipse holding down Alt. I'm going to drag it to this point, and what I will then do is select the both of them, and then come and select my shape builder tool holding down Alt. I'm just going to drag this and delete them. Now for this shape, while selected, come on your gradients and create a gradient fill. Okay, and then just disable the stroke color and maybe resize it to this point, and then come to objects and then transform each. Now I want to make this 45 degrees. Okay, I just want to make it 45 degrees, and that's all. That's all. And I don't want to change the scale or the position. So what I'll then do is I'll copy or hit copy, and you can see we've copied the shape. Now while it's still selected, just come to object again and then transform. Now you see transform again, Control D, right, or Command D on the Mac. Now what this option does is it creates the last transform. Okay, it does the last transform, and when you just click it, we can see that another transform has been done to this shape. And come and Control D and Control D. Okay, now instead of just doing this by coming to objects and transform, we can do our Control D, right? So Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D. We can just keep hitting Control D, and we can see that with this we've now created a pattern, a repeating pattern. Okay, so that's one of the importance of this. We can use it to create repeating patterns. Okay, we can even use it for stuff like long shadow effects. Okay, let's say we have AI here written. We can use it for a long shadow effect. So just come and use a bold, and then come to object and expand. Okay, now while selecting your shape, just come to object and then come to transform, and then come to transform each. Okay, and we want this to be 0, and what we want to adjust here is the position. Okay, so we just want to make this 2 and this 2, and then click copy. Now what it does is it creates a copy with the new positions, right? And then we can now duplicate the effect and keep hitting Control D, and here we now have our long shadow effect. And for the main shape, we just come and make it maybe yellow. Okay, I think we selected the wrong one, so you can just come and make it yellow, or give it another color, and just bring it to the front, arrangement to front. And yeah, now we have our long shadow. We can now select every of the shape, and maybe deselect the main guy, and just you come to our part finder and just unite everything, just add them, and now come to your direct selection tool, and all you need to do now is just select this unneeded anchor points and delete them like this. Select them and delete. Okay, select and delete, and do that to all the anchor points that are not needed. Just delete them so we can have a straight shadow, right? Select and delete, select and delete. Same also with this ones, delete. 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 Perfect. So we can just adjust our main shape to fit like this, and we now have our long shadow effect. And maybe just make this a gray color instead of total black. Let's make it kind of grayish like this. And this is now our long shadow effect which we've achieved by using our transform options here. Now there's one more thing I want us to try out, and you just come here and then come to your star and create a star. Right, create a star like this, and then of course you can use any other option, any other shape also. Okay, it mustn't necessarily be a star. So while selecting the shape, come and give your shape a gradient fill. Okay, and I want this gradient fill to be darker at the middle and brighter at the edges. I'll just work with this one. Okay, now while selecting our shape, go on Object, Transform, and transform each, and let's make the rotation 20%, and also the scale, let's make the scale 95 and 95 maybe, or let's make the scale 90 and 90. Okay, for horizontal and vertical. And then let's create a copy. So it creates a copy, and come to Object, Transform again, and let's just keep hitting Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D, Ctrl D. And as you can see, we now have what looks like a flower, right? A flowering pattern. And you just come here, and first of all, just make this bigger. And come here and just create a square shape in the size of our artboard, and then select every shape, select all the shapes, right click and create clipping mask. So this is what we now have. Okay, you can use this method with other shapes. Okay, you can use the method with other shapes. So let's just come here and add the plugger and blot effect. Okay, so we have something like this to start with, and make the shape bigger. Okay, and probably adjust the effect once more, maybe to make it look even even slimmer and look like this, right? And then the next thing we're then going to do is to come here to Object, Transform, then transform each, and still having the same settings for the last transform. We're just going to use the same settings actually. So just okay, but instead of having move, I will just make move 0 because I don't want to apply move, right? And just click OK. Okay, and then okay, we should have used the copy instead of the okay. We should have used the copy. That's the mistake we made. So let's undo. Come here, transform each, having it like this. Let's hit copy this time. Now you can continue hitting Ctrl D or Command D on the mark, and we'll see this beautiful repeating pattern being formed. Okay, and what next can we do? We can just have a shape like this, and then just select everything, right click and clipping mask, and perfect. And of course we can play around with the colors and to have a different feel, right? Yeah, so with this we've come to the end of the lecture on transform options. In the next lecture we're going to look at more options under, or more effects under the objects menu, and see you in the next one. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning about gradient meshes and how they work here in Adobe Illustrator. So gradient meshes can be used to create colorful backgrounds, and they can also be used to create objects with different shading in Adobe Illustrator. I'm going to show you how that works in a bit. So for starters, let me just introduce the gradient mesh tool and show you how the whole thing works. So while selecting my rectangle tool, I'm going to draw out a simple rectangle. Okay, now the gradient mesh tool can be found here. Now this is the mesh tool. So as you can see, we have mesh tool, right? So it's the gradient mesh tool. So just select it, then come to your shape and immediately when you come to your shape and come to an edge, you see the plus icon or the plus symbol rather appear. Then when you just click, you then see that we have a new edge in the middle. And then if we come here also, we see that we have the plus icon. Anytime we come close to the edge, we have a plus icon or a plus symbol rather. So when we click, we then see that we now have our shape divided into 4 different boxes. Right now, what we can now do is come to our direct selection tool, select it, and then come and select this anchor point. Okay, so if you select the anchor point, instead of moving it or doing whatever, you just have to select it and then come and assign a color to it. Okay, you can select multiple anchor points and assign colors to them, like I'm doing right now. Okay, so that's all that the gradient mesh tool entails. So it just allows you to create anchor points, okay, to divide your mesh into whatever subdivisions you like, and then come and assign colors to each anchor points. And that's just how it works. Okay, and this can be very handy in a lot of scenarios. Okay, so we select this anchor points, we give it a blue, select this guy, give it a darker blue, select this guy, give it a brown, select this one, maybe come here and give it maybe this color, select this one, give it this color. Okay, as you can see, I am already creating an interesting background. Right, so this is one of the uses of gradient meshes. So we could just have our background like this, maybe select the artboard tool and crop out our artboard like this to fit our background, right? And then maybe then have a text, say ingredient, and give it a white color. Okay, so you can see now with this, we've been able to create this simple gradient colored background. Okay, now that's it for one of the uses of the gradient mesh tool. You can use it to make very beautiful backgrounds, very beautiful colored backgrounds, but that's just one of the uses. We have other ways we can use this tool, and I'm going to just show you one of them in the next example. Now come to your file and then come to place, and then in the project folder you're going to see this tomato image. So just select it and place. Okay, and just draw it out like this. Okay, and I want to put it on a different background. Okay, it's already on layer 1. I'm just going to lock this layer, create a new background above it, so I can draw over the layer 1 background. Okay, now while on this layer, come and get the pen tool. I just want to get the pen tool and draw out the shape of this tomato. Yeah, so I'm just going to draw it out roughly, nothing too special. Remove the fill color, and keep drawing it out. Okay, just kind of even it out, and yeah. So we have a basic representation of our tomato fruit. Right, now select the eyedropper tool and just give it a random color that's from the tomato fruit. Right, and let's swap this color to make it our stroke color, so we can have enough space to kind of draw out the remaining shape here. Now select your pen tool and then just come and follow this other shape. Just come and try to draw it out. Okay, drag it like this. Mustn't be perfect, just for demonstration purposes, right? Mustn't be perfect. Okay, so let's just pick the eyedropper tool and maybe sample a green color here, and also swap the guy. Okay, swap the fill color to the true color, and just select your both shapes and take them out of the frame. I want to create a color palette, okay, with the colors of our fruit here. Now just create a box here, remove the true color, and then maybe give it a random fill color, right? Then create 3 versions, and also and then select all of them and create another 3 version. Okay, so for these ones, now I'm going to select the first one, and I'm going to just try to pick the darker tones of the tomato color, right? So I'm going to choose this guy here at the edge, from the edge, so it's a little bit darker. So select that color, and then select this other one, and then select a brighter tone. Okay, so I'm going to sample this tone here and get this guy, and maybe pick something in the mid-tones. So really, if we really want to sample all the colors here, we might be forced to do more than 3. Okay, so we might be forced to even go very bright, and then very dark, and then very dark. That's in a place like this, from a place like this. Yeah, so with these 5 tones, we have basically represented every color representation of this tomato fruit. So select this guy here and try to sample 3 shades of this green. Okay, so we're going to choose this one, and then come on, maybe sample a mid-tone, something in the mid-tones. Okay, maybe something like this, and then come on, get this one from the brighter side, right? Good. We can just hide this guy for now, and then work on this one. So the next thing to do is select our gradient mesh tool. So select your gradient mesh tool and just come to the shape and try to now just add some divisions. Okay, we can add divisions to represent the structure of our tomato fruit here. So after you click, we can see that we are given handles, so we can just come and drag the handles to create a better representation. Okay, so this is basically following our shape, or our main object, the main object we're trying to create, right? So we just come here and add another one. Okay, we add another one here. Okay, this one is going this way. You can add another one here. Maybe zoom in and just add another one. I'm just going to undo this one, try to add one that goes like this. So I like the way the handles are. I like the way everything is structured so far. Maybe add one here. You have to understand that the more the handles, the more the ability you have to kind of tweak things. Okay, so we can come and create one here, maybe create one here and one here, and in places where there are more colors, you might want to or more color variations, you might want to have more divisions. Okay, so just for you to know. And with this, I think we are ready to start painting. So we are going to come and select this tool, and you can see that whenever I select this tool and just select one of the points here, I can actually drag the points. Okay, or if I want to do this, if I want to drag the point away, I don't need to use this tool. I can just still select the mesh tool and then come on, click the point and drag it, so we can actually see a preview of it while dragging. Okay, good. We're going to drag this guy to the edge like this one to the edge. Okay, so this will do guys. And then now we can select our direct selection tool, and I have an alternative to selecting to using this tool. That's this tool beneath it. This is the lasso tool. This tool is used to select multiple anchor points. Okay, this guy is used to select just one anchor point, but what if we want to select multiple anchor points? Since we have multiple of them here, we have to use this tool. Okay, so first of all, just select the tool, and when you select the tool, just come ahead and drag out the area you want to select, and we can see that we mistakenly dragged into this area. All right, so we don't need this guy, we only need this one. So just drag it out like this, and we can see that all our points have been selected. So when we select them, we just go to our eyedropper tool or hit I on your keyboard, and then just come and give it a color. Okay, so let's give it a flat color, a first color. Maybe you can give it this one or this one, whatever color you want. So let's just start working with this one. Okay, then the next thing we can do is kind of look at places where there are variations, and then maybe drag it and select your eyedropper tool and start working your way. Okay, start selecting the colors that are prevalent in those areas. For this place, I might just want to come and select these 2 points here, and maybe give it this bright color. Okay, for this one, I might just give it this other color, not the very bright one, right? Okay, making progress, and I feel that somewhere around here we could have this color. Okay, and maybe we'll have this guy to be darker. Okay, maybe darker like this, and then around here, maybe around here we will have them very dark. We'll have it very dark here. Okay, and then maybe even select this guy and just come on, kind of tweak the shade to be way darker, right? Because of course we have it very dark here, and already you can see that we are already achieving our shape. Now it's already looking close to what we have here, right? It's already looking close to what we have here. That's just after some few steps of tweaking with our mesh tool. Now I'm just going to come towards the edges. Okay, sorry, maybe we can come towards the edges. Maybe select this guy so I can see what I'm doing, and come towards the edges and kind of select the points here, and maybe give it okay, this is too dark. We give it even a darker shade of this. Okay, yeah, that works. Yeah, and we can see that we are already adding a lot of depth to our drawing here. Okay, so select these guys at the edge, and you can select your eyedropper tool and come and just sample the colors here. Okay, perfect. And then take this and where else? Okay, maybe come this way. And just come on, sample. Let's sample this dark color. Okay, or maybe not. We want to just sample these ones here. So I think I'm just going to add my cap here. That's this one. Okay, and I'm going to bring my colors to this point, and then maybe sample this guy here. Okay, and right away I think our shape needs more dark points at this place. Okay, more darker points at this place. So select your tool, come here, and give it this. Okay, we already have them colored that way. So one other thing to do is you can just come and add more points, right? You can come and add more points, and we'll have the ability to put in more colors. So add more points. Okay, maybe select all of this and give it this color. And maybe these guys at the very middle, we might want to give them a really dark shade of this color. We want to give a really dark shade of this color, so maybe just come down here. Okay, and yeah, I think we can just put our cap now. We need to create meshes for our cap, right? So just come and click randomly. I'll just click randomly. This is not a very organized shape. Okay, it's not a very organized shape like a square, so there will be a lot of funny behavior of our shape. Okay, as you can see. So, but that will not matter. We still do what we have to do anyways. Just come and I'm okay with what we have here. Okay, so just select your lasso tool and kind of, maybe we should isolate this one so we don't get to select these other ones here too. So just select your lasso tool, come and drag out some points here, some selection here, and give it a darker shade. Okay, then come on, select this guy and give it something darker too. Okay, then maybe we need the very bright ones at the edge like this, so like this. Okay, perfect. And then maybe select this one, give it a very dark shade. Okay, and already I think what we have is okay. We don't need it to be too perfect. Good. So this is quite rough, but you get the point. We can see that we've almost replicated what we have on this place, right? Just using the gradient mesh tool. And with this, we kind of see how this tool works, right? And not just for this fruit, but we can create a whole lot of things with this mesh tool. Okay, we can work on cucumbers, we can work on a whole lot of things, even faces, even characters. Just something that has to do with different shades of a color. Okay, so some places like this might be brightly shaded, some might be dark, and so on and so forth. So that's just the use of this tool. And guys, one of the things I forgot to mention, which you should know, is that the gradient tool has its options under the object menu. Okay, so when you create a shape like this, maybe give it a red color and then come to objects, we see that we have an option here to create gradient mesh. So if you click here, you're then going to immediately see that your shape has now been subdivided into the certain numbers of rows and columns which we have here. And we have this other one which is appearance, and then we have flat to center and edge. You can try other options for yourself, but I'm going to stick to flat. And when we just OK, you can see that now we are now able to select these points. Okay, just like we did with this one, we are now able to select these points and then just give them a color. Right, give them a color. Okay, so that's just for you to know. Okay, so you can access the gradient mesh options here, and of course you can also use the gradient tool here. So that's it for this lecture, guys. We've come to the end of our lecture on gradient meshes, and see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be learning about the repeat effect in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, the repeat option here, and also we're going to be learning about patterns. So we're going to be making some patterns, some interesting patterns, all here in Adobe Illustrator. So starting off, I'm going to start with a rectangle, or rather it's a square shape. Just centralize the shape and then give it a color. Okay, I'm going to come to my color and let's choose let's choose this color. Okay, and then go to the color guide tool and I'll just choose maybe this preset. Just give it a nice shade. Okay, just play around with it. There's no specific rule. Okay, there's no specific rule, just play around to get the colors you want. So with this, I am just going to come on effect and select the plucker and blot effect and just edit it like this. And here I like this shape. I'm going to click OK, maybe resize it a bit, maybe boost up the stroke. Okay, maybe give it another color, more interesting color. Yeah, I think I'll go with this one. So let me just copy our shape and bring it here. Now we're going to start off with the repeat effect. Okay, yeah, we're going to start off with the repeat effect. So to activate this effect, you have to select your shape, come to object, then repeat, and then let's say radial, and immediately you see what it does. It gives us the ability, or it repeats our shape in a radial manner, right? And then it gives us this point here. Now on this point, when you drag it up, you see that the radius expands. Okay, or the diameter expands, the circle expands and reduces when you bring it in. And you can see that when we bring it in, we are now having a very interesting shape. Okay, or we can drag it out, bring it in. We can adjust the amount with this other icon here. Okay, like this. And if we drag it like this, we are actually reducing the size of our shape. Right, we're reducing the size of our shape. Perfect. When we come here, we'll see that we can increase the sizes, or the amounts rather, here also. So I'm just going to come to objects, repeat, and then release, so we can have our shape back. And when I come to repeat and choose the grid, you can see that it repeats it in a grid format. And Yeah, so this is what we have and repeated in a grid format, right? And these ones will add to the number like this, so it can keep going infinitely, okay, or reduce to the number like this. Okay, perfect. So with this now, we now have a very simple pattern. Okay, very simple pattern. We can increase the size like this or do whatever we want. Okay, so I'm going to go and just release my shape, drag it to the middle once more, and when I select the options, we can see that we now have options, right? And then we have the radial, we have the grid, we have the mirror. Okay, so this one mirrors our shape through the selected angle. Okay, and we can adjust our settings here and do whatever. And maybe we have the flip rows, flip columns, we have the grid type. Okay, and we can now click OK. And when we now come and choose the grid format or the grid option, it actually creates it with our new settings. And these are our new settings. These are the new settings we just updated. So all these are created based on the new settings we just updated. So that's how it works. Okay, and you can create simple patterns with this. We can even use it to furthermore enhance our process of creating patterns. And I'll just show you an example in a minute. I'm going to release it once more and centralize. Okay, and then come and select our guy and give it the radial repeat. So maybe have it like this, or like this. Maybe reduce the size like this. Okay, and maybe let's even reduce the quantity. Let's make it 5. Let's give it 5, quantity of 5. Make it look like this generally. Yeah, so the trick here is we're going to come and maybe expand it so as to make them separate shapes, right? You know, they are linked together with the repeat option here, but when we expand, we actually separate them. And then when we right click, we can actually ungroup them and work with them individually like this. So with this, we can now come and just basically adjust our colors. Okay, we can adjust our colors. Maybe give this a blue, come here and give it this color or that color, like this. Okay, and let me just try increasing our stroke size. Yeah, maybe we should have a stroke size of 3 for everyone. Okay, yeah, let's give it a stroke size of 3. Okay, okay, now we will just create more color variations. We can choose this one, this preset, this color preset, and I kind of don't like the blue here. So there's no specific rule to this. You just have to create it or select the colors based on what you feel is nice. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this, so I'm going to just try to do things very quickly. Again, I'm going to leave this guy like this. So while selecting the three of them, we can now group. Oh, sorry, we can now group them instead of, yeah, we can now group them. And when we group them, we can see that when we now go to object and then pattern and make, we are now able to make a pattern from the arrangements of shapes, right? And we can see this one in here, that the new pattern has been added to the swatch panel. Okay, so it's telling us that the new pattern we are about to create has been added to the swatch panel. Any changes made while in pattern edit mode will be applied to the swatch upon exit. Okay, so we can hit OK, and immediately we see that we now have our pattern. Okay, we can select our three shapes and kind of adjust them like this, and the whole pattern just gets adjusted, right? Yeah, perfect. We then have our pattern options here. We then have our pattern options. We can choose the name of the pattern. You can see flowers. Okay, and then we can choose the tiling type. We have the grid, we have the brick by row, we have the brick by column, we have the hexa by column, we have the hex by row. Okay, so they do what their name imply, hexa. It's kind of arrange them in the kind of hexagonal way. And we have the width here. We can increase or reduce, and we can see that the spacing between them just keeps getting adjusted with an increase or reduction in the values. I want to keep this at 135 by 135. Okay, well, let's say 120 by 120. Okay, yeah, this will do. And now we have other options here. We can actually select how we want them to overlap. That if they overlap, okay, that if shapes here overlap, but fortunately or unfortunately for us, they don't overlap, so we won't see these options do anything. Okay, but they're actually for overlapping shapes. And funny enough, we can just make them overlap. Okay, so we can see how the options work. So as you can see, the changes are being updated, and based on what you select, we have an overlapping change here, but we don't want any overlap, right? So 120 by 120. Good. And then we have the copies. Okay, we have 1 by 1, which is the original. We have 3 by 3, we have 5 by 5, we have 7 by 7. Okay, I'm just going to choose a grid arrangement, and maybe make this, okay, maybe 100 instead of 109 by 100. Okay, then we can keep choosing the copies we want, and when we are okay with our settings, we can just click X. Okay, and then here we now have an option whether to cancel the project or click done for it to be saved, and our pattern then disappears, right? Yeah. But we now have it in our swatches panel. Okay, so as you can see, this is now our pattern here. If I make this bigger, let's see if we can make it bigger, we then see that here is our pattern here. Okay, so we can create a shape, for example, and then come and select our pattern, and boom, we now have our pattern on our shape. Okay, so this is basically how to create a pattern in Illustrator. Okay, now we can keep increasing our shape to have more patterns. Okay, and we will of course observe that as we resize our shape, our pattern does not resize. Okay, we just have the pattern maintaining the same size as the original, so it's not resizing. So in order to make the pattern resize, what you need to do is to come to the transform panel here. Where's transform? Come to the transform panel and then come here, and then you see where we have transform object only. Now we have to make these transform patterns only, or transform boot. So when we transform boot, you can see that we are now transforming both the objects and the patterns. Okay, and then we see transform patterns only, we are now transforming funny enough, we can transform the both of them still. Okay, so that's how you do to enable you be able to resize the patterns. Okay, and then yeah, so we have our first pattern, and you just keep this at one side, maybe work on another pattern here. So I'm going to drag this guy here, and I'm going to come to my appearance and kind of make a little bit of adjustments to our pattern. So click OK, and what I want to do right now is I want to create these boxes like this, like this, let's have them like this also. Let's just group them, Ctrl G, then have these guys centralized like this, and have them also centralized, so have a perfect arrangement. Now I want to ungroup them, and then maybe we would want to do some adjustments to our stroke. We choose a very nice color, come to our color guides tool, and for our fill color, maybe we make it closer to blue, so we can get some cool shades of blue here. Maybe make it this or this, or just this. And then for the stroke color, maybe we make it maybe we make it this. Okay, and then for our patterns, we can just increase the stroke size and then give each pattern a different stroke color. Okay, then different fill color also, of course. Okay, maybe choose a different preset. Let's go with this guy. And for this one, make it like this. Okay, then I would like to make circles in the middle, or ellipses in the middle like this. Okay, maybe come and choose my eyedropper tool, select this guy, select this guy, select this guy, and finally select this guy. Perfect. Now we can just resize our shape. Okay, resize our shape. Okay, we can resize our shape to this, and just group our shape. And then select your shape and come to objects, pattern, and make. Okay, and now we have a new pattern. The width, the height, 80 by 80, increase the copies. Let's name it cool stuff. Okay, maybe choose a different kind of tiling type, or a different kind of tiling instead, and then maybe this kind of tiling will do, and just close your panel and done. Now we now have a new shape, or rather a new pattern. So select your rectangle tool, drag it out like this. Maybe we should adjust our artboard to something like this. Okay, so we can have our shape like this. Now remove the stroke and then come here and select your new pattern. Select your new pattern, and boom, we have our new pattern. So we have two patterns, the first and the second. Now I'm going to just adjust our artboard to a square. Okay, we can have the dimensions here. I think I'm just going to do this manually. Okay, I should then just work on my scaling options, right? Yeah, good. So I can have a copy of the artboard here and have our second shape, or our second pattern instead. Perfect. And yeah guys, with this we've come to the end of our lecture on patterns and repeat. Yeah, so just go ahead and try creating new patterns, new interesting patterns, and I would love to see what you can come up with. With this we've come to the end of this lecture, and see you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we'll be learning about shape blending in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and if you recall, in one of our past lectures we spoke about the blending tool, okay, which is this tool. We spoke about the blending tool, we learned how to use it and how to do a whole lot of things with it. And I mentioned furthermore that in a further lesson, that's in a future lesson, we will be learning more about the blend tool or the blend feature in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, so in this video we are going to be doing that, and we are going to use the blend option here more. We won't be using the tool in this video, but we are going to use the blend option here. So under the object menu you come to blend, okay, and then these are the options we'll be using in this video, and we're going to create some really interesting designs. And yeah, so to help you recall properly, the blend tool how to do with two or more shapes, right? So we have one shape here, and let's say we have another shape, okay, like this, and maybe with varying colors, right? And then you just have to now select the blend tool and then kind of blend from one shape to another, right? And then there you have it, right? So it's blending from one shape to another, or from one color to another, right? Now that's the same thing we are going to be doing here, okay, except that we are going to take it a little bit more advanced. Okay, I started by creating this little illustration of letter A and letter I, and I'm just going to duplicate the whole thing here. I'm just going to duplicate the artboard so you can come and try it out for yourself, and of course the file will be made available for you. Okay, now I have this illustration, and then I have this whole illustration, and then I have these objects here, and I just added a gradient fill to them. Okay, I just added a gradient fill to them. Just come to your gradient fill, just come to your gradient tool, so you see the gradient colors, right? Now there are two varying gradients, even though they are quite similar. So you just create the gradient you like, okay? It can be any gradient you want, okay? Now the blend option works by you selecting the both of them, and then just come to blend, then go to blend options. Okay, now we have different options. We have the smooth color, but we want to be choosing those specific steps, okay? And then the number of steps here will determine the number, how smooth the blending will be, Okay, so if we have more steps, we'll have a better blending between the both shapes. Okay, and if we have less shapes, less steps, we'll have less blending. So let's just start with 8. Okay, so let's say 8, and let's hit OK, and then come again to object, then go to blend, and then make. Now we see that it has blended from this shape to this shape in 8 steps. Okay, but of course we don't want 8 steps because we want it to be very smooth. So I'm just going to then come on the object, blend, and then release. So when you release, it doesn't blend again. So just select the both of them. Okay, go to blend, go to objects, and then blend, then blend options. Now we want this to be say 300. Okay, 300 steps. So okay, then when you come to blend and then make, you see that now we have a smoother blending. Okay, so I'm just going to select it and hold down Alt to duplicate. So maybe duplicate it 2 times to have extra copies. And then now the next thing we're going to do is very cool. Okay, we're going to take this object and make them follow these parts we have here. Okay, so that's the trick here. We're going to take this object and make them follow these parts we have. Okay, so that's the advanced stuff. Remember, we can do this with this tool. Okay, so that's why we're using the objects and blend options here. So what do you do? How do you do that then? Just select your blended object and then come and hold down shift and also select this guy here. Now go to object and then blend, and then you see where it says replace spine. Okay, just click replace spine, and boom, you see what we now have. We now have our blended shapes following our selected path. Okay, then we can select this guy here, come here, object, replace spine, and we can select this one now and then just come to object and blend and kind of reverse front to back. Okay, so that we have this kind of cool design. And then I want to bring it to front, so arrange and bring it to front, so we have it looking like this. Okay, I kind of like it looking like this. So what we can then do is duplicate this guy again and then select the guy, select the path, come to objects, blend, and replace spine. And then you see our cool blending. And for this last one, I want to duplicate and bring, but what I want to do is I want to just reduce the size. Okay, because we don't want it to be this big. Okay, there won't be enough space, so I'm just going to reduce the size like this, and then while selecting it, select the path, go to objects, blend, replace spine. Okay, so I kind of like it like this. Let's try giving it this and see. I prefer this version, and from here maybe we can even make it bigger. Okay, let me move it to the front or to the top. Okay, or move it under. Do like this. Maybe reduce the size. Just depends on what you want to do. Okay, and yeah, as you can see, we now have our cool AI design. I'm just going to remove this guy out of the frame, and we can furthermore add even cooler effects, right? We can add multiple effects in Adobe Illustrator. We can add multiple effects, and this just makes it cool. So let's select this guy and go to effects, and let's try adding the pluck and blot effect. Okay, so let's then maybe give it this value. You can see how it's beginning to become. Okay, making something cool with this now. Okay, and yeah, we can see how it has then modified our shape to look this beautiful. Then select this guy and give it the same effect. Okay, Yeah, and just do the same. I'm just going to do the same with with the remaining. Okay. So I like what we have so far, and let us give it the background. Okay, maybe black background, or maybe not. Maybe we just go to our color guides tool and try to get some inspiration. Maybe let's choose this guy, then just try to get some inspiration from our color guides tool. Yeah, like this, and maybe we just give it a text. Adobe Illustrator. We make the text bigger. Okay, maybe change the color. Okay, maybe just have it at the corner like this. Not bad. I think this will do. And yeah, I think I like what we have so far, what we've created so far. Yeah, so that's basically how to use the blend tool, the blend option here, and you can furthermore expand your shape and have more control over it. Okay, so just go and just create your own version here and play around with the tool furthermore to see what you can come up with by yourself. And with this, we've come to the end of the lecture on shape blending. Guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be learning about vectorizing. Okay, we'll learn how to vectorize an image in Adobe Illustrator. So that's how to turn an image into a vector illustration automatically. We don't have to draw the images manually. Okay, so it just happens automatically with Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing we have to do is to come and then place our image. So I'm going to use this image in the project folder, this girl's image. Okay, so open it up and just drag it out like this. Okay, and I'm just going to resize my artboard to fit my image. Okay, and then the vectorizing process kind of takes a toll on our computer. So in order to just explore all the features, I would like us to use a lower res image because this image is quite high res. So I would like us to use a lower res image and then come back to this one to finally do what I have in mind. So still come and place this tomato image. It's quite low res. Just go and place it so we can see all the options we have. So in order to vectorize an image, you go to Objects, Image Trace, and then Make. Automatically we see that the image turns into a vector image. Right now, the next thing you have to do is to just come to this place, to your properties panel, and where you see Image Trace, you see where it says presets. Okay, so now currently we have the default preset set. You just click here and we're going to have the image trace panel out. Okay, and then when we have this out, you see up here we have a number of presets which we can choose and go with immediately. And we also have the ability to create settings or to choose presets and kind of change their parameters. Okay, so I'm just going to go through some of these presets so you see how they work automatically. Okay, so this first one is called the auto color. So it's just going to create an automatic vectorization with colors. Then we have the presets here where we can modify, right? We can modify the number of colors. Do we want less colors or do we want more colors? Okay, now you see what we have with more colors. We have more details, right? And with less colors, let's say 4 colors, we have just very few details. We just have 4 colors, 1 2 3, maybe 4 or something like that. But when we have more colors, we definitely have more details. Okay, now you can see this one is looking almost like the original image. And we then have this other guy, which is a high color preset. Okay, now you see this one gives us 85 colors. Okay, and it's very detailed. We almost will not know that it's a vectorized image when we look from afar. Then we have this guy, which is the low color. Okay, low color just gives us 16 colors. Then we have the grayscale, which turns it into a grayscale illustration. Then we have this guy, which is the black and white, which turns it into a black and white illustration. Then we have this guy, which is the outline, which turns it into an outline illustration. Okay, and for all of them, we have what we call threshold. Okay, for these colors, we just have colors, not threshold. Okay, but when we just come to default, for example, we have what we call threshold. So the threshold kind of determines how much of detail we want. Okay, how much of our original image we want. Okay, so now this is black and white and we have a low threshold, so the image is almost disappearing. But when we have a high threshold, we're going to have more of our image. Okay, then we now have let's say we choose default, and then for this one we have what we are going to view. Okay, are we going to view the tracing results? Are we going to view tracing results with outlines? Okay, so it's going to put out the tracing result and then create outlines around the edges. Okay, and then for this one, are we going to just view just the outlines, and then are we going to view the outlines with the source images so we can see where our vectorization is happening in our original image? Okay, and then are we going to choose just the source image? Okay, so that's what this guy is. And we can use this I button here to toggle between the source image and the present vectorized results. Okay, so when we hold, we see the original image, and when we release, we see our result. And then we have the mode here. Of course, right now it's black and white, right, because of the presets we've chosen. And we have the threshold like I showed you before. And then we have this advanced option, and just come under this option here, and then you see where you say ignore, you're going to see that it ignores the white. Ignore white. Okay, we're going to see that it ignores the white and then kind of makes it a transparent something. Now if you go up, take it above an image, you see that it's transparent, right? That's because we no longer have any white. That's how this guy works. And for these other ones, we're going to see little detail adjustments. Okay, like for the part, when we take it to high, we're going to see details on the parts, right? Okay, and when we take it to low, we are going to see that there are no much details. Okay, and also this one for corners, it's going to create little adjustments to our corners. You can see the updates happening, right? Then for noise, we have more noise. All of these are just kind of to create more details to our illustration or our vectorized image. Okay, now we have this other preset here, which is maybe 3 colors. Let's say 3 colors. It breaks down our image into 3 colors. It vectorizes our image into 3 colors, and we can actually adjust the number of colors. Let's say 10. Okay, and now we see what's happening, right? And we still have our advanced options here to play with. We have this one to toggle between the tracing result and the source image. Okay, We have the pillet, we have limited, we have full tone, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm just going to take it back to limited, and then we then choose, let's say, 6 colors, and it just adds 3 more colors to our 3 colors, and 16 colors adds 10 more colors to our 6 colors. Okay, so it's going to be more detailed, right? And then we have shades of gray. All these are just presets. Okay, and then we have black and white logo. Okay, and then we have sketched art. So the sketched art automatically removes white, so we can see that ignore white is active here. Okay, and we have the threshold where we can actually adjust the threshold, right? Then we now have silhouette. We see the effect, and we have line art. Okay, it just creates an illustration with lines around our edges. And we have technical drawing. Okay, you might not want to use some of these presets. I'm just going to delete this guy, and now you get the point, right? So select your image, and right from here you don't really have to always go to objects. Okay, you don't really have to always go to objects and then image trace. You can do it right from here. You can just select your image, and then select the one you want. I just want to start with the 3 colors. Okay, and it's telling us that tracing may proceed slowly with this large image. Would you like to continue? And okay, so it's going to take some time because the image is high res, and when it's done, we're going to have our image traced. And good, now you can see that we now have our image vectorized into 3 colors. Okay, we can divide it into 3 colors: 1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect. And we can have more if we want. Let's choose 6 colors and see what we get. So it's going to take some time, and we're going to have our results. Perfect. Now we see that we are now given 6 shades of colors. Okay, our illustrations have been breaking down into 6 colors, and cool. I kind of like this, but I want to try other presets. Let me try taking this to 10. Okay, 10 colors. So the higher the colors, of course, the longer it takes, right? Yeah, I'm perfect. Now we have 10 colors assigned to, okay, we actually have 30 here. I don't know why it's give us 30 colors. I actually wanted it to be 10, but I'm just going to work with what we have anyways. So now we see what we have now, and I kind of like it. I'm just going to come here and ignore white. Okay, so it's going to remove all the white spaces. Yeah, so all the white places have been removed. Now if I have a background, if I create a background and send it to the back, you then see that these places are now black, right? And now my background color. So I'm just going to assign my background a very subtle color. I think I'll go with this color and just kind of adjust it like this. And here we now have our image traced. We now have our vector illustration from our image. Now selecting the image, if you want to conclude things, just come here to expand, and then now we have it officially as vector drawings. So we can ungroup, and we now see that we have the ability to kind of select different parts, right? Select different parts. Okay, different parts of our drawing. Okay, perfect. And I just want to come and create another image on top. and maybe change the blend mode to maybe darken or multiply. Or let me just play around with the blend modes to see which one I would like to go with. Yeah, maybe overlay. Okay, so I like this blend mode. Let me try changing the color. So I'll just go with this guy. And yeah, maybe we then add a text or something. I love dogs. Then give this title case, and then just come and choose a cursive font. You know what, I'm going to just create a filter and filter all the fonts by the cursive type, and then choose from the many cursive fonts I have on my computer. Love dogs. So I think I'll just go with this one. Okay. And then we do something like this. Reduce the size. Maybe change this I to we. We love dogs. Increase the size of dogs. Okay, perfect. So I can now close this panel, and yeah, I kind of like what we have so far. Maybe even give it a drop shadow, right? Maybe give it a drop shadow. Okay, instead of black color, maybe we give it dark purple color, and then reduce the blur. Okay, just reduce the offset. Make it okay. Yeah guys, so I'm gonna leave it like this, and I like what we have so far, what we've made so far. So guys, feel free to import your images and try creating some cool stuff. I would love to see what you can come up with. In the next lecture, we're going to be taking an assignment, and that will be it for this one. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this module, we'll be creating some real life designs. Okay, we'll be recreating some real life designs. So we're going to take real life designs, okay, randomly, and then try to recreate them. Most of them will be logo designs, and then one of them will be a poster design I did some years back. Okay, so we're going to start with the Windows Explorer logo. Okay, so the first thing I need you to do is to go and import the file. Now I have this file uploaded in the projects folder. Okay, so just come to the projects folder. Okay, come and place your file, and then just come and select the Windows Explorer logo. Okay, that's this Windows Explorer new logo design. Okay, so this one, just come and place it, and then let's use template, so it places it as a template. Okay, so place, and then okay, we now see that it's placed it as a template, but it's quite big. It's bigger than our artboard. So just come to layers and unlock the layer and just kind of resize it like this. Resize it like this. Perfect. And then the next thing I would like to do is I would like to import it again, but not as a template this time. I just want to import it as a normal image, so I can be able to sample the colors. So place, then let's just place it here. Okay, so now this is our design, and we're going to recreate this here in Adobe Illustrator. So the first thing I'm going to do is select my curvature tool. Okay, select my curvature tool and just come to the edge like this and just double click. Okay, and then just try to then follow the curve. It mustn't be perfect at first, because we have the ability to actually work on our path after we are done drawing. Just try to redraw the design like this. Just follow it, okay, from edge to edge. Just follow it like this, the way I'm doing, just like how we've learned in the video where we covered the curvature tool. Okay, so some places will need more points, some will need less points. Okay, so I'll just double click it here and kind of click once, click once, click once, and so on and so forth. I want to click once again. So this smaller curve tends to have more points, okay, because we are dealing with a more intricate kind of curve here. Okay, and I just want to create one here and one here and one here, and finally this one like this. Okay, or let me just make it okay, I just undid it to make it that I did Ctrl Z to make it a sharp edge, right? Because I want it as a sharp edge for now. So I'm just going to go about and try to fit my design perfectly. Okay, select the anchor point and just try to fit your design perfectly. Okay, and so far so good. I think I like what we have. So for these sharp edges, just marquee select them and just drag the curve like this. Same with this guy, drag like this, like this. Perfect. So far so good. We have our curve, or rather we have an overall sample of our shape. Okay, and we can make do with this. Maybe I'm just going to edit this curve like this. Sorry, Ctrl Z, maybe drag this one a little bit like this. Okay, so I kind of like what we have so far. Let me just unlock or hide this layer to see what we're having. Yeah, I think we're having something better now. So the next thing to do is to get these curves, right? I'm still going to use the curvature tool. Okay, so I'm going to click here, bring it here. Okay, click here and click here. I'm going to hit my escape key, take this tool and kind of fit my drawing better. Okay, I'm gonna need more curve at this point. We see how we have this place misbehaving, so we're gonna just spend some more time here. Maybe I'm going to just delete this point and just try to use this tool this time. That's the pen tool, and see if I can create it to be more perfect. I think I've messed the whole thing up. Okay, let's just play. Let me just keep playing with the handles and try to fit the whole thing better. If I can't, I'll just delete it and start all over again. Okay, I think I'm having progress so far, so we don't need to delete. Okay, yeah, I think I like the way it is now, and maybe we can move on to the next part. Okay, so the next part is this one. Taking my curvature tool and then click and then click once, click once, click once, and keep clicking to make your perfect curve. Okay, hit escape, and I think this guy is perfect. Now the next thing to do is select all your shapes, then select your shape builder tool, and then holding down Alt, just delete these random redundant parts. These parts we don't need. Okay, just delete them like this. Just hold down Alt and click on the part that is unneeded, and yeah, now we have them all deleted. Now I'm coming to my color guide tool, just going to select a color and just select a random color, give it to this guy, and select maybe a better shade, another shade, and just give it to this guy. Okay, so we now have our three shapes like this. Okay, now I'm going to select all parts and just remove the stroke, and now we have our shapes. Right now the next thing to do is to sample these colors and create the gradient. You know, this is kind of a gradient because we have a mix of this color and this color, mix of this color and this color, and this color and this color. Okay, some of them are subtle gradients like this one and this one. This one is more shouty. Okay, some of them are less conspicuous, so we are going to just sample them anyways. So we're going to create two boxes for each gradient. So hold down Alt and duplicate your boxes to the lower side. Hold down Alt and duplicate this guy to now select the first one and then select the eyedropper tool and sample this color here. Then go back to the select tool, select the second one, the eyedropper tool, and sample this color here. Remember, we can use the I key, okay, on your keyboard for eyedropper tool. Okay, so I'm not going to be coming to the tool box to keep selecting it. I'm just going to be using shortcuts: I for eyedropper tool, V for the select tool. So this guy we use we'll sample this guy, and then this one will sample this guy. Okay, then this one will sample this guy, and this one will sample this guy. Okay, now we have it. Perfect. The next thing to do is to create our gradient. Okay, so just come to your gradient tool and give this a gradient, and presently it's on the stroke, so I'm just going to remove the stroke and click the fill and then give it a gradient. Okay, now on the first color, come here and select this first part and select this eyedropper tool and then give it the green. Okay, let's just select these colors and drag them here so we know that they are the first ones. Okay, so give it the green because the green is here, and select this one and give it the blue. Now we need to edit our gradients to look close to this. Okay, now let's just kind of freestyle here, try to edit it to look like this. Maybe make the angle something like this. Let's just keep freestyling, or keep modifying rather. Okay, and okay, so maybe this will work. Okay, this should work. This should work. Yeah, this gradient should work. Now the next guy is this one, so select and give it the gradient, then select this guy, select your eyedropper tool, give it this one, and select this guy, select your eyedropper tool and give it the other guy here. Okay, perfect. Now am I sure we don't need to edit the gradient angle? Okay, maybe let's give it -61 just like the other one. Okay, let's just leave it at -0 for now. Now select this guy, give it the gradient, select the first color, and pick the first color, and then select the second color and pick the second color. Okay, now for this guy I'm tempted to just come and try to edit the color or resample what we have here. So let me just try to do something like this. Yeah, I think it's better now, and probably resample the first color also. So maybe just come and or just undo, or just work with it like this, because I'm going to add a drop shadow to them. Okay, so I can just delete my colors now, and I think we are more than 80% done. Okay, we are more than 80% done. I like what we have here, and yeah, the next thing to do is to add these drop shadows. Okay, to add these drop shadows, the shadows you can see here. Okay, just add them and we'll be done with the logo. Now select the first guy, come to effects, stylize, effects, stylize, and then drop shadow. Okay, and now we see where it's facing. Right now we need to bring it to this point, so we're just going to kind of bring our offsets like this. Okay, maybe this guy should go back a little bit, then maybe let's boost up our blur, and okay, now select the guy and arrange, bring to front, so the shadow appears here, right? And we can see that the shadow is too much, so just come to your appearance panel, and let's reduce the opacity to 25. Okay, and I like it like this. Maybe we can even make it 30. Okay, yeah, I like 30. I think we'll work with 30. And then the next guy is this guy. We need to add a drop shadow also. Now, effect and stylize and drop shadow. Okay, now let's OK, and then select it and select the one on top, arrange and bring to front. So we have drop shadow here, but I think we need to do some adjustments. So drop shadow with offset, we need to just bring it like this. Okay, and maybe make this guy 40. That's the opacity, and let's see what we have. Okay, so I like what we have, guys. I like what we have. So we are now almost done. Okay, we are now almost done. The last thing to do is to kind of stop the shadow, the drop shadow, from falling on our artboard, because as you can see here, the drop shadows are just confined to these areas. These areas, they are not falling on the main artboard. Okay, that's on the white background. So how do we do that? What we have to do now is select all our shapes and kind of hold down Alt and duplicate them to the side. Okay, and just come to your appearance panel and kind of delete the drop shadow effect we have. Just delete all the drop shadow effects we have. Okay, select. Okay, we don't have any drop shadow here, so after we delete them, just select all of them, come to your properties and the pathfinder, just unite them as one. Okay, and then holding down Alt, drag it to fit perfectly, just like how it was before, and yeah, it's perfect now. Now the next thing we're going to do is select everything, right click, make clipping mask, and now as you can see, we now have our shadows confined to this part. Okay, and yeah, we are now 100% done with our logo redesign, or redraw rather. Yeah, so I can now delete the original logo, and with this we have come to the end of our lecture. Hope to see you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture we're going to be redrawing the Twitter logo, and we're going to follow the steps we just followed in the last video. So the first one is to go ahead and import our logo layer, or our logo, which is this guy. Okay, everything will be found of course in the project folder. Okay, now we have to import the logo as a template once more. So just come to file, place, select the logo and template, and place. Now we have it very big. We just need to resize it to the shape of our layer. Now select the layer and drag it to the shape of our layer. Okay, and kind of centralize it. Perfect. The next thing, lock our layer, select the main layer, and we're going to start with the curvature tool once more. So double click here, click once, and do not too worry about the looks for now. We're going to follow it up and make it look better. Okay, now I just undid the last click I did. I'm going to remove the stroke, sorry, the fill color, and also for the stroke I'm going to maybe make it very small like this. Okay, and then I'm then going to come and click, but I'm going to double click this time because it's a sharp corner, right? I'm going to double click and then click once and continue clicking once, right? So click once, click once, double click, click once, click once, double click, click once, click once, double click, click once, double click. Okay, we are clicking once at point where there are curves, right? And we're double clicking at point where there are no curves. So hope you remember the logic of the tool, how the tool works. So click once and double click, and click once and double click, and click once and double click, okay, and then click once and double click, and click once and click once, click once, and then double click, click once and double click, click once, double click, click once and click. Perfect. Maybe we'll need to just try to fit some parts of our shape well, but overall we've done a good job. Okay, so we're just going to fit some minor parts well. Okay, maybe just undo this one. Take this guy up, select this anchor point, and okay, so far so good. I think we have done a good job. Maybe just try to fit this guy closer. Yeah, and so far so good. We've done a good job. Now the next thing to do is to create our circle, right? Our ellipse. So come and select the ellipse tool, just draw out a circle or an ellipse, and just resize, or rather align to the middle and evenly resize it. And using your eyedropper tool now, go and sample the main color, select this guy, arrange and send to back, and for this guy, go and sample the white color. And yeah, we have our Twitter logo. Quick and simple. Now we can delete the main guy and kind of maybe resize this one a bit, and select everything and group. And now we have our Twitter logo. Perfect. We can see how simple it is to redraw these logos. Okay, the hardest thing is actually creating them from scratch. Okay, that's the hardest thing, and that's not what we're doing right now. If you want to learn how to create really powerful logos from scratch, I advise you buy my course on logo design. Okay, I have a separate course that deals with logo designs in Adobe Illustrator. Okay, and with this, we've come to the end of this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be redrawing the Google logo. So create your new file, your new AI file, Adobe Illustrator file, and come and place the design. And this is the design. We need it as a template. Okay, and we need to resize our design. Okay, and lock the layer. Now the next thing is to place our logo, but this time not as a template. Okay, so we can sample the color, of course. Now the first thing to do is select your curvature tool like usual, and then double click, then click once, maybe let's just undo, and let's remove the fill, and let's give it a very small stroke so we can see what we're doing very well. So let's divide this into 3, okay, instead of 2 as I did before. So click once, and click once. Now you see we now have a better curve. Okay, for this one, let's just do it, divide it into 2. So click once and click once, and we now have a better curve also. For this guy, it's quite big, so let's do 4. Let's divide it into 4 clicks. Okay, so click once, and click once. For this guy, let's do it into 3. Let's divide it into 3. So we click once, and double click. Perfect. We double click. Now I am holding down shift. That's why you see it snapping to the 45 degrees and 90 degrees like this. Okay, so I'm holding down shift. So when I hold down shift, I'm very sure I'm going to have a straight line, right? So double click and double click. Now for this guy, maybe let's just click twice. So click once and click once. For this guy, we can click 3 times. So click once, and click once. For this guy, we can click twice. So click once and click once. For this guy, we can click 3 times or 2 times. Yeah. So click once, and finally. Now, without even needing to kind of adjust our curve, you can see that we've perfectly been able to represent the drawing because of the multiple anchor points which we added. Okay, so adding multiple anchor points gives you the ability to create smoother designs. Okay, that's of course using the curvature tool. So that's for you to know. The next thing we'll do is just select your pen tool and then click here once and just try to come on follow the line here like this. Okay, here once. For this guy, click once. For this guy, click once. Perfect. Now what next? All we need to do is select all our shapes and then use the shape builder tool, right? And then holding down Alt, we should delete our unneeded parts. Okay, zoom in. I'm using the mouse wheel, of course, to zoom in and out. That's holding down Alt and using the mouse wheel. Perfect. Now with what we have now, we can now just sample the colors. That's the Google colors. So let's use I to sample this red, then hold down Alt and duplicate the guy here and sample the yellow, sample the green, and sample the blue. Okay, so this guy now, let's come to our color guides too, select all of them, come to our shape builder tool. Okay, and then while selecting our color, just come and fill it in here. Okay, then for this guy, select everything, select our color guides too, and then select our shape builder too. Okay, we're selecting our color, go and fill it in here, and then for the green guy, select it, mark it, select everything, and then select our shape builder tool, making sure it's selected. Come on, fill it in here, and same with the blue guy. Select it, select everything here, select the shape builder tool, making sure it's selected. Come on, fill it in here. Now we can delete all of these guys and mark it, select everything here, and just remove the stroke. Okay, just remove the stroke, and boom, we are done with our Google logo design. Okay, we can maybe hide the template layer, and perfect. And with this, we've come to the end of this video. See you in the next one. Bye bye. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll be redrawing the Instagram logo. Okay, so you just go ahead and import your file, the Instagram logo. Okay, and then go on, just draw it out here, and we have to import one as a template like we did before. So template and place. Now it's been placed perfectly, so we are not going to adjust anything here. The next thing we are going to do is select your rectangle tool and kind of drag a rectangle around your main shape. Okay, so just remove the stroke and just kind of adjust it to look better, to look perfect. Okay, now the next thing we'll do is just keep duplicating our rectangle to copy this part, and every other part here. Okay, we're just going to draw them out with thin lines like this. Okay, we can make our stroke the least. Okay, so we see what we're doing better. So select the guy, Ctrl C, Ctrl F, that's copy and paste in front. Okay, so Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and just hold down your Alt and your Shift and just drag it down like this. Okay, this, and then Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and drag it down like this. Okay, and then Ctrl C, Ctrl F, drag it down like this. Okay, and for the last guy here, we just need an ellipse. Okay, have it like this. Perfect. Now, a very simple thing to do next is select your shape and just come to this this little curvature icon here that controls the curve of our edge. Okay, just drag it out like this. Select the guy and drag it out like this. Okay, I think we forgot to we forgot to draw this this one, so just copy and paste in front, Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and then drag it out like this. Okay, and then drag it out like this to create a curve. Right, and then do same with this guy here, and finally this guy here. Maybe we can just make it bigger, a little bit bigger, and then drag it out like this. Okay, and maybe drag it out like this, drag it down like this, and yeah, let's just hide this layer to see what we have so far. And I like what we have. Maybe we can do more adjustments to this guy. No, let's just leave it the way it is here. Okay, and yeah, we have it like this, and I like what we have. So select all your layers, or sorry, all your shapes. Select all your shapes and come to your shape builder tool. And what do we do next? Hold down Alt, okay, and just minus all these places with white. Okay, just minus, just click them and minus all of them. Okay, and then the next thing we'll do is select everything and then come to Object, Compound Path, and Make. So we are making all of them into a compound path. Okay, so it means they are just acting like one now, as you can see. Now the next thing will be to sample our colors. So just create an ellipse with these colors. Okay, so we have two colors here. We have this guy, we have this guy. So select the first ellipse, use your eyedropper tool and sample the edge like this, and select this guy, eyedropper tool, and sample the top like this. And I think we don't need to sample, I don't think we need to sample anything here, as it's supposed to blend the both colors to give us this color at the middle. Okay, so let's just try it out now. Select your gradient tool, or rather your gradient panel. Open your gradient panel and give it a gradient. Select the first guy, give it the purple color. So the second guy, give it this color. Okay, and then just remove the stroke, and I now think we need a middle color, because the blend is not really giving us this middle color here. So just select this guy and duplicate it, eyedropper tool, and kind of come to the middle and sample the middle color, and select our shape, go to the gradient and create a gradient in the middle. Just come here and just click once, create a gradient in the middle, select your eyedropper tool and give it this color in the middle, and boom, we see that we now have the colors lined out perfectly. Now we can select our gradient tool to kind of try to edit the angle, or we can just come here and do it like this. We can just minus 135, or maybe not. So let's just drag the angle numbers like this, okay, using the mouse wheel to see what we have. Now I think I'm satisfied with this one, maybe 140. I'm satisfied with 140, between 140 and 145. So with 145. Okay, and now we can delete our colors and delete every other thing, and yeah, we now have our Instagram logo. Now we can save, and yeah, we now have our Instagram logo. And with this, we've come to the end of this lecture. See you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be redrawing the last logo, which is the Animal Planet logo. Okay, now come to your file and place your logo. Okay, so I'm going to place it like this, and then I'm going to place it again as a template. And obviously it's too big, so select the guy and rescale it like this. Okay, and just centralize everything and lock your layer back. Now this is very simple, just like the others. All we need to do is select our curvature tool and just come and start double clicking, and just remove our stroke and give it a very thin stroke size. Now of course, you know, the more the anchor points, the better the curve, right? So we're just going to keep doing our thing here, just keep adding the points, and of course for this guy we'll double click, add the points, double click, add the points, one point, add it and add it and double click, add the point, add a point and double click, and add the point and double click, and then add a point and add a point. We're not having what we should have at this points, at these places, so just select the two anchor points and kind of drag them down like this. Perfect. Now select your toolbar and continue adding points and adding points. Double click and then add the point and double click, and then double click, and then no, maybe we should double click at this point instead. Add the point, okay, and double click and double click, add the point, okay. Like what we're having here, we're making progress. So just keep adding the points. The more the points, the better the curve. And boom, now we're done with our logo by just adding multiple points around our shape. Okay, now select the guy here using your eyedropper tool and sample the color here, and we're done. Now for this animal planet, I don't want to just leave it like this. I want to create the animal planet, but unfortunately for us, we do not have this font, right? And I really do not know how to get this font right now. I might have it, but I want to just use a different method to create it. Okay, so we're going to trace this logo right now. So select the image, go to objects and image trace and make, and boom, we now have our logo, right? But I think there are a little more adjustments we should do. So let's activate the image trace panel, and then come to advanced, and let's see what we can do. Right now you can see that edges like this are being curved out, and I presume they're supposed to be straight. Okay, they're supposed to be straight, but they have been curved out here. So let's boost the corners like this. Okay, and you can see that immediately we now have straight corners. Now we don't have them curved out again, they're all straight now. And I'm just going to work with what we have here. So the next thing to do then is just ignore white. Just click ignore white, and now we can see that our white has been completely removed. And when if we just expand, we don't see that our image is now here, or our traced logo name is down here. So we can just select it, carry it, and come and place it on our design like this, and just kind of adjust it to fit better. And maybe centralize it or align it to the center. And yeah, we now have the Animal Planet logo complete and done. So save your file and marvel at your awesomeness. And with this, we've come to the end of our lecture. See you in the next one. Hello guys, and welcome back. In this video, we are going to be recreating a very cool design. Okay, now this is a line art poster design I did a couple of years back for a client. I actually did 50 of them. Okay, and we're going to recreate one of them. So just come here to file and place, and just drag or select the line art poster, the skull poster. Okay, and drag it out. Now this is what we're going to be creating, right? And this was achieved using the blend function in Adobe Illustrator. Remember, we spoke about the blend option in some couple of videos back. So this is what I used to create this design, and actually created it from a real skull image, but unfortunately I do not have that image, so we're just going to create it from this image we have here. So while selecting our file, our design, just drag it out to the middle of our dashboard, of our artboard, maybe resize it a bit. Okay, so as to serve as our template, right? And the next thing will be to create a new layer. Select this layer and just reduce the select the guy here. Instead of the layer, select the object and just reduce the opacity like this, maybe 56%, and then lock the layer so we can comfortably draw over it, right? And now selecting our second layer, come to file and come to your pen tool and just start to draw out your shape like this. Select, so click, and then holding down shift, I'm just going to click here so as to achieve a straight line, right? So remove your stroke, remove your fill color, and then for the stroke I want to give it a stroke of 0.5 for now, and then continue my drawing. So I'm just tracing out the outer shape of my skull design here using the pen tool. So I'm just drawing out my skull shape, okay, following it up, and I'm just going to first in the video, and we'll come back after I am done drawing out the outline. So guys, this is what I have so far. I have the outline drawn out so far, even though I have this little detail here. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is to try to create details. Okay, try to create details that maybe draw out this line like this, then draw out this line like this, and bring out the eyes and the nose and some vital details. Okay, so I'm just going to do that quickly and come back after I'm done. So I have my detailing done and when I just hide the layer, you're going to see how I have everything done. Okay, so that yours should look like this. So I have the eyes, the left eye, I have the nose, and I have this part, I have the overall head like this, I have all the parts just lined out like this. Okay, now I want to also create a duplicate of the sketch, right? So I have a backup. So just select everything and hold down Alt and drag it to the left hand side. Now I'm going to bring back our layer. Okay, and now the first thing I have to do is I have to understand the blending I'm going to do. Okay, I'm going to blend this with this, I'm going to blend this with this, I'm going to blend this with this with this, and so on and so forth. And you're going to see how we're going to do all this in a minute. Okay, so I want to also use this opportunity to share with you one tool. Okay, one final tool. And where is it? Where is the scissors tool? It's just under the eraser tool. So just hold down the eraser tool. Okay, and now you see the scissors tool. So we're going to use the scissors tool in this project. Now what does it do? Let me just explain to you what the scissors tool does. So let's assume we have a line like this and we want to cut our line here. We can make use of the scissors tool to do that. So select the scissors tool and just come to your line and click. Now we can see that the scissors tool now divides our line into two different parts, right? So that's the importance of the scissors tool, and we're going to now use the scissors tool to achieve some cuts, some important cuts in this project. So the first thing we want to cut is this edge at this point. So select the scissors tool and cut here. Okay, and then your selection tool, go back to your selection tool and select the main shape again, and I want to create another cut at this point, right? So select your scissors tool and create another cut here. Then the next thing is we want to blend this guy with this guy. So select the both of them, go to your objects, go to blend, and go to blend options. Then from smooth color, select specific steps, and then let's try 50 and see. Now objects, blend, and make. And when we just hide this one, we can see that 50 is a bit too much. Okay, it's a bit too much, so we're going to undo, and then while selecting them, go to blend again and options, and let's change this to 30. Okay, and objects, blend, and make. Okay, so I like 30, and just select your direct selection tool, and I think we can try to make some adjustments here because we are having this kind of sharp look here, which I don't like. Maybe this could help. So just drag it down like this. Okay, I think I'll just leave it like this. I'm just going to leave it this way. Okay, so enable our layer, and for me, I think I'll just off this layer. Okay, so as to see what I'm doing properly. For this guy, I'm going to Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and just resize it like this. Okay, like this, and then give it a fill color. So swap the stroke with the fill, and then select this guy here, this guy here. We want to actually blend them, but we want this one to actually reach the ground. So let's continue our shape to the ground. Let's just bring it here and then use our anchor point selection tool and kind of fit it here perfectly. So let's select the guy here and select the guy here, and just go to objects, blend, then make. This is what we have, right? Let's undo and just make the steps 45. okay, and make. I'm going to work with 45. Now the next thing I want us to do is I want us to crop out this unwanted, to cut out this unwanted ones here. But first of all, I'm going to select this guy, go to my direct selection tool and try to fit it on the line more perfectly, right? And do same with this one. Good. Now maybe for this one I'm going to just create a curve like this, and it's creating a new problem here. Let me just try to fix it. If it doesn't work, we're just going to go back to the way it is or it was and just work with it like this, right? So select this guy and go to properties, and instead of properties, let's just go to objects and expand. Okay, and okay. Now we can see that it then turns all our lines into real lines, right? And we want to do the same with these ones here. So file, objects, and expand. Perfect. Now we want to just bring this guy out a bit like this, okay, and then we want to select this one and then come and select the line, this other line here for the nose, which we duplicated. And let's just go to our shape builder tool, and then holding down Alt, we just kind of, let's try dragging out to delete, but it's not working well because it's deleting with the mean line. That's not what we want, so we're just going to select them individually. You see, this is something that will take time, but if achieved, it's going to look nice, right? So as you can see, after creating some space, I can now just, instead of using Alt, using the minus, I can just drag it like this. Okay, so it's going to make everything white, right? So just like this. Remember the other time we were doing Alt, and that's why we were having this subtraction here. Okay, so we're just going to do plus, and yeah, so far so good. We are making progress. Now we can bring back our black shape if we want. Yeah, and we do want, so let's bring back our black shape. Okay, maybe resize it a bit. Okay, and then we now work on this one. So select your shapes, select this guy here, and maybe we want to just ungroup this one, so we can just select this very one without having to select every other part of the group, right? So select this line and select these ones, and go into your shape builder tool and holding down Alt, you can now drag, and as you can see, it's now cutting the lines from here, right? So hold down Alt and drag, Alt and drag, and Alt and drag, and keep dragging like this. So as you can see, we now have it looking nice here. Now the next place will be blending this line and this line. Okay, this line from here to here, and this line. Okay, so what do? We need this single line. We need this single line. So one thing we can do is you can just ungroup the whole thing and select the line and Ctrl C, Ctrl F. Okay, and then what then we need to do is to just isolate it so we can cut it at the right point we need, right? So right click and isolate selected path. So now we can see it's in isolation mode. So select your scissors tool and then just cut it around here, then come here and cut this guy also around here. Now selecting this tool, select your unneeded shapes and just delete them. Okay, so we now have this guy and this guy. Okay, the next thing now is to just let's just duplicate this one. Okay, Control C, Control F. We don't need to duplicate it, but let's just duplicate it in case it is. So isolate the path also, and then use the scissors tool and cut it from here and delete the unneeded part. And for this guy, let's just cut it using the scissors tool. Now the shortcut for the scissors tool is C. Okay, so when you hit C on your keyboard, you're going to have the scissors tool. So just select the scissors tool and come on, cut it here. Okay, and then select the redundant or unneeded path and just delete it. Okay, perfect. Now select this guy, select this guy, go to your blend, and let's hit make and see what we have here. So I will go with this. I like this. I'm going to go with it. So what next do? We just have to expand our blend and then select this guy here, right? And then go to our shape builder tool and kind of minus this unneeded parts like this. Okay, now we have this part, right? And I like what we have so far. The next one I would like us to handle is this part here. So just come and try to make this fit better like this. Yeah, I like it like this. Then for this guy, we're going to duplicate this guy and also this guy. So let's just, you know what, let's select the both of them and then Control C, Control F. Okay, that's to duplicate them, and then right click and group them. So when we group them, we will now be able to isolate them as a group. Okay, we'll now be able to isolate them as a group. So what then do? We use our scissors tool, cut this guy here, cut it here and delete the unneeded parts. Then for this other one, cut it around here. Okay, and delete the unneeded parts. For this guy, cut it around here, delete the unneeded parts, and yep, I think we're done. You know what, okay, let me just blend, and I think we'll encounter a little problem here, not a big problem though. Okay, so yeah, so let's just blend. So select the both of them and then make, and we can see that it's too much, but this is the problem I was envisaging. Now we can see that it's not reaching the top, right? It didn't reach the top, so we can actually cut it. So what we can do instead is just drag this one like this. So that's what I wanted to do, but I wanted to see the problem first before doing it. So we need to release our blend and redo it, but this time with fewer points, right? So let's hit 20 and make, and yeah, now it looks better. So expand. Sorry, we are in isolation mode, so let's just go out of isolation mode by hitting escape and then selecting our blend. Now just come to objects and expand, then select this guy here and then select your shape builder tool, just delete the unneeded parts like this. Perfect. Now the next thing we need to do is let me just check what we have in here. So I'm just checking how I came about with this. So what I did is I blended this guy with this guy like this. Okay, I blended this guy with this guy like this. So that's what we're gonna do now. So just hide the layer, and now we have this guy, right? Perfect. Now we need one coming like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this guy and go to isolation mode so I can create another one. Okay, so I can create another one. So I'm just going to follow this line here. Let's follow the line. Okay, and we still need to draw it to a certain point, maybe to this point like this, and then maybe even extend this guy like this. Okay, maybe just extend this one also to meet this point. Good. Sorry, delete it and make sure it's joined with that one. Good. Now what we need to do is select this guy and this guy, go to blend and make, but of course we need more points, right? So undo and go to blend and blend options. Let's make this 50 and see. So select the both of them and make. Okay, so 50. I want to make it even more. Okay, so I'm just going to release them and make them and make it 60. Okay, to blend and make 60. So I'm going to work with 60. So hitting escape, I've come out of my isolation mode. So select this guy and Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and kind of just reduce the size like this. Okay, let's just see what we have. So we must not reduce the size, or we can still reduce the size. Yeah, let's just reduce the size and give it a black fill, and just shift it away from the point. And now I'm selecting the main guy here. We'll just go to object and expand. So hit OK and then just select the group and select the guy inside and go to your shape builder tool, hold down Alt and delete 1, 2 first, and then just drag it like this, and yeah, I like what we have so far. And I think we should trim these ones that just came out. Okay, we should just trim them. Okay, that's with this line. Okay, so select the line and select them, and then go to go to your shape builder tool, hold down Alt and just drag them out like this. Good. Perfect. Now we can drag our eye socket to its point, and yeah, I like what we have so far. Making progress. Now the next one is this eye. The next and last one is this eye. All right, so first of all, I'm going to just Ctrl C, Ctrl F, and reduce the size like this, like we did here, and swap the colors. That's the fill and stroke colors, right? And then let me just peep the original to see how I did it. I basically did it the same way I did this one. Okay, so what next do we need? We need this line here. So Control C and Control F, and then isolate, and we then need to extend the line to this point. Okay, select this guy, just drag it out like this. Okay, now we need another point, or we need another line rather, from here to this point, okay, to cover this other part. So just use your pen tool and manually draw out the point, or the line rather. I'm going to extend this one also. Okay, and then select the both of them, objects, blend, and make. Perfect. Hit escape. Now we can select this guy, just expand. Okay, and then now select the whole of them, that's the whole group, and select the guy inside, this one inside. Go to your shape builder tool, holding down Alt, delete, and then drag out like this. Drag out. Perfect. I like what we have. We have made progress so far. And as you can see with this, we have basically redrawn our advanced skull line art, right? We call it advanced because it's not the normal blend. So the last things left are this what I call them, tentacles or just this line up structures, right? So these are just the last things left, and to draw them we will just use our pen tool and maybe create a new layer and just lock this layer, and maybe lock this layer also. Okay, the main layer we drew on. Okay, we're just going to lock it and create a new layer and lock all the whole layers and hide the main layer we worked on, so we can see what we're doing, right? Select your pen tool, select your new layer, just kind of draw them out like this. So mustn't be the way they are in our image here. Okay, maybe we can do a little bit of tweaking. Okay, and then go to the next one. Take your pen tool, draw out the shape like this. I'm just going to do it like this. Okay, so I can use the anchor point to create the curve. We'll select the anchor point and just drag it out like this. Same here, same here. Okay, perfect. Go back to your pencil. And guys, I feel I should just take my time and do this so as to not make the video too long. Okay, since this part is the last part and it's not the advanced part. The advanced part has been done with. So this is just about you drawing lines, right? So I'm just going to fast forward the video and take my time and just draw all of them, and when I get back I'll be done. So just take your time and draw all of them too, and we'll see at the end of the drawing. So I'm done with the drawings, and as you can observe, some of them were just duplicated and rotated and just fitted in a different way. Okay, like this guy was just reflected and I had this guy was reflected and I had, I think, this one, okay, and rotated. So I just did all this so as to save time. Now that you get the point, the next thing left is to okay, I need to unlock this layer. So now the next thing that is left is to now kind of cut out the unwanted parts to create what is needed. Okay, to create what is needed, let me just enable our image for you to see what we are working towards. Now what we need to do is to just cut out the parts, and so as to create this clean feel. Right now I'm just going to select all our parts like this, all our drawings, and go to the shape builder tool, and then use maybe alt to kind of just cut out some of them like this, and then use my plus to just add the whites together. Good. And maybe for this one, I'll just use Alt to cut out the points. And yeah, same for this guy. I'm going to add them like this. And this one's here. Okay, now I can also just add everything up like this. Okay, and up to these points. And finally, this guy we can just delete or subtract it. And we have our first shape perfectly drawn out. Right now we're going to do the same thing with all the others. I'm going to just fast forward this, okay, because of course you can definitely do this, right? So I'm just going to fast forward and come back when I am fully done. So at this point, I am done with all my shapes and I am done with my drawing. I like what I have here, and yeah, should shape or resize rather our artboard to fit the drawing better. And yeah, this is what we have now. Yeah, so guys, basically you've seen how we were able to create this from scratch, from beginning to this point. It's all about blending. Okay, so this can be called advanced blending because we are using blending to actually create an image. Okay, but it all boils down to the basic principles of blending which you've learned. And with this, we've come to the end of this lecture, and yeah, see you in the next one. And this is actually the last lecture for the course, so see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello guys, and thank you so much for staying till the end of the course. I'm very grateful you took the course, and I am very much pleased you did. Okay, and this is just more of a thank you video and maybe just some final tips to help you in your design journey, right? And in order to improve your design skills, okay, your graphic design skills, I advise you take more courses, okay, because this is more of a fundamental course. This is just more of a basic course, okay. And lucky enough, we have a lot of courses on design, okay, so I advise you to take them. I have a course that deals with more advanced methods of Adobe Illustrator, of design in Adobe Illustrator. We have courses that deal with professional graphic design principles, color theory, even motion graphics, and so on and so forth. So I highly recommend that you take these courses. And then you have to look at what other designers are doing, okay, other professionals. You have to look at what they are doing and try to do what they are doing, okay, because you can only grow by kind of copying from the best, right? You can grow by copying from the best. And I have two sites I will recommend for you. I have the first one as Behance, okay, Adobe Behance. It's owned by Adobe, that's the makers of Adobe Illustrator. So on this site you can get designs, okay. We can see this one, this is a 3D design, but I feel this design was made with a proper 3D software, but this one was made probably with Adobe Illustrator, okay. It was made with Illustrator, as you can see here. And we have this logo design, we have a lot of designs here, okay. And we have this other one named Dribble, okay. This site is Dribble. Let me just go to the main site here. So you can visit this site, create accounts with them, and see what other designers are doing, okay. We have a lot of designs here, we have a lot of things you can learn from, and I highly recommend that you visit these sites, okay. And then lastly, I will advise that you keep on practicing, because that's the only way you can grow. Practice and practice and practice. And we'll keep updating the course from time to time. We'll keep adding new stuff so you can keep developing your knowledge, okay. Yeah, and with this we've finally come to the end of our course on Adobe Illustrator, on this course on Adobe Illustrator. So see you in the next course, and I will definitely love to see the stuff you come up with. And I wish you all the best in this line of work. Bye bye.